We are live at Colectco for Wednesday, April 9th, 2025's live Facebook record sale. When you're on and watching, be sure to let us know. We are here, and I am in the middle of signing in to Restream because I hadn't been signed in 3 days now. And welcome, everybody. We got Mike Massey. We got John Stotts. Laura's already tuned in from the back. Tanner's got crates. There's the chat. I'm somewhat getting used to this. I like new stuff. Just got to get used to the new stuff. Oh, yeah, we might have a big new vinyl sale tomorrow. I was trying to figure out all the stuff's coming hit me back that I was going to do whenever I came back. So let's start getting everything shared and see how this works, okay? See how this thing goes. I've got our new vinyl price. There is 3 crates of new vinyl. 2 of them's a big new Smashing Pumpkins pre-order. We could watch a movie, that's right. Tanner's got a new camera rig here set up for me. The monitor is like up in front of me now. It's like mounted on the wall. I feel like I'm truly becoming in a studio now. We just need some bright lights and a big city and a Ric Flair. I guarantee somebody out there watching right now will be willing to give me a Ric Flair. All right, so I did place one order when I was in Augusta, Georgia. I was trying to truly take, 72 hours off and rest my brain. And but I did sneak in a couple orders, and I think some of that showed up today with another big pre-order. And then I got to get back after it tonight and probably see what Paul sold, what hadn't shown up. The bad part for this week is it is Record Store Day week. And because it's Record Store Day week, they really skimp on other new releases. So there aren't a ton of new releases this week, but I probably do need to do some serious restocking and all that. Hey, there's some woos. Bill Stewart knew the assignment. Bill Keenan said he also needs someone to call him. He had a change in card numbers, but he don't know how to. I will say this out loud, hopefully where Ed can hear me in the back, and he probably will reach out to you, or you can send us a message through the website. Okay, let's hit group. Let's hit a whole lot of records. I've only been back in the store for about an hour and a half, or no, I've only been in the store for about a half hour. I don't already need to have Ed mad at me. Ed's already going to come over here and start tossing hatchets at me like Indiana Jones. All right, there's that. And let's go ahead and copy this link. Now, I always say when I take a few days off and I come back, I'm always a little rusty because, I don't know, you just do this every day for so long. And then when you get out of the groove, I'm like, well, how do I do this? What am I supposed to do? But I think we'll be all right. And so, I had a great time at Augusta National. They took a lot of pictures. I'm still waiting for my brother to send me his, and I'll get those shared with everybody. But very memorable. Of course, it was my 3rd time there, Tanner's 2nd, and my brother's 1st time, which was very exciting to be able to take him to something like that. And it's always fun to go with somebody that's never been to the Masters. And I even dozed off there a couple times, actually on the course. I had a glass of sweet tea in my hand, and I dropped it because I fell asleep. I was pretty exhausted. Not only just knowing I wasn't working, but if anybody's ever watching that's been to the Masters, it's by no means easy to get around there. It is probably one of the treacherous walks you can do. Up, down, sloped, no flat spots. I mean, there's not really a flat spot except maybe walking in on the paved roads and stuff, but it is truly a... I mean, by the time I got back, I felt like I'd been beat up. So that's why I've pretty much rested all day today like I normally would. And we're about to get right back to the swing of selling music. And I've almost got all the links posted and shared. Way I understand, Paul went and bought a huge collection. And he's, I guess it's up to y'all to grade his performance. So let's go right now to true peer review. I've heard Paul did a good job. I heard everybody's done a good job while I've been gone. But, I mean, if y'all want to go ahead and grade Paul, right now's the time. Pressure's on. Hopefully he's not watching the feed. Y'all can say anything good or bad. He's probably like, come on, guys. Don't let me down. I didn't expect him to do 5 to 1 a.m. shows like I do. I think it'd be hard for anybody to do this for 8 hours that hadn't never done it on a regular basis. So, the Masters. I slept through the par 3 contest today, but I recorded it. I've already seen all the hole-in-one highlights, but I think after the sale tonight, when I'm probably working on orders and new vinyl, I'm probably going to watch that and see what else is going on here inside of this store since I've been gone. What to make the rest of the week awesome. All right, everybody's giving Paul high marks. Okay. Okay, that's what I've been hearing. And high marks from everybody else. So that's good. And let's go to our story. And I'm about done. I've almost got everything shared. Took me a little longer today. I'm trying to remember how to do it as quickly as I usually do. Now, we may hit crates that I don't know that Paul actually went through, or, you know, crates that I don't know specifically. We played phone tag today on my way up here. I woke up, he tried to call me. I called him, he missed my call. And then, et cetera, et cetera. So I hadn't got to talk to Paul literally since I left. And we played phone tag. So I don't know really what he went through or what he showed. But it doesn't matter because I've got to... Well, I guess it does matter. But anyway, here we go. Let's see what this crate right here was. This was on the table when I got here. It looks like stuff that I hadn't seen before. So let's go through it. Buy it now, best offer. And let's go ahead and grab our first couple auctions here. Paul did some 90% off crates. Well, I hope it was like some really old inventory that we've shown about 3,000 times. It looks like somebody left me a stack of sealed records here to auction. I'm also, for the first time, really starting to use this new system here Tanner's brought me. Or setup. So let's grab those two and get going. Okay. So we have a new camera on a new angle. The camera is actually connected to my table on like a gyro arm type deal, like a squiggly arm, like a lamp arm. And it's like right next to me. There's no more cart behind me or anything. It's giving me a lot more room. So I'm going to get used to this setup and hopefully it works, okay? That crate was my last crate from last night. Okay, so Laura says this is brand new stuff from her from last night. Let's go through it, buy it now, best offer. Let's put up our first couple auctions here. And our first couple auctions are going to be some sealed records. This is Ike and Tina Turner, Too Hot, Too Cold. It's an original sealed Pickwick compilation, it looks like. And that's going to go up for a $15 start. And we got Foreigner, which is, whoa, that was a little bumpy. We have Foreigner Records, which is a gatefold, and this is a Friday Music repressing, $15. I just got to remember there's a camera right here. Boom, right there. That's what I was bumping into. I'll get used to it, Tanner. I'll get used to it. Yeah, my arm's going to be right next to it. So if the camera gets a little bumpy, I'm getting used to where it's standing because I could accidentally bump into it. Okay, here we go. And I kind of like this up here in front of me. I mean, I'm seeing the comments, but this is pretty odd. So, all right. Homeland Conspiracy saying we need some more likes. So, I don't even know what I just said, but these are $15 start. That's a sealed Foreigner greatest hits, essentially. And that's Ike and Tina Turner, $15 start. We have the Grapes of Wrath, $9.99. And these are all $9.99. $9.99. That's the Grapes of Wrath. The Bar Case, Too Hot to Stop. EX Condition, $12.99. Mercury Records, 1976. EX Condition, $12.99. Also, we have Sammy Hall Singers, What It's All About. That's VG Plus, $9.99. Patrick Foos in on the Foreigner at $15. Ike and Tina is also a sealed record, $15 start. And Guillotine is EX Condition, $12.99. Guillotine is EX Condition, $12.99. And Zach Bryan Deanne, VG Plus Condition, $14.99. Zach Bryan Deanne. So Foreigner has bids for 15, 15, 17. Let's see where Paul resumed over here with the New Orleans singles. I'm not really for sure, but we're about to find out. And it looks like there's a pretty good stack right here to go through and start grabbing some and putting them up for $5 starts, eh? I see a James Brown here. This looks pretty interesting. You have a New Orleans batch. Let me go ahead and grab these and see what's going on. Santa Claus is definitely here to stay is what it's called. Santa Claus is definitely here to stay. In the picture sleeve, there is some chipping like right around the edge here. Santa Claus is here to stay. That's going to go up for a $5 start. Where's the trash can? There's the trash can. Next is Miami Vice. By the way, this is a buy it now or best offer bin. Miami Vice is EX Edition, $17.99. Miami Vice, EX Edition, $17.99. You can definitely see where I got sunburned. Oh my gosh, my arm's like red. I don't know if it's coming through the camera, but I almost got fried out there, I guess, yesterday. We have the soundtrack to Lilith, which is a white label promo. VG Condition, that's on Coldplix Records. $9.99 on that. So the Foreigner is now at $20 of Karen Robbins. The James Brown is at $5. Final call to get a bid on the sealed Ike and Tina Turner. The Werewolves, Ship of Fools, Summer Weekends, and No More Blues. That's $9.99. And if you just joined us, this is evidently a Laura crate from last night, the last crate of the night, and now it's buy it now or best offer. The Royal Court of China, $14.99 on the Royal Court of China. That's $14.99. And the Iodine Raincoats, and this is called I Wonder, $9.99. The Iodine Raincoats, I Wonder, that's $9.99. And Gladys Knight and the Pips, this is called Pop Dreams, has a hop sticker, So Sad the Song. This is sealed for $9.99. And Huey Lewis and News 4, $19.99. Does have an original under sleeve. All right, so Karen got up to the Foreigner at $20. Patrick Fu just saying that, just letting you know you're out, and James Brown's a final call. Ike and Tina's a buy it now for $15. It's a sealed Peak Week pressing, a Too Hot, Too Cold. That's a $15 buy it now. Michael Peevler with the first offer of the night on Royal Court of China for $10. We'll go ahead and sell that to Michael Peevler for $10. Thank you, Michael Peevler. That is sold to you. Also, we have John Williams, Out of This World. That's from the Boston Pops. And, of course, that's John Williams doing Return of the Jedi, E.T., Star Trek, Twilight Zone, 1983 Netherlands, 1999. Or the Boston Pops doing that. At some point, he conducted them. That might have been it. Bill Samus with the Ike and Tina buy it now for $15. Ben Digert on the Huey Lewis. Thank you. And now I'm just going to make sure Patrick Food's out. He is. Robert Vladerchek on John Williams. That is sold. And we have the best of Emerson, Lake and Palmer, $14.99. The best of Emerson, Lake and Palmer. And any Japanese tonight. I don't know what's been delivered since I've been out of town. I don't think a delivery has showed up. However, there is a stack right here of some Japanese records. Paul McCartney, Santana, John Lennon, The Beatles, Stevie Wonder, Allman Brothers. Did Paul auction any Japanese when I was out of town? Because I don't know, a delivery might have showed up and they might have opened it and started chipping away at them. But right there's some. And then there's the some from last week. No, wait a second. No, this is new stuff here. Uriah Heep, Blondie, ABBA. Well, there's a few new ones in here. Yeah, it looks like they got into a new shipment, it looks like. So, yeah, it looks like some got delivered Monday and Tuesday that Paul auctioned. Next is Emerson, Lake and Palmer. Let's go ahead and sell that to Mike Bartlett for $10. And then we have in a Venice Wine Garden, and that is sealed for $9.99. And Richard Ziner, I just sold Mike Bartlett, Emerson, Lake and Palmer. I would have asked him full price if I could have seen your claim, but I've already sold it to him for $10. And then James Brown just got one bid for $5. We're going to go ahead and sell that to Tommy Call. Thank you, Tommy. That's sold to you for $5. And now this sealed foreigner is sold to Karen Robbins for $20. Karen Robbins for $20. Next thing we have, let's go ahead and put up Santana Inner Secrets. And let's put up Stevie Wonder here, Hotter Than July. And let's go ahead and start with Santana Inner Secrets for a $35 start. Near Mint Minus and Pristine, Japanese pressing with insert. And this is going to go up very nice, yes. $35 start on that. And then Stevie Wonder, Hotter Than July, also a $35 start on that. Next is a Japanese pressing right here in front of me, Opera Sauvage by Vangelis. Vangelis Opera Sauvage, a 1980 Japanese pressing with insert and obi, just $19.99. Nice. It does look like it has a little bit of a chip right there on the obi. Midnight Express, that is sealed for $14.99. And one more here to pause before I introduce some new 45s. Iron Horse, and that's $14.99. Iron Horse, $14.99. But yes, welcome everybody. We'll be here for the rest of the week. Played phone tag with Paul earlier, so I hadn't even really got to talk to him since I got back. But I am back from Augusta National. We had a half of a day really on Monday. It was awfully rainy, but Tuesday was probably the best day weather-wise I've ever been to at the Masters. So it was quite the experience. Of course, let me tell you something. It can be absolutely pouring rain at the Masters and you're still having fun. It could be coming a hurricane and you're still going to be having fun if you're just out there on the course. It's fun just to stare at it while it's pouring rain. Opera Sauvage is sold to John Dodd for $14. Midnight Express, I will sell this for $10 to Phantom Canuck. That is sold, and Richard Ziner says he'll take Iron Horse. That is sold and sold. But we really didn't get all that wet either. We had umbrellas, but even that morning, Monday, when it was pouring rain, like I said, it could be, you're still just glad to be there. There'd be a lot of people if you told them, hey, do you want to go outside and walk around on Augusta National while it's coming a lightning storm? Some people would say, sure, yeah, I'll go out there and walk around and risk my life. Right, Ed? That's it, yeah. Seeger Liberation Army. Some people would risk their life just to walk that course one time. Seeger Liberation Army, $5 start on that. And we have Iron Horse. We've already sold that. And then Stevie Wonder does have a bid for $35 with David Johnson. That's going once, going twice. Santana's a $35 start. And then we have Diary of Anne Frank. That is $9.99. A 1976 Japanese press. No obi, $9.99. Wilmington on Friday. Oh, Record Store Day. Oh, Record Store Day, yes. I don't see that happening, but maybe in the near future. I've already had my couple days off up until the Metallica concert, which is in a couple weeks. We got to see a lot of people. We was right on the tee box with Scheffler teeing off, and Adam Scott and Roy McIlroy, and some legends, some stars. You get positioned at the right place and you can wait, and there'll be some big people come through as always. Pretty good. Next thing we have here is a New Orleans 45, La Secta. This is going to go up for a $5 start. Here's our next New Orleans single, La Secta. It's going to go up for a $5 start. That is now up for bid right now. And we're going through a crate. I believe it was the last lower crate of the night that Paul showed before he signed off. And now we're going through it. Buy it now or best offer. And so far, there's been some pretty good titles. We've sold several out of here, as usual. How about the Stanky Brown Group? If the lights don't get you, the Helots will. That's $9.99. Unstoppable, sealed for $9.99. La Secta has a bid for $5 of Robert Warner. And House of Pain, what a bizarre cover here. And then Rebecca over on YouTube is Rebecca Howitt. Thank you. I saw your comment earlier. And then we have sealed here for $9.99. And we have Sturgill Simpson Cutting Grass. This is on blue and white marble vinyl, $19.99. Sturgill Simpson Cutting Grass, that's $19.99. And the Guess Who, Power in the Music. The Guess Who's $14.99. David Johnson, I'm going to go ahead and sell you Stevie Wonder for $35. If anybody wants Santana, it's a $35 buy it now. A Japanese pressing of Inner Secrets. We got Seeger Liberation Army. We got La Secta. Melissa Bailey on Sturgill for $14. What do we have that one marked? Let's do Sturgill for $15. I like that price better. I always hate to bump a dollar, but $15 is more so where I would be willing to say, sure, no problem, sold. You Brought My Heart in 17 pieces. This is Tracy Ullman, Shrink and Hype. And, of course, see, Melissa, as soon as I said that, Ben Diger said he'd take it at full price. Roxy Music, Greatest Hits. This is $29.99. Roxy Music, Greatest Hits. We're going through a buy it now best offer bin. Slicker Van Slyke on the Guess Who. Of course, there's no flip videos today. I'll get back to posting those tomorrow, hopefully. That's usually how we start the sales. Ben Diger, you're going to get a $5 discount on Sturgill. That's twice it happened in this bin. I pulled the trigger a little too fast on some stuff, but that's okay. No problem there. And Ben Diger got Sturgill for $15. Slicker got the Guess Who. And La Secta is a final call for $5. And if anybody wants to bet on the Seeger Liberation Army, let's sell Gary Wellman, the Roxy Music for $25. And now let's put up a couple new auctions right quick, okay? Let's put up another new auction. And let's see what we have here. Let's get back to some of this Japanese stuff. Man, this looks pretty interesting here. Allman Brothers at the Fillmore East. It is definitely a Japanese pressing. And this is a $35 start, no Obi. And yeah, Rebecca, Rebecca How? I'm going to have to get used to that. Rebecca has La Secta for $7. Rebecca has that for $7. And Robert, just so you know, you're out. Also, we have the Japanese insert that came with this. This is at the Fillmore East, and this is $35 start. The Allman Brothers Band at the Fillmore East. The Allman Brothers Band is a $35 start. That is now up for bid. Let's go ahead and make this a buy it now. The Seeger Liberation Army. That's a buy it now for a $5 start. And that's a Japanese pressing of the Allman Brothers. We're also going to put up for a $35 start. Wham! This is Make It Big, a Japanese pressing. Careless Whisper and Wake Me Up Before You Go is on there. This has got the book with it. It's also near mint minus. And let's put that up for a $35 start. And let's read through this lower crate from last night one more time, which is now buy it now best offer. I'm sure last night when Paul went through it, it's probably sticker price. We're going to read through it again. We may go ahead and go through some of these other crates. I can check the dates and see what was probably priced for the days I was gone and try to knock those out. One of the first things I'm going to do, we got the big Smashing Pumpkins pre-order in. It's a lot. It's a lot of titles and a lot of claims, and I usually try to knock out those pre-orders early. So first thing I have is the Grapes of Wrath, $9.99. Bar case, Too Hot to Stop. This is a buy it now best offer bin. EX $12.99. Sammy Hall Singers is VG plus $9.99. La Secta is officially sold to Rebecca Howitt for $7. Thank you, Rebecca. Wham has a bid for $35. Allman Brothers has a bid for $35. The Paul McCartney Japanese is Venus and Mars. Guillotine was EX edition $12.99. Zach Bryan Deanne is VG plus $14.99. Miami Vice is EX edition $17.99. Lilith soundtrack, which is a white label promo on Coldplix, that's VG $9.99. Let's sell Grapes of Wrath to John Stevens for $7. You got it. The Werewolf Ship of Fools, $9.99. The Iodine Raincoats, I Wonder, $9.99. Gladys Knight and the Pips, Pop Dream soundtrack, sealed for $9.99. And in a Venice Wine Garden, that's Tony Cruiser. This is sealed $9.99. Now, those two auctions back there are final calls, and those are going once, going twice for $35 and $35. Here is our next New Orleans single. This is Dave Edmonds, Queen of Hearts on the Swan Song label. That is going to go up for a $5 start. $5 start on that. Next is Autumn Betts on the Lilith soundtrack. Autumn Betts on the Lilith soundtrack. I've already sold Grapes of Wrath to John Stevens, but we'll go ahead and sell Autumn Betts, the Lilith soundtrack. Thank you. That's so to you. Diary of Anne Frank. That's a Japanese pressing, $9.99. And the Stanky Brown Group, If the Lights Don't Get You, the Helots Will, $9.99 on that. And let's go ahead and put up our next New Orleans single, which is going to be right here. Very popular one I see out of this batch, The Thanes. And this is from Sundays. That's on this grayish marble vinyl. That's a $5 start there on the Thanes. $5 start on that. Also, we got Kelly Vlodarchek on the Anne Frank. Dave Edmonds has a bid for $5. Unstoppable was sealed for $9.99. We also have House of Pain, Sarah Kernochan. Sarah Kernochan. That is sealed, $9.99. Very odd. Never seen that before. 1973. Got a spooky looking cover on it. $9.99 sealed. And Tracy Ullman, You Broke My Heart in 17 Pieces, $14.99. All right. These two Japanese pressings are officially sold. A Japanese press of of Allman Brothers for $35. Let me confirm the high bidder on that. $35 on this. Yes, happy birthday, Hiram Aponte. Thank you for letting me know that. Jackie Ray on $35. And we have Wham sold for $35. Wham is sold to Ryan Eaton for $35. Autumn Betts on House of Pain here. The Ullman condition, it is a top copy. It's shrink, hop sticker, and near mint minus. It's a top copy on that one. Dave Edmonds has one bid for $5, final call. Rebecca Howard is in on the Thanes for $7. That's going once, going twice. Great warm-up in there. Some stuff from last night that I think Laura had marked, and it looks like we just sold about half of it. Let me set this right over here and see what else we can come up with. And that's going to go right there. And you know what? Yeah, let me go ahead and knock out this probably pre-order. And if you didn't know about this or didn't hear about this, you might want in on it. There's at least 2 full crates here. And I think there's 7 crates that John had marked that Paul didn't even get around to the last couple nights. And I know sometimes, I don't know how late he went, but as fast as I go even, sometimes by 11 or 12 o'clock, there's still a couple crates sometimes I don't get to. So let me go ahead and knock out this pre-order here. And in the meantime, we'll keep auctioning some stuff and let everybody know who bought what here. This is a big one. I mean, this is a pretty big pre-order, probably one of the biggest. This probably is as big as Tracy Chapman. This probably is as big as Tracy Chapman. Let's go ahead and sell Joe Salamo, the Tracy Ullman, for $12. Let's go ahead and do that. And then let me grab my cell phone over here and officially pull up this pre-order. But if you didn't know about this, let me see what's going on here. Let's see here. Okay. Let me open up Facebook. Welcome, everybody. And let's get a couple new LP auctions up first before I say anything else about this. Lots of stuff. I feel like I'm going to be reading new arrivals and showing buy it now best offer and new releases probably for all night. So let's see what happens. Here's what the vinyl looks like so you can see it. It is Smashing Pumpkins, Siamese Dream. And this is the first time they've reissued it with that original artwork. It's a Record Store Day Essential, $44.99. Red Smoke, 180 gram. Of course, that's been in print, but it's always a lot more expensive. And this is the first time on this original artwork since the OG release, and it's on red smoke colored vinyl. Now, the post has 53 comments, so let's see what happens when I start counting these out. But first, let's introduce all new auctions. And the first thing we have is the Thanes, and the Thanes is sold to 9 to Rebecca, and Robert got the Dave Edmonds, Robert Warner, for $5, Queen of Hearts. There's that, and now let's introduce at least one more Japanese auction here. Let's do this one right here because it's catching my attention. It's a Beatles Rubber Soul Japanese pressing. It's a Nobi, which is what I call a no-obi. but it is near mint minus and pristine, and it has a Japanese lyric insert with it, and rubber sole is a $35 start. If you for sure want a Smashing Pumpkins, I would ask right now for one. That way, when I get to the bottom of the pre-order, we'll see what's left. And here's an interesting Uriah Heep Japanese pressing. Uriah Heep is a near mint minus and pristine, the best of Uriah Heep with Obi. We'll put that up for a $35 start. And then, of course, let's grab two more New Orleans singles over here. This one is called, it's water damaged, so we'll skip that one. And let's see what else we have over here. Paul has been chipping away at this next crate. It looks like over the last couple of days, though, he has sold almost all of them. But let me grab the next two in here. Delicious Cheeseburger. Wow, is that the name of the group? That's a pretty cool group name. This is called Delicious Cheeseburger. We're going to put that up for a $5 start, Delicious Cheeseburger. And then this one looks cool too. Psychotic Turnbuckle, Psychotic Situation, The Crusher. And that's going to go up for a $5 start. Those are now up for bid. Let's start reading off the Smashing Pumpkins pre-orders. So Record Store Day Essential, Red Smoke Vinyl. First time with that new artwork, and I think since the original release. Thank you, Daniel Bouzide. Daniel Bouzide was first. Also, Amber Mathis and Brandon Lack. If you've commented live right now that you want one and you end up hearing your name, be sure to let me know so you don't end up with two. But Amber Mathis, Brandon Lack, Gabriel Chavez, and Rick Peabody. Gabriel Chavez and Rick Peabody. There's two more. Scott Ranitin and Michael Carpenter. Scott Ranitin and Michael Carpenter. There's two more sold. Josh Tanner and Jason Fornerat. If you ever see me like your button on Facebook, if you ever see me like your, or that I've liked your comment on Facebook, then that means I'm pulling your pre-order, okay? Sean Fairweather and Rob Zimmer. Sean Fairweather and Rob Zimmer. Those are sold and sold. Robert Tomick and Autumn Betts. Robert Tomick and Autumn Betts. Thank you, Robert Tomick and Autumn Betts. Also, we have Ryan Eaton and Scott Kennedy. Ryan Eaton and Scott Kennedy. There's two more sold. These are $44.99. If you know for sure you want one, let me know. Dean Tedford and Rob Fordham. Dean Tedford and Rob Fordham, Shannon Mashaka and Zachary Pabalicki, Shannon Mashaka and Zachary Pabalicki, Daryl Johnson and Jonathan Smith, Daryl Johnson and Jonathan Smith, Monica Malley and Dwayne Worley, Monica Malley and Dwayne Worley, Damon Dignor and Rich Recor. Those are sold and sold. And then two more here probably before I swap out the bin almost. We got Scott Beebe and Jim Sedal. Scott Beebe and Jim Sedal. And then let's go ahead and pull Angela Lewis. Angela Lewis. So there's that. And now let me set these out for a second because I'm going to need this new empty crate. And it looks like I'm going to need more. I have more over here for sure. So don't think that's all. There are more. Let me go ahead and swap out this crate right quick. I believe Paul did tag. I was hoping he went ahead and did it. That's okay. I told him to, but I kind of wish I was here to show the Black Crowes box set. That way I knew, I'm pretty sure there might be a waiting list, but those did come in and they took care of that. They've took care of a lot of stuff. Ed's took care of a lot of stuff. Right, Ed? And Ed's leaving. Lori's took care of a lot of stuff. Pricing records. Marking auctions, what she's doing right now. We're going to start running some of tonight's advertised auctions in just a second, okay? But first, let's go ahead and tag some more pumpkins, okay? We got pumpkins and cheeseburgers, Beatles, and Uriah Heeps to tag. But first, let me go ahead and finish this up. Next is Kelly Vlodarchek. Kelly Vlodarchek got one. Thank you, Kelly Vlodarchek. Also, we have Eddie McKenna and Chris Smith. Eddie McKenna and Chris Smith. Craig Sweden and Chad Kenneth House. We got Craig Sweden and Chad Kenneth House. Kelly Gabney and Jerry Stone. Kelly Gabney and Jerry Stone, Brian DeLeon and Steve Howell, not the guitars from Yes, Keith Moyers and William Simmons, Keith Moyers and William Simmons, Trey Tidwell and Chris Pedzar, Trey Tidwell and Chris Pedzwar, Manny Ray wants two, Manny Ray gets two, and then Jen Cast. So there's three sold, two for Manny and one for Jen Cass. Thank you. Mitchell Richardson and John Miller. Mitchell Richardson, John Miller. Rhonda Stansberry and Riley Harrison. I think that Riley Harrison was a email request or maybe YouTube, but I just put Riley Harrison, so that must be him. And then Jackie Ray and Debbie Blair. Jackie Ray and Debbie Blair. Also, we got Jamie Butler and Aaron Civic. and then we got Caesar Thomas. And that's the last 3 there, okay? Now, there's those, and then let me go ahead and bring over the last crate, and then we'll go ahead. The last crate also has other new vinyl that came in today. But first, let me go ahead and tell you where we're at on these auctions. When I laid these down, it was Rubber Soul 35, Uriah Heep 35. Those were starting bids. And then we had Delicious Cheeseburger and Psychotic Turnbuckles. And those had bids for 5, 7, 5, and then 7, 6, 5, 8, 10, 8, and I think we're going to pause there. So Psychotic Turnbuckles has a bid for 10 with Rebecca Howitt, okay, PT. Psychotic Turnbuckles, Rebecca has that for 10, and Delicious Cheeseburger, the last bid on that was Rebecca at 7, far as the high bid. Rebecca at 7, and she has the high bid on both right now. Now, that was all the pre-order. I'm going to scroll through and make sure, but there is another half crate over here, and then it also has other new releases that came in this week, and we'll go ahead and go right into those, which is another a Cramps pre-order, and then also some new stuff from like last week, like new releases, either from last week. They might be this week, but there's a couple of new things in here as well, so... let me go ahead and load up the rest of the pumpkins here. Let me load up so I can go ahead and tell you that's everything left there, unless I missed a pre-order. That's everything there in the pumpkins pre-order, okay? So, let me make sure I didn't miss anybody's likes, and I think we're good to go. And I'm going to leave this list up in case somebody wants to know if they had already requested. And we're good to go. Now, Caesar Thomas, I don't know if you're watching. You commented twice, but I'm assuming you only wanted one. Okay, so here's all the extras that I have. And the first person who commented live that they wanted one was Robert Tomick. And Robert, I don't remember your name. I'll check right quick, but also I'm questioning it. Robert Tomick. I don't think so. So let's go ahead and pull one. No, Robert Tomick did already claim one. Okay, Robert Tomick's already on there. Andrew Eisensmith. Andrew Eisensmith gets one. He wasn't on the pre-order. Paul Brothers. I don't think I said your name. There's one for you. I'll look one more time, but I don't think so. So there's one for Paul Brothers. Yep, there's one for Paul Brothers. Kelly Vlodarchek, but she already got one. Autumn Betts, but she already got one. And then next is Jeff Dedman. He for sure needs one. Patrick Fu for sure needs one. Rob Fordham for sure needs one. And then Susie Breedlove for sure needs one. Okay, so there is Smashing Pumpkin, Siamese Dream. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Smashing Pumpkin, Siamese Dream. $44.99, okay? And let's go ahead and say that Cheeseburger's now at 10. Psychotic Turnbuckles can be sold to Rebecca then for 10. Uriah Heep, the best of Uriah Heep, a Japanese press, a $35 buy it now. And a Japanese pressing of Rubber Souls, a $35 buy it now. Those didn't get bids, but they're still bidding on a Delicious Cheeseburger, okay? Joe Ives, since you just asked, it's a $35 buy it now. So they're Smashing Pumpkins for $44.99. If you just hopped on, we just knocked out the huge pre-order. Smashing Pumpkin Siamese Dream, Record Store Day Essential, red smoke colored vinyl, 180 gram. First time it's been in print with the original kind of intended artwork. Also on colored vinyl. That comes out Friday, $44.99. And we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 left if anybody else needs one, okay? I'm going to set those right over here because I'm about to bring over another crate which has a new pre-order, a new release, and a restock right here, okay? There we have. Yes, I got very sunned at the Masters sitting on, I sat behind number 12 tee box off and on probably for 3 or 4 hours, and you can tell, I was getting baked, but that's where I said I wanted to walk, and my brother was with me. We still didn't see most of the front nine. Man, he still didn't see really get to walk a lot of the front, and we was there for 2 days. That's how massive that course is, and just incredible how it's laid out. So, but yeah, boy, we were sore, tired. Man, it's if you don't think, of course, pro golfers are conditioned for it, but if you've ever went out and walked an incredible course like that, or a professional grade level course, it's quite exhausting. It'll make you respect pro golfers a lot more, right, Tanner? We have the Cramps Ultra Twist Music on Vinyl. This is new. This was originally supposed to come out February 7th, and it got pushed back. And this is the Cramps Ultra Twist. And sorry, I'm getting used to where my camera is here. The Cramps Ultra Twist, and this is going to go up for $38.99. It was a pre-order. It just got bumped back to this Friday. It was originally supposed to come out February 7th, and this was Paul Conway. Thank you, Paul Conway. Also, Alex Roman and Fred Cardinale. I don't even know if I have enough. Autumn Betts and Matt Shiker. Autumn Betts and Matt Shiker. Also, Douglas Sirocco, Franklin Higginbotham, and Letty Collier. Yeah, I've only got one extra Cramps, but we can start a waiting list. That's called Ultra Twist, $28.99. Who has the Smash and Burger? Who has the Delicious Cheeseburger? Autumn Betts has that for $10. How much was Rubber Soul? $35. How much is Rubber Soul? $35. B-Sides wants a Cramps. The Japanese Rubber Soul, I can't believe, and the Best of Uriah Heep and Delicious Cheeseburger is a final call. Autumn Betts has it for $10. And I think Jim B was also maybe bidding, but maybe not. But if so, it is still at $10 of Autumn. She was in first. And then we have Dustin Hodges wants a Smashing Pumpkins. Thank you. Next is a new release. This is the Harlem Globetrotters album on orange vinyl for $33.99. It's a reissue of a record that originally came out in 1970, which is honestly not too easy to get. It's part of that Darren Kirshner, like Charlie, the same thing like the Archies was on. Harlem Globetrotters is $33.99. That's on orange vinyl. That comes out Friday. We have 5 of them. And we have a restock of the Presidents of the United States of America. Now, I will need my backpack for this, which I have here, because there is a waiting list for POTUS. There is a waiting list for the POTUS, and this is $29.99. And I think there's at least 3 people on a waiting list, and I think I have 3 extras. All right, and then Autumn has Delicious Cheeseburger for $10. That's a final call as soon as I knock off the dust here on my laptop. And the waiting list for POTUS was Kristen Barnett, Autumn Betts, and Joshua Vogt. So Autumn Betts, Joshua Vogt, Kristen Barnett. That was the 3 people here for POTUS. And these are $29.99. We have 1, 2, 3. We have 3 extras left if anybody else wants one. And we have Delicious Cheeseburger sold to Autumn for $10. And Will Robinson, I think, wants the Rubber Soul for $35. Right, Will Robinson? You do. Will Robinson gets Rubber Soul for $35. And then the other 3 POTUS are sold to C-Note, Jeff Dedman, and Kelly Vlodarchek. And these were in stock as of Tuesday morning when I was in Augusta and I ordered this stuff. So if you still want one, let's start a new waiting list for POTUS. And those are now sold out again. The Harlem Globetrotters are $33.99. Orange vinyl. And that's our second full crate of the night. We're filling up quickly because of the big pre-orders here, especially with the Smashing Pumpkins. And let me step right over here and grab the rest of those Smashing Pumpkins because I need a new empty crate. So I'm going to put the crate back in here on those. And let's start a waiting list on Smashing Pumpkins. Or, excuse me, on POTUS. So the first person is Moses, and those will be in. It's only Wednesday. They'll be here by Friday. If anybody wants one, let me know. And then I've got the band. This is a new SKU. I don't know if it's anything different about it, anything different than any version that's been in print. It's music from Big Pink, the band, $36.99. And then the Vlodarcheks, I don't know if you still need this, but it did come in. MF Doom, Food, $34.99. And Troy Robinson, if you're watching, let me see if Jay-Z's up here. If you're watching, I will get Jay-Z going. And I think another person requested it, and we'll get Jay-Z rolling in just a second. We did buy a new collection, and I think Laura's already started working on some of that. Let's go ahead and put up a Japanese Venus and Mars. And let's see what's going on here with the Bosses, which is Joe Turner and Count Basie, okay? And we have the Bosses, Joe Turner, Count Basie. This is a 70s reissue. We don't know the exact year. It is on the Pablo label. It's EX condition. It's a $15 start. And we got Paul McCartney, Venus and Mars is All Right Tonight. And this is a Japanese press. It does have the LP. It does have the insert and the original inner sleeve. and that's going to go up for a $35 start. So the most recent waiting list is Presidents of the United States of America, and that's Moses E., also E.J. Berg, Jerry Stone, 3 people there. MF Doom is sold to Kelly Vlodarchek, and MF Doom is sold to Autumn Betts. And if anybody else wants a copy of MF Doom, this is a 20th anniversary edition. Complete repackage with brand new artwork pressed on 3-color. Now, they were trying to get this for a while, and it's been out of stock. And then all of a sudden, they got a massive reload of it, and they're in print. They're in stock. I was worried it was done. So those are available if anybody wants them. So very quickly, we somehow just went through 3 quick bins of new vinyl. 2.5 was full of Smashing Pumpkins, which I'll show right after I show Troy Robinson's Harlem Globetrotters. This is Gravy, Metal Art, Globetrotting, Bouncing All Over the World, Sneaky Pete, Put a Little Meat on Your Bones, Lucinda, Cheer Me Up, House Party. I'm not exactly sure, but if those tracks help you, that's some of the tracks that's on here. The Globetrotter Stream, Globetrotting, Bouncing All Over the World, and this is $33.99, okay? $33.99. That is on orange vinyl. I've still got all 5 of those. Also, Smashing Pumpkins Siamese Dream. That is the big pre-order I was talking about. 2 LP, red smoke colored vinyl with the original artwork, $44.99. And then the band, music from Big Pink, $36.99. That is $36.99. MF Doom is $34.99. They'll be back in on Friday if we need them. Troy Robinson says he'll take a Globetrotters. The Bosses is a $15 start. Paul McCartney's a $35 start. And now our New Orleans singles are going to go up right now. And let's see what's next in those. Now let's see what these 2 interesting looking ones here are for $5 starts. This one looks really strange. $5 start on this. This is, it's the Left Bank. Probably some kind of unofficial. I don't know for sure what's going on here. The Left Bank. Things Go Better, Hertz Rent a Car, Tony Hairspray. And then I'm familiar with the Left Bank like Walkaway Renee. And then here's the Milkshakes, Red Hot. The Milkshakes, and that's a $5 start. The Bosses is a 70s US reissue, exact year unknown, EX vinyl, VG Plus or better cover, and that is a $15 start. And let's show that MF Doom. Both copies sold, but Philip, if you want on a waiting list, let me know. 20th anniversary edition, and this is $34.99. All right. So I think what I'm going to do is... there might be some crates here like of new stuff. What date is this? 3/19. That's older. I'm going to have to really figure out what was shown and sold and not shown and not showed, sold and showed. And if it's something I think that probably Paul has shown that's new stuff, just because I wasn't here and I haven't got to see it, and maybe because you might have not been watching, we'll try to go through some stuff, buy it now, best offer, okay? And these are marked 4-3. 4-3. I'm familiar with that bin. 4-3. Yep. And then what is this here? This is 4-7. And then over here, though, I know for sure is new crates. Like they're tagged. These are crates that have not been shown. And it looks like new vintage stuff here that John's marked. Maybe Paul. And how about I grab one of them and we go through it and just start showing new arrivals. That's the only way to do it. We'll just start showing the newest arrivals that's here in these bins and see what happens, okay? Should be some great stuff from what I'm seeing right now. So these 5 crates. Yeah, there's already 5 crates back here behind me. That sounds pretty good. And let me take off this crate of new vinyl here. And that's the 3 crates for today. I'm not for sure what schedule will be delivered, but it probably sounds and looks like I have a lot of ordering to do tonight. All right, there's that. And what else here? So nobody on the MF Doom waiting list. Let's make a note to order more anyway. Some people don't do the waiting list, but they prefer to buy it whenever it comes back in. So let's go ahead and make a note to order more of those. Seems like it's been a pretty tough title. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Working on the purple juice tonight. Fantastic. And let's see what's going on here. Say that again, Tanner. Something just popped up. Was it a text? Hold on 1 second. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Okay. Sorry. Let's see what else I have here. What just happened? Okay. So the most recent thing is Left Bank 6, Bosses 15, Milkshakes 5, Milkshake 6, Milkshake 6, Milkshake 7. Milkshakes. That's hard to say fast. Paul McCartney, Venus and Mars. It's a $35 buy it now. Hope everybody's hit the like button on Facebook and the like button on YouTube. I would greatly appreciate that. Please hit the like button on Facebook, the like button on YouTube. I'd greatly appreciate that. No Record Store Day titles for us. No, it'll just be a normal Saturday here. Uriah Heep, that's still a buy it now for $35. And in case you missed it, Santana. So that's our 3 buy it now. Santana, $35. Uriah Heep, $35. And Venus and Mars, $35. Now, the Left Bank is a final call to Jim B for $6. The Milkshakes is at $7. William Dragovich is out. And Eric Dalby does get the Bosses for $15. That's sold to Eric Dalby. Okay, and our next auction is Jay-Z. Lots of requests for this. It's a 2015 U.S. reissue of a 5-inch flexi disc. It's buried in the back cover, has to be cut out. With insert EX++, a $65 start, according to the note I have on the back. I'll go with that. $65 start. There's one, there's two, there's the insert. And there's a flexi disc. Wow. So there's a flexi disc inside of this cover. And the only way you can get it out is if you cut it out. You'd have to destroy the cover. Wow. I wonder what's on there. Some sort of secret message. That's a good and bad album design. That's a cool album design. But it's also bad that you would literally have to take a knife or something and cut out the cover. Jay-Z's a $65 start. 2 LP. That is now up for bid. Okay. Let's go through new vintage arrivals here. Blue Oyster Cult, Cultosaurus Erectus. BOC is $24.99. Columbia Records, original, 1980. BOC, Cultosaurus Erectus. Jackson Browne Foreverman. Wow, there's no dings on the cover. This has the song, the original version of Take It Easy. And, of course, his great song, These Days. I've been out walking these days. Jackson Browne's $19.99. Rebecca on BOC, first record sold out of there. Hall & Oates, Pastimes Behind. Hall & Oates is $19.99. Pastimes Behind. Also, we have the Kinks, Think Visual. The Kinks is a gold stamp promo with hop sticker and an original on her sleeve. That is $14.99. Jay-Z already has a bid for $76. The Milkshakes, the last bid on that was $8 with William Dragovich. Robert Warner, you're out. Left Bank is sold for $6 to Jim B. We have New Edition. New Edition is $19.99. Has the original on her sleeve with it. This is called All for Love. New Edition is $19.99. And Olivia Newton-John's Greatest Hits Volume 2, $9.99. Our next auction is going to be Pink Floyd, a collection of great dance songs. And this is a 1981 U.S. Pitman with the original on her sleeve. Nice, no condition notes. A $35 start on Pink Floyd. That means the vinyl is EX++ near mint minus. It does have the original on her sleeve and a nice jacket. And that means Pink Floyd is a $35 start. George Samberez on Olivia Newton-John. Thank you. Also, we have Heart Magazine. Heart is $19.99. Original on her sleeve. Heart Magazine is $19.99. And Little Richard's Greatest Hits, $19.99. This is recorded live, Little Richard's Greatest Hits. The Milkshakes then is sold to William Dragovich for $8. We also have Huey Lewis and the News 4. We just sold one of those out of a bin earlier, $19.99. And Harry Belafonte, Calypso, still in shrink wrap, $9.99. Has the song Day-O on it, $9.99 on that. And the Beach Boys, 15 big ones, $19.99. Wow, final call on Jay-Z for $76 to Troy Robinson. Pink Floyd is a $35 start. And now the next auctions are going to go up right now for a $5 start. Here are the New Orleans. Let's grab a couple here and here. The first one is the Night Porters, and it's going to go up for a $5 start. Juanita Gagne is in on the Pink Floyd for $35. And then the next single we have here is called Nicotine something. Nicotine, we've had cheeseburgers, we've had milkshakes, and now here is your nicotine. It's called Spiral Surfers. Now, this has some pretty significant water damage. It almost looks like this is literally falling apart right here. Spiral Surfers, Nicotine Spiral Surfers. Yeah, it looks like at some point, let me actually try to knock some of that off. It's going to fall off anyway. There we go. So this is on blue vinyl. It's going to go up for a $5 start. And of course, the vinyl's fine. Just some pretty bad water damage on that corner. $5 start on that. That's now up for bid. Let's go back to the New Vintage Arrivals. Great album here. Roberta Flack and Donny Hathaway. She recently passed away. $24.99. Gatefold textured cover original. Emerson, Lake and Palmer. $14.99. Ooh, what a lucky man he was. That is a very nice copy, just saying. Christopher is in on Jay-Z at $77. Troy Robinson, you've been outbid. The Best of Bread, Volume 2. Guitar Man, The Best of Bread, $14.99. The Night Porters has a bid for $5. Now there's another new bidder on Jay-Z for $80. Pink Floyd's a final call for $35 to Juanita. John Cafferty's in shrink wrap with hop sticker. Tough All Over, John Cafferty and the Beaver Brown Band. That is $22.99. Shrink and Hop. And Bob Dylan, Slow Train Coming. Dylan has the original on her sleeve. It is $34.99. Slow Train Coming. Also, John Fogerty, Centerfield. There is an album called Centerfold. No, that is a song by Jay Giles. Either way, Ian Matthews, Stealing Home. $9.99 for Ian Matthews, Stealing Home. And Debbie Harry, you may know her from Blondie, or you may know her as Blondie. Cuckoo, Debbie Harry, her solo album, $19.99 on that one in shrink wrap. So Night Porter's a final call for $5. Let's go ahead and sell that Pink Floyd to Juanita for $35. And then Nicotine Spiral Surfers is a final call for a $5 start. Just letting everybody know, if you're not Tim Colino, you don't have the high bid on Jay-Z. Tim has it for $88. Christopher, you're out. And Troy, the first bidder, has also been outbid. Our next auction is going to be another Japanese pressing. And let's go ahead and put, let's go ahead and do this one. I think I had this one up one night already. This might be some of the Japanese stuff I've been meaning to reduce the starting price of. This is Corey Hart, Fields of Fire. It's a Japanese pressing of Obi. It's going to go up for a $15 start. $15 start on that. And Isaac Hayes, Chocolate Chip. Isaac Hayes does have a clip corner. $26.99 on Isaac Hayes, Chocolate Chip. It is is it a promo? I guess just on a white label. Isaac Hayes, $26.99. And then also Fats Domino, Blueberry Hill. Fats is $9.99. Is the feed still working? Test 1, 2. There hadn't been a comment of any kind in about 3 minutes, actually. So just want to make sure the feed's still working. Can everybody give me a test comment? Weird, I didn't hear back from Troy on Jay-Z. And I didn't hear, there's Laura with a test comment. Just make sure everybody's alive and with me right now, because I didn't hear back from a couple other people. And there's some test comments, just making sure. The other bidders on the Jay-Z have went silent, and there's some devices being added to my account. I just got something there, Tanner. It just says device has been added to your account. I'll hit that. I don't know if that was slowing down my phone or what. I'm not for sure, but now the comments are rolling in. I'm also going to mute my mic so I can take a drink of this purple juice right quick. All right. So, welcome. And since I know everybody's alive and with me, let me go over what just happened with these few auctions here and make sure there's been new bidders and everybody knows what the high bids are. So we just sold Juanita, the Pink Floyd, for $35. Robert got the night or has the night porters for $5. Definitely about to sell it to him. Jay-Z got new bids for $77.80. And then we have Jay-Z at $82. And then Jay-Z at $83. And now Jay-Z still at $83. And we're going to sell the night porters to Troy, or excuse me, to Robert Warner for $5. Nicotine Spiral Surfers is a $5 buy it now. And then Corey Hart is a $15 buy it now. Japanese pressing, Corey Hart, $15, okay? So that's a buy it now. Maybe somebody grab that. We're going through new vintage arrivals priced as marked. Little Feet, Let It Roll. Little Feet is $24.99. That's called Let It Roll, $24.99. Dolly, Real Love, nice looking copy here, and shrink with a hop sticker. Dolly is $24.99 for Real Love. And we have Head East, a different kind of crazy, $19.99. So Jay-Z's at $83, and that's with Tim Kalino. That's going once, going twice. Still got 2 active bidders technically. Let's also add an additional auction here. First from a batch of New Orleans stuff or other records I have over here that I plan on selling tonight. And let's see what this one is. Shaken Swansations on Swan. I don't know if that's official from that original label, but that's going to go up for a $5 start. That's now up for bid. George Harrison, this is his self-titled album. George Harrison, $24.99. Very clean disc there. And we have Blood, Sweat, and Tears. Child is Father to the Man. Blood, Sweat, and Tears is $19.99. New bid on Jay-Z for $85. Peppermint Lounge. This is $19.99. Back at the Peppermint Lounge. And I think it's technically with Joey D and the Starlighters. It is. And that is Twisting with Joey D and the Starlighters. $19.99 on that. Jay-Z has a new bid for $85. The Mamas and Papas, People Like Us. The Mamas and Papas is $14.99. ABC Dunhill, very clean, very nice. $14.99. And Bobby McFerrin, Simple Pleasures. Bobby McFerrin is $24.99. Very clean copy of that. Tim's out on Jay-Z. So Christopher Siglia, that is a final call to you for $85. And the Shaken Swansations is a $5 start. Just saying, going once, going twice. Going once, going twice. Boy, this is a odd looking title here. I don't know if that's, let me wait on that one for a second and let me go over here and grab something else. I think there's a couple of, it looks like 45s maybe Paul was going to auction, but either because of the cover or the title, he elected not to. So we may have to censor some of them, put them up for just a second. But first, here's the Brood, Knock on My Door. This is on white vinyl, and this is going to go back for a $5 start. $5 start on that. John Fogerty, Eye of the Zombie. That's $19.99. Huey Lewis and the News, Small World. That's a gold stamp promo. $19.99. Huey Lewis and the News, Small World. $19.99. And Little Richard's Greatest Hits. That's in shrink wrap. That's $24.99. Purple OK label. And Angel Sinful. Their stuff usually gets grabbed. $19.99. $19.99. Angel Sinful on that one. Jay-Z is about to sell to Christopher. The only person I was waiting on is Troy, because he requested it a couple times, and I think I've lost him somewhere in the chat, unfortunately. So, Christopher, I'm going to grab the next auction after I introduce it. Unfortunately, if I hadn't heard back from Troy, I'm going to go ahead and sell it to you. But he's the one that requested it, and I never did see him say out, and I guess I'm going to go ahead and have to sell it. Unfortunately, this is a low-grade record. It's Kiss Destroyer. It's graded G, so it's a very low-grade record. A 77 Pittman reissue. We're going to start it, though, just for $5. Kiss Destroyer. Brood has a bid for $5. Swan has a bid for $7. And we got Tom Cochran and Red Rider. That's $19.99. Huey Lewis and the News. That's sold for $19.99 to Ben Dygert. Kevin LeBeatty on Kevin LeBeatty on the Mamas and Papas. That's sold to him. And Jay-Z is sold to Christopher. And Christopher, your last name is Gilia. And I don't know how close I'm getting to that, but if you're a first-time buyer, let me know. If you've bought from us before, let me know, and I will get you registered, okay? But this is sold to you for $85, okay? Thank you on that. And Suzanne, I've already sold Jay-Z. This is already sold. This was called Jay-Z Holy Grail, and that is now sold. Not close. Okay, thank you. I'll call you Christopher S. So make sure you message our page. We need your email address and your mailing address. I need your email address and your mailing address. Send that in the form of a Facebook message. This is Wednesday night. I'll be here tomorrow, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, and it will be $7 unlimited shipping for the rest of the night, as much as you want to buy. Next thing we have here is Genesis Abacab. Genesis is $19.99. This is everything in this bin is new vintage arrivals. Price is marked $19.99. And we have Deep Purple made in Japan. Deep Purple $34.99 made in Japan. And Jackie DeShannon, Put a Little Love in Your Heart, $14.99. So what happened on the Brood here? 5. We'll go ahead and sell Paul Sponable, the Swan, for 7. Thank you, Paul Sponable. That's so due. About to sell the Brood for 5. And then Kiss is now at 10. It is a G copy. Marshall Crenshaw, Downtown, $9.99. And the Communards in shrink wrap. And this is $19.99. The Communards, $19.99. Let's grab a new LP auction. I'm going to try another Japanese pressing here. This is Duran Duran Arena for just a $25 start. It is near mint minus and pristine. Duran Duran. The vinyl is very nice. Thank you, Mike, for sharing the link. We do have a private group where I post flip videos. I post pre-orders for new releases. And hopefully this week I can get around to posting some vintage flip crates. I'm going to try to bring that out where I start doing vintage flip crates, kind of like I do new vinyl, like have a whole crate of vintage LPs and be like, everything in here is $11.99 each or $14.99 or $9.99. Might even do some $6.99ers, some stuff like that. Michael Peveler on Head East. That is sold to Michael Peveler. Let me go ahead and pull that. And thank you. And we also have Rita Coolidge, Anytime, Anywhere. Rita Coolidge is $9.99. Marshall Crenshaw is $9.99. And Champagne Jam, Atlanta Rhythm Section, $9.99. The Brood is officially sold, and that's sold to Robert Warner for $5. Also, Melanie. Melanie's in shrink wrap for $9.99. I think that's self-titled technically. Asia Alpha. Asia is $19.99. Blood, Sweat, and Tears is $14.99. Also, Arlo Guthrie, One Night. Arlo Guthrie's $19.99. The Versatile Impressions is $24.99. My Pledge of Love, Joe Jeffrey, is $19.99. And the Moody Blues, Long Distance Voyager, $14.99. Kiss Destroyer is sold for $10, and that's sold to Jeremy Rourke. Duran Duran's a $25 start. Let's see what's next over here in the New Orleans box right quick. I've got a couple here. This one has a little bit of damage to the sleeve, but I always know their stuff's pretty popular. The Cold, Never Alone. The Cold is going to go up for a $5 start. That's Never Alone. Thanks a lot. And then we have here Showman and the Thunderous Staccatos, and that's going to go up for a $5 start, okay? Next thing is how much was Alpha, and that was Asia, and that was $19.99. Nice U.S. press, inner sleeve, $19.99. Final call on Duran Duran for $25. I think I'm just going to read those titles that's left in there and then bring over another crate. I have a feeling there might be some new stuff. Let me grab my laptop right here and see what is in here. Okay, we've been through those, I know, before. Buy it now, best offer. And, oh, I forgot about all these sealed records here. I have a whole stash here of sealed records. I'm going to go put them right there. I need to put all this stuff right here. And there's this, and there's that. Looks like Tanner's heading out. And he said, yep. And in case y'all didn't know, that means yes. And did Slow Train sell? Let's see. Randy Klein says, any Dylan tonight? Did Slow Train sell? We have Dylan. I don't know if I've ever done a show where there hadn't been a Bob Dylan record. I don't know. You probably could go back. It'd take you a long time to watch every show I've ever done. But I don't know if there's been a night where we haven't had a Bob Dylan record. If we don't show a Bob Dylan record at least once, there's something wrong. Same thing for the Moody Blues. But no, that's a very nice copy. Original, $34.99. And then I'm kind of surprised this Jackson Browne didn't sell. That one's really nice. That one don't come in as often. And then we got Hall & Oates. We got the Kinks, New Edition, Heart, Little Richard, Huey Lewis, Harry Belafonte, the Beach Boys, Roberta Flack, Emerson, Lake and Palmer, The Best of Brea, John Cafferty, John Fogerty, Ian Matthews, Debbie Carey, Debbie Harry, Isaac Hayes, Fast Domino, Little Feat, Dolly Parton, George Harrison, Blood, Sweat, and Tears, Joey D and the Starlighters, Peppermint Lounge, Bobby McFerrin, John Fogerty, Little Richard, Angel, also Tom Cochran, Genesis, Deep Purple, Jackie DeShannon, Marshall Crenshaw, The Communards, Rita Coolidge, Marshall Crenshaw, Atlanta Rhythm Section, Melanie, also Arlo Guthrie, Blood, Sweat, and Tears, The Impressions, Joe Jeffrey, Moody Blues, and Asia, and Darren Meyer on Heart. Darren Meyer on Heart. That is sold to Darren Meyer. And then Melanie Jennings wants the Best of Bread with Guitar Man. Can't go wrong there. And let's pull that right here. Best of Bread. That is sold. And Michael Peevler wants the Dolly. Nice copy. And Shrink with Hop Sticker. Anybody else? Now, if you know you want to go ahead and just get it, let me know. But also, if you need a price check, let me know on that as well. So first, we have Showman sold to Robert Warner for $5. Duran Duran is a Japanese pressing for just a $25 buy it now. This here, this is a record I've sold everywhere from 15 to 25. And then if you get the right couple of Duran Duran fans watching, I've auctioned the same Japanese pressing for $75 and $100. So you can buy that one for $25. And now the Cold is a $5 buy now. The Cold is a $5 buy now. Chad, my department is paid. Meaning your invoice is paid. If so, thank you. And thanks to everybody. I really wasn't here Monday when invoices went out. As y'all know, I've been out of town. We left Sunday morning, Tuesday, and we got back last night pretty late. And I went straight to bed, and I've slept all day. And so I really hadn't got to see invoices. Ed texted me the numbers, but other than that, I really hadn't got to see much of what's gone on here. So probably I'll do all my catch-up tonight. Dylan was $34.99. Yes. And then how much was Rita Coolidge? I think her greatest hits there was $9.99. $9.99. New job, all good. Thank you as always. And thanks everybody for tuning in tonight. I'm going to get back into the groove. There's that if Randy Klein decides he wants it. And then let me figure out what was the other couple things in here. We sold Duran Duran, Rita Coolidge. And let me find that. It was probably, I don't want to speak. Well, this one here. This one was $9.99, Michael Curtis, yeah. And then who grabbed Cold first? Cold was grabbed by Rebecca first. Rebecca got Cold first, okay? That was a $5 buy now. If y'all change y'all's minds on those, just let me know. They'll be right here behind me. All righty. So there's those. And let's see here. Man, there's a lot. There's a lot here behind me I don't think that's been shown. Let's go ahead and grab this one. Just keep rolling with stuff here. Just like REO Speedwagon, just roll with the changes. Yeah, there's some great titles in this one. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, yeah. Let's go through this one right here. I like some of the ones in here. Of course, I'm just using my personal preference, but here we go. All right. Here we go, and let's do all new auctions, okay? All new auctions coming up right now. And let me grab this one. This one here is called $20 HORE Teenage Effin' Boredom EP. And we're going to put that one up for a $5 start, okay? That is a $5 start. That is a very interesting one, but it's going to go up for a $5 start. And then here's the Boss Martians on green vinyl. The sleeve on it's pretty raggedy, though. It's a pretty raggedy sleeve, but it is the Boss Martians on green vinyl. And that On the Rocks and the Boss Martian theme. $5 start on that. There's that. And now new LPs. Masters was fantastic. Monday was a little rainy. We got to still get out there, and I'm being told they will. They're supposed to send refunds, so that's good. If that's true, that'd be actually wonderful. And then Tuesday was probably the best looking day I've ever had out there. Perfect weather, and so yeah, perfect weather. Autographs? No, you can't ask. Only kids can ask for autographs at the Masters. It's one of those many strict rules they have. You can't ask for autographs. Only kids can, and they have a special area where kids can go into and line up. But no autographs. I was literally like elbow right next to Roy McIlroy and Scheffler and Koepka. We was on a tee box for the longest watching them tee off, and I was pretty close to some big names. Pretty cool there. Okay. We have Family Style. This is a sealed original Stevie Ray and Jimmy Vaughn, and that's sealed with hop sticker, a $45 start, a sealed original, no cutouts. Those are up for bids for $5 and $5. And let's go ahead and put up another Japanese press, and this is Bruce Springsteen, Tunnel of Love, a Japanese pressing, a $25 start. The Masters is as fun to not only watch golf. If you go as a practice round, it's not only fun just to watch, watch them practice and walk around, but just exploring the course and the concessions and just seeing the beautiful scenery. It's just an amazing. If you don't know anything about golf, you would be impressed by just how nice it is. I mean, they've got hundreds of acres, and there's not a dead piece of grass. It's all perfectly landscaped. I don't know what their budget is, but it's incredible. If you follow golf, you already know the secrets of the Masters. It's an incredible place to walk in. Just everything is perfect. John Lennon, Shea Fish. That's a greatest hits from John Lennon. That is $26.99. John Lennon's $26.99. We have Hear the Beatles Tell All. That's in shrink wrap, $19.99. That's on VJ. It's a spoken word like interview record almost from the Beatles. I think that's a later pressing, $19.99. The Beach Boys Surfing Safari, $19.99. Orange Capel label, The Beach Boys Surfing Safari, $19.99. Chili Whack is $9.99. Lights from the Valley, Chili Whack is $9.99. Also, live in LA, Joe Cocker. I've never seen this before. Gem Records Import, Joe Cocker, $29.99. That's new. First time I've ever seen that. And the greatest hits of the Guess Who in shrink wrap, American Woman, These Eyes, $19.99. Let's go back up the top and see what's going on. I put up $20 and I put up Boss, and that had bids for $5, and then $5, and then $5 over here again, and then $8. Autumn Bets bid $8 on $20. And that means Brian Call, you're out. Robert Warner says he's done. The Vaughn Brothers is a sealed original with hop sticker. That got a bid for $50, $55. Brian Call first on the Beatles. And next is Vaughn Brothers at $58. And we have Vaughn Brothers at $65. Can you get the reissue of the Vaughn Brothers? Maybe. If you want me to make a note to look for you, I can, but I'm not really for sure. So Boss Martian's a final call for $5. Rod Springsteen was a $25 start, $25 on that, and they're still bidding on that. We're going through new vintage arrivals, and like I said, this appears to be a very good crate with some titles I don't get to see as often. Like Bill Haley's Greatest Hits, $14.99. That's on the black MCA label, $14.99 on Bill Haley. And then Peter Frampton's $9.99, and that's called Wind of Change. Peter Frampton's $9.99, Wind of Change. Ted Nugent Scream Dream is $14.99, and Emerson, Lake and Palmer Brain Salad Surgery, $19.99. Calvin's out on the Vaughn Brothers. Brian D. Leon does have that for $65. Brian does have that for $65. Let's go ahead and sell that Boss Martians then for $5, and that was sold to William Dragovich. Thank you, William. That is sold to you. Springsteen's a final call for $25, and then this is a final call for $8, $20 with Autumn Bets, okay? Yes, going for the one, $19.99. Yes, going for the one. And Linda Ronstadt, Heart Like a Wheel. Linda Ronstadt is $9.99. Linda Ronstadt, Heart Like a Wheel, $9.99. Next is Alan Parsons Project, Vulture Culture, $19.99. And the best of Emerson, Lake and Palmer. We sold one of those earlier tonight, $19.99. The best of Emerson, Lake and Palmer. One more record here, and woo, this one looks cool. It's a white label promo. I've never seen this particular version. Really cool here. $34.99. It's a white label promo. The label says sample copy not for sale. It has a sticker I've never seen before and a promo sticker of Iron Butterfly Metamorphosis. Really cool there with Panera and Rhino Metamorphosis. I've never noticed that, or I didn't know they were part of the album. That's really cool. $34.99. Springsteen was a Japanese pressing of Tunnel of Love. It's near mint minus and pristine with inserts, and it has a high bid of $25 with Rod Bryan. 25 of Rod Bryan. Let's go ahead and sell this to Autumn Bets for 8. And then this is sold for 65 to Brian DeLeon. Thank you, Brian. We got Scott Blair on the best of the Guess Who. That's a few back, but that's sold to him. And we have the history of Eric Clapton, $34.99. The history of Eric Clapton, very nice. Great Clapton compilation, of course, $34.99. And another great album here, Big Brother and the Holding Company, Cheap Thrills, a beautiful 70s pressing, but it does have a promo sticker on the back. Very interesting to see that. It is a 70s press, $34.99. Bruce has a new bid for $32, so we're not done there. New bid for $32. New bid for $32 on that. I'm over here looking through my other sealed records I have tonight. I actually have another Vaughn Brothers that's sealed. It just doesn't have a hype sticker. I'll probably run that one in just a second. But here is a Iggy Pop, unadvertised. I'm going to go ahead and put it up right now for a $35 start. It's a sealed copy. It does have a cut corner, but it is a sealed Iggy Pop for a $35 start there. $35 start. And I'll be here the rest of the week. I haven't heard back. Well, I haven't got to talk to Paul, but I'm sure he'll be back in a couple days so he can get back to helping us price records and get things back into normal groove here. And I don't think I have anything in my near future that I'm not going to be here for until Metallica comes to town next month. So, as y'all know, it really bothers me to be away from this place. But I don't think there's anything in my near future until I think the first of next month. So I should be here a while. Iggy Pop has a new bid for $36. Here's our next New Orleans single. Now, unfortunately, yeah, let me see if I can get this. Okay, that one will come out. This one's got a little bit of moisture damage, so these sleeves, not only are they stuck together, this record is stuck inside of the sleeve here. There we go. So y'all know how some of these are. They're all the vinyl's okay. Some of them just may have like a little bit of moisture. These discs are perfect though, but this gatefold for the Los Cinco's is stuck together. Let me try to fix that dog ear there. That helped a little, but yeah, you might can work that apart, but it's pretty stuck together. So that one has some moisture damage. Los Cinco's, $5 start on that. Iggy Pop has a new bid for $36. Christopher, our new buyer, Christopher S., wants the Iron Butterfly, and Iggy Pop is at $36. And Brain Salad Surgery. Brain Salad Surgery is $19.99. It is a U.S. original. It has the original open gimmick cover. Nice. It has the book with it. The original Atlantic Cotillion inner sleeve. This is a beauty. It is near mint minus. I'm going to call it near mint minus. EX++ to be conservative. But yeah, that's a very nice copy there. Carmen on Brain Salad Surgery and with book. Definitely OG with the label I seen and that original inner sleeve. Next is Strange Brew, the very best of Cream. Great compilation here. Really nice records. Cream is $34.99, and Eric Clapton was here, $29.99. Next is Brain Salad Surgery, sold to Carmen Schartiger. Big Brother was $34.99. That has Piece of My Heart on it. And then we got Alice Cooper, and he goes to hell here. $29.99 on Alice Cooper Goes to Hell. Bruce Springsteen is sold to George Sambarez for $32. Iggy Pop is a Final Call to Brian Call for $36. Yep. And then Los Cinco's at $5. Foghat, Full for the City. This is the original album that has Slow Ride on it. Another beautiful copy there. Slow Ride, Take It Easy, $24.99. Let's put up another auction that Laura had tagged for tonight. I've been wanting to get to this since it's been in the hot picture. An 83 Japanese reissue of King Crimson Red. So a Japanese pressing of King Crimson Red, and this is an 83 pressing. The note on the back says, Sounds Killer. Laura play tested it for fun with insert OB EX++++. So yeah, your typical near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing is what I would call it. Laura went ahead and put EX+++++ to be conservative. Has the insert, and of course, I think for most people that work here, especially in the record pricing department, a fan favorite of, I know Paul's for sure. I think Paul might even say like his favorite album of all time. Definitely Laura gives it high marks. I give it high marks. And I don't know about John, but I don't think he's going to say anything bad about it. So that is a $35 start on that. Let the bidding begin. Stacy first on Foghat. That was a beautiful copy of that. D-Kong, you were second. Iggy Pop is sold to Brian Call for $36. Thank you. Sealed copy of that. Los Cinco's is a double 45, but it is a buy it now for just $5. If anybody wants Los Cinco's, that way I can grab all new stuff over here. And that's a $5 and $5 buy it now. Those are available. We have Warren Zevon, Bad Luck Streak and Dancing School, $34.99. King Crimson already has bids for $35. And the Doobie Brothers, another nice copy here. Textured cover, very clean, Toulouse Street, $14.99. And we have Gordon Lightfoot, Summertime Dream. Now, this one's always a quick seller when I tell everybody this is the original album that had Wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald on it, 1999. That is the OG release there with the Wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald. Let me go back and we got Friday night, Miles Davis in person at the Black Hawk, San Francisco. Miles Davis is a 1973 U.S. reissue in VG Plus condition. And this is volume 1. It's on this like Columbia limited edition label. And that's going to go up for a $15 start there. Next is King Crimson got another new bid for $38. EJ Berg first on Gordon Lightfoot. Stacy Metternich on K. And that was for something maybe. And then King Crimson $39.40. MT Matt second on Lightfoot. Pure Prairie League is $14.99. That one's called Firing Up. Stacy, was that K something I missed? And then, nice, Badfinger straight up. I almost classify this as an auction record now because it still hadn't seen a reissue. The last person in Badfinger just passed away, so they're all gone. And such a great group. Tragic history, but great music. Just fantastic. I mean, if George Harrison recommended them and signed them and did all that work with them, then that was that seals the deal for me. $34.99 on Straight Up Badfinger now available. And here is our next couple of New Orleans singles. Let's see what I have here in this New Orleans box. This one looks pretty cool for a $5 start. It is called Bop with the Rollovers. There's hardly anything on the label. Here we go. Bop with the Rollovers. Yep. That's a $5 start. Bop with the Rollovers and Teaserama. Teaserama was a $5 start there. So Jackie Reynolds first on Badfinger. Peter Mazzolino was second. King Crimson is now at 50, now 51. Miles Davis is a $15 start. That was for Gordon Lightfoot. You got it. Thank you, but you were second on that one, though. Next is Leonard Skinner. Give Me Back. Give Me Back My Bullets. That's on that tan MCA label, but very nice. Leonard Skinner there, $34.99. That was the only 3 crates of new vinyl, Jerry. It was technically it was 2.5 crates of Smashing Pumpkins into that other half crate. But no, or I've been out of town, there hadn't hardly been anything ordered. So there should be some like new releases show up tomorrow just naturally. And then whatever else I order tonight will be here by Friday. So I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Trying to knock out my purple juice here. A couple times on that trip, I could tell I had to flip-flop my sleep schedule, of course, and which is rough if you've been on night shift for like months, and then all of a sudden you got to be awake during the day. And I couldn't really get much caffeine out there on the course. They have just like Diet Cola. They don't even, there's nothing out there licensed. So it says Diet Cola, but I convinced the guy working there to tell me it was Diet Coke. But a big sporting event like that, and you can get a glass of Coke for $1.50, and a glass of sweet tea's $1.50, and sandwiches are like $2. The prices are crazy if y'all know that about the Masters. I mean, a typical sporting event, like you go to a Super Bowl or a big college football game, and a beer is like, I don't know, I don't drink, but I think they're what, like $12 or $9 or something there. They're like $4. And, of course, Cokes are like $6, $7 there. They're like $2. So, Marshall Bassett on Leonard Skinner. But you'll hear everybody walking around but like, man, beer's only $4. Savoy Brown, Hellbound Train. People would be walking out there with 3 and 4 of them. Savoy Brown, Hellbound Train. Savoy Brown is $19.99. And the Alan Parsons Project, Tales of mystery and imagination. Alan Parsons is $19.99. And we have Van Morrison, No Guru, No Method, No Teacher, $34.99. So let's update the King Crimson right quick. The most recent high bid is Bob Goodyear at $55. Bob and is at 5 and now 6. And Diego wants Savoy Brown. That is so to Diego. And Robin Trower, twice removed from yesterday. Robin Trower, $19.99. Twice removed for yesterday, $19.99. Miles Davis, I'm going to go ahead and make him a buy it now for $15. A 73 U.S. reissue, VG Plus condition. Robert, you're outbid on rollover. Bob with the rollovers. That's at 6 with Jim B. Final call on Teaserama. Hope everybody's done on King Crimson. Bob Goodyear has it for $55. We are about to sell that. Let's put up another sealed record. Let me see if I can get these off the front here. I just sold one, and then here's another opportunity. It's another sealed Vaughn Brothers, Stevie and Jimmy family style, another sealed original. Now, the last one had a hype sticker. This one does not. A $45 start. Miles Davis is sold to Darren Meyer. Thank you. Now, Bop is at 7. That's where we're at, and I appreciate everybody again for tuning in. It's only 7 o'clock. Going through our second crate of new arrivals tonight. $7 in limited shipping, as much as you want to buy. That's all week, and if you started this Sunday with Paul, that started. He did shows Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. I'm here for the rest of the week, and it's the same shipping cost. No different, Paul, whether Paul's doing the show or me. And Carbon Shark Tiger says he's bid $56 on King Crimson, okay? There's a new bid on King Crimson for $56 then. Spooky 2, this has got some great music on it. Evil Woman here. This is $19.99. Spooky 2, some great titles still left in here. Ben Diggert's in on the Vaughn Brothers at $45. And we have David Bowie, Station to Station, $34.99. 200, including Facebook and YouTube, 268 people watching right now. Thanks, everybody, as always. David Bowie's $34.99. Roxy Music and Shrink Wrap, $24.99 for Roxy Music. That's in Shrink Wrap, yellow Atco label, $24.99. Stevie Wonder Talking Book. Stevie Wonder is $29.99. That's called Talking Book by Stevie Wonder, $29.99 on that. And CCR's Cosmos Factory, another clean copy. Boy, that's an interesting label. Oh, it's Canadian. Printed in Canada. CCR, nice copy there. Okay, so there was a new bump on King Crimson for $56 with Carmen Shark Tiger. And then Vaughn Brothers $45. Jeff Malwitz on ST. And ST was for Spooky Tooth. I love that album. That's so to Jeff Malwitz. Vaughn Brothers $46. MT Matt was second on Spooky Tooth. Rebecca Howard over on YouTube wants the David Bowie. Vaughn Brothers $48. Vaughn Brothers $50. And now this is at 8. Did Robert go out? Robert, you did get outbid on Bop with the rollovers. It's currently at 8 with Jim B. Teaserama is a $5 buy now. And Bob Goodyear is out on the King Crimson. So, Carmen, you are about to get that. Ivan, you were third on the Spooky Tooth, it looks like. Yep. The Rolling Stones Emotional Rescue. The Rolling Stones Emotional Rescue with the poster. That's $39.99. And we have Steely Dan. Katie Lied. Looks like it's a U.S. original. Very clean copy there. $34.99. Also, let's sell Teaserama to Rebecca for $5. Robert's out on Bop with the rollovers. And that is sold to Jim B then for $8. We got Jefferson Starship Red Octopus for $14.99. And Chicago is $9.99. And which numerical was this? I think that's 14. Yeah, Chicago 14. $9.99. All right. How much is CF? And CF was Cosmos Factory, Canadian original, $34.99. Who is the other bidder? Calvin, you're outbid again on the Vaughn Brothers. This time Ben Digert has it for $50. And let me grab my next. Give me 1 second here. Let me grab our next New Orleans single. And that is going to go up right now. Let's see what's going on with this. One second, please. This is Nick Lowe, Dave Edmunds sing the Everly Brothers. That's from the New Orleans batch. That's going to go up for a $5 start. Just pulled that out right there. And then we have this one. Looks like there's some moisture damage. Let me see if I can get to the disc. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. Just a little bit of a stain right here, but it's the Cynics. Really cool artwork. The Cynics, No Place to Hide. The Cynics, No Place to Hide. Looks like there's an insert down in it too. Yeah, it has an insert with it too. The Cynics is a $5 start, okay? And now there is a new bid on King Crimson for $60. We're not done there. Waiting for Calvin on the Vaughn Brothers, but we will go ahead and sell Ben Diger, Chicago. Next is Billy Joel, Songs in the Attic. Billy Joel is $14.99 for Songs in the Attic. We have the Amazing Rhythm Aces, $12.99. The Amazing Rhythm Aces, $12.99. And two copies of two records left. Dean Martin is $9.99. And then Richard Pryor, Live on the Sunset Strip, $19.99. Richard Pryor, Live on the Sunset Strip, $19.99 there. Richard Pryor. All righty. So first thing we have is Kevin LeBeatty does want CCR. Somebody else had asked about it. I want to make sure they don't want it, which was, who had asked about this? Was it Kevin? No, it's Ron Cantrell. Ron, I'm assuming you're passing, so I'm going to go ahead and sell that to Kevin LeBeatty. Now Carmen's out on King Crimson Red, so that's a final call for $60. That's a $5 start, and the Cynics already has a bid with Craig for $6. I'm just going to read the titles that's left in here, and we'll go ahead and go to a new crate. Laura's working on the other new auctions for tonight. It looked like there was a huge backlog of just new records before Laura even brings a new arrivals crate up here. Of course, Paul's off today, and Laura will be marking a few things today. And then there's this huge backlog of other new arrival crates I don't think Paul ever got a chance to even get to. So we got a lot of new stuff to go through, and I'm going to try to go through a lot of those. If it gets too late, I may go ahead and start going through discount bins, and we'll just see where we end up. It's one of those nights where I'm getting into the groove, and it looks like I've got to spend a night just figuring out what's around me. see what's been shown and sold since I've been gone. So next is Ben Diger on Billy Joel, and let's sell that to Ben Diger. Then George Sambarez on Dean Martin. Let's go ahead and pull that. And then Andrew, you have King Crimson for $60. Now, it's yours. I'm actually about to sell it to you. I will show it again. It's an 83 Japanese pressing, near mint minus with insert and perfect cover. And it's about to be yours for $60. Unfortunately, I lost Calvin Ward on this. So let's go ahead and sell this to Ben Diger for $50. And now we have the Cynics is now at $7. And Nick Lowe's at $5. So, Craig, you've been outbid on the Cynics, but Nick Lowe is at $5. I'm going to read through these titles one more time. Let's go ahead and introduce a new auction. And the next new auction I have here is... I got a sealed for Randy or whoever asked about the Dylan records. I do have some sealed Dylans here. It looks like they're early 80s barcoded reissues, but they're sealed vintage copies. There is a barcode on the back, but I can just tell you it looks like it's an early 80s press, especially because of the barcode. And that's going to go up sealed for a $25 start. $25 start there. Let's read through these one more time. I've got John Lennon Shaved Fish, The Beach Boys Surfing Safari, Chili Lack Lights from the Valley, Live in L.A., Joe Cocker, Bill Haley's Greatest Hits, Peter Frampton Winds of Change, Ted Nugent Scream Dream, Yes, Going for the One, Linda Ronstadt Heart Like a Wheel, Alan Parsons Vulture Culture, The Best of Emerson, Lake and Palmer, The History of Eric Clapton, The Very Best of Cream, Eric Clapton Was Here, Big Brother and the Holden Company, Alice Cooper Goes to Hell, Warren Zevon, Bad Luck Streak and Dancing School, The Doobie Brothers to Lou Street, Pure Prairie League Firing Up, Alan Parsons Project, Tales of Mystery and Imagination, Van Morrison and Robin Shower. So Andrew Phillips, you do get the King Crimson for $60. That is sold to you. And that is sold. And then the next is the John Lennon Shaved Fish was $26.99. Of course, that was on Apple Records. $26.99 on that. Next is the Cynics has a new bid for $8 with Craig. Nick Lowe is sold to Tim Voldness for $5. Final call to get a bid on the Sealed Dylan for $25. Tim Voldness, you've been outbid on that. And then we had Roxy Music, Stevie Wonder, the Rolling Stones, Steely Dan, Jefferson Starship, Amazing Rhythm Aces, and Richard Pryor. The Alice Cooper Goes to Hell was $29.99, and it was with the original on her sleeve, an original, very nice. ST does want the John Lennon Shave Fish. Bob Dylan does have a bid for $25, and the only thing I didn't get to was Ted Nugent. Scream Dream, Ted Nugent, very nice cover. VG Plus, just a minor shelf wear on it, and clean vinyl, and that is $14.99. So, Tim, you're out on the Cynics. There is a bid on the Dylan. Now Tim's back in on the Cynics at 9. And we have actually, let's put up a sealed John Lennon. This is a sealed John Lennon Mind Games. It's a vintage reissue from Capitol Records. It does have a punch hole. Was a cutout record, but it's sealed and unopened. And Apple, or is this on? It's sometimes hard to tell. It may be an Apple press, SW3414, SW3414, but either way, it's sealed, and that's going to go up as well for a $25 start. The Cynics is sold to Tim Voldness for $9. Does anybody else want anything else in there? That was a great, that's a great vintage bin. There was some great titles in there, and we're about to do another one as soon as I find the next New Orleans singles over here. We're chipping away at a whole nother crate. Paul made a heck of a dent in this. And let's grab this next one here. And it looks like Laura's about to deliver some new arrivals. I'm also trying to text everybody back to see what kind of Masters merchandise they want. Because you go into the Masters shop and it is pretty overwhelming. And of course, you don't have phones, and everybody's trying to figure out what maybe you got to get, and then you're trying to figure out what you want to buy, and it's just a hectic place. I went in there 4 different times and bought way too much. But when people find out you got master stuff, oh my goodness. This is Percy and the, what is this? The Gallo bird, the Gallo, the G-A-O-L birds, the Gallo birds, I guess. That's our next New Orleans, and this is going to go up for a $5 start. That's up for bid right now. John Lennon does have a bid, and Bob Dylan's at 31. Bob Dylan's at 31. And now our next New Orleans single is another one from The Cold. Oh, this one's got a pretty interesting cover. Usually they have a picture of the band. Missing Hitman, The Cold. And that is maybe the front there. The Cold is going to go up for a $5 start. There's that. Okay. If not, I'm going to bring over another crate. I can almost condense this one with the other one. It's pretty close. I'm going to try my best. That way I know where everything is. Let me see if I can go ahead and get all these together. If you change your mind, you're like, you know what, Chad? I'm going to go ahead and take everything that's left in that entire bin. Just go ahead and ring me up. I'll do that too. But in the meantime, all those are right here behind me. And let me grab the next new vintage bin here. Oh. Also got some tremendous sunburn, so I have to be careful what I bump up against. My arms are roasted like hot dog. And my face, which I used to play golf myself quite often, almost like 3 or 4 times a week. And I'd say in the last year, I haven't played at all, so where I'm here so much now. So that's the most sunlight I've gotten in, gosh, I don't know, I hadn't hardly been outside, as you can see, in the sun in a long time. And I'm usually about 10 shades darker just where I play so much golf. And the sun pretty much roasted me. But it's not too painful. It's not too painful. So let's jump over here. Let me check one more thing here. And let me see what this guy said. Okay. So first thing we have is the Jailed Percy and the Jailbirds. GAOL evidently means that. First thing we have is new bids. Sorry. Okay. So Bob Dylan 26, Bob Dylan 30, Bob Dylan 31, John Lennon 25, Percy 5, Bob Dylan 35, the code 5, Bob Dylan 36, Bob Dylan 40, Bob Dylan 41, Percy 6, the code 6, the code 7, Bob Dylan 45. And we have John Lennon at 25. And that's with ST, and that's a sealed apple pressing. I will not let Seth anywhere around me. James Gang passing through 1999. James Gang passing through. Very nice copy. 1999. More new vintage arrivals here. Let's knock some of these out. There's James Gang passing through for 1999. Also, we got Run Rig, the Cutter and the Clan. That is $14.99. And Uriah Heep, Demons and Wizards. Uriah Heep is $19.99. This appears to be that first press with the Unipack design. Oh, yeah, very cool here. It's got kind of a gatefold. The first press on these Uriah Heep had kind of a Unipack design. The code's now at 9. What about Percy there? Percy's at 6 with Tim Voldness. The first bid on that was Robert. Also, Styx Cornerstone. Styx is $19.99. And Jan and Dean, Dead Man's Curve. Jan and Dean is $9.99. Dead Man's Curve. We have the Pretenders Learning to Crawl with Shrink and Hop Sticker. It advertises middle of the road, back on the Chain Gang, 2,000 miles. Really cool that. $24.99. And Tommy James, Christian of the World. There is some pretty bad spine damage on Tommy James. No condition notes on the vinyl, $14.99. The sealed, John Lennon, just one bid for $25. That's sold to ST. Thank you, ST. That is sold to you. Let's keep scrolling through here with some new vintage. And Styx, Paradise Theater. Very nice. $19.99. No condition notes on that. Steve Miller Band, Children of the Future. Steve Miller Band is $19.99. Marshall Bassett on the Pretenders. New vintage arrivals here. Sticker price, new arrivals. And then Bob Dylan's at $50. Now, Laura just delivered the rest of the auctions. I said Laura was on her way up here. That was with the rest of tonight's auction. So I basically just got delivered an entire crate of new auctions. So let's start chipping away. We've got all night to sell these, and I'm pretty much not signing off until they all are sold. I'm going to go ahead and introduce this one. I'm going to show you what hadn't sold tonight. Maybe try to go ahead and get those sold and pretty much say we have started fresh with our auctions. A ton just got delivered. Here's our first one. And this is going to be a low start typically for what we sell these for because there is writing on the cover. This is from the Connery collection. He wrote his name there and there. But this is an OG Poison with the poster. Near mint, a $25 start. So Poison, look at the vinyl. Just like most of the stuff in this guy's collection, it is near mint minus. $25 start on Poison. It does have the lyric poster with it. So it's complete with the insert. He wrote his name just on the back and in the front and then with the label maker. But that is a perfect copy. If you can look past that, typically if that wasn't on there, this would probably sell close to 100. We'll see what this one brings just with a little bit of writing, but it's a $25 start. Next is Todd's out on Bob Dylan. That's a final call for $50. Robert's out on the Code. We're going to sell that to Tim for $9. And then he's out on Percy. And Robert had that for $7. Let's go ahead and sell that to Robert for $7. And then Steve Miller is sold to Ivan R. Going through new vintage stuff here. Command Performance, Jan and Dean is $12.99. Jan and Dean's $12.99. And then Bruce Springsteen, Greetings from Asbury Park, $19.99. The Best of Jethro Tull, $19.99. Musicians Union, The Best of Jethro Tull, $19.99. Eddie Cochran, Great Hits. Eddie Cochran's $19.99. Poison has bids for $25, $28, $28. And Deep Purple, Come Taste the Band. Gatefold, very nice. Has the original inner sleeve, $34.99. I think this is an original. Yeah, original inner sleeve with that one as well, $34.99. All right, when I come back, I'm selling the sealed Dylan for $50. And let's go ahead and introduce something else here. And we have Nuggets. I'm going to go ahead and run that one. Thank you for the water. I need that. I almost died of dehydration a couple times out there. All I was drinking was sweet tea, chicken salad. That was my diet for the last 2 days. Chicken salad and sweet tea. Bob Dylan, that's a sealed copy. Early 80s press. That's sold to Brandon for $50. I've got another sealed Dylan to run here in just a second. But man, this looks really cool here. Nuggets. An essential record here. Original artifacts from the first psychedelia era, 65 to 68. This is really cool. And this is a 1972 U.S. Santa Maria original. It does have promo stickers, but it's not a white label promo, but it does have promo stickers. VG++. Let's go ahead and start it for $45. This is Nuggets, VG++, $45 start. There's both Electra inner sleeves, gatefold cover, and this is essentially a compilation of just great psychedelic music. Nuggets, that's going to go up for a $45 start. Poison's at $35, tied with Rebecca and Andrew. They're both tied at $35. Steve Miller Band Sailor. Steve Miller Band again for $19.99. Nice. Bad Company, self-titled. Bad Company is $24.99. Bad Company's $24.99. And Rainbow, Difficult to Cure. Rainbow's $29.99. Steely Dan, Pretzel Logic. Gatefold, ABC label. Very nice, $44.99. Nuggets has bids for $45 and $45. Now Poison's at $38. Let's see what else we have over here with our New Orleans collections. This is Hysteric Narcotics. Electric Children Flexi Disc. Okay, very interesting one here from the New Orleans collection. It's a Flexi Disc. Hysteric Narcotics Electric Children Flexi Disc. A $5 start. That's now up for bid. A $5 start. And then also over here in the New Orleans batch, we got the Saturn V featuring Orbit. The Saturn V featuring Orbit. And give me 1 second. And this is going to go up for a $5 start. This is Saturn V. And the flip side is Give Her Lovin'. $5 start on that. That is now up for bid. Also, we have Aerosmith Rocks. Aerosmith is $26.99. Aerosmith Rocks, very clean with the original inner sleeve. We have Steve Miller Band, Fly Like an Eagle, $19.99, and Dusty Springfield's Golden Hits. That's in shrink wrap. That's a, wow, that's a UK? That's not a US label. If it is it? If it is, I don't see that one too often from Phillips. What a cool red label here. Interesting. Dusty Phillips, $24.99. And we have Deep Purple Machine Head, $34.99. $34.99 Deep Purple Machine Head. All right, so let's update both auctions. Poison got up to $38 with Rebecca, and then Nuggets got two $45 bids, another $45 bid. Ivan picks up yet again another Steve Miller. Now, was that, no, excuse me, that's ST. Now, ST, was that for Steve Miller Sailor or the classic Fly Like an Eagle? Let me know which one he might have already had. And then Poison got a new bid for $40. Nuggets, $47. Hysteric got a $5. Nuggets, $50. Saturn, a $5. And Poison, $41. So pretty much everything has new bids, and we have a couple claims that I've already pulled, and then possibly a tie or a double there on Steve Miller. This is the Pretenders Extended Play, $19.99. It's got 5 tracks on it, $19.99 for the Pretenders. And by the way, every vintage LP in here, I've looked at almost every disc. I am greatly impressed with the condition. Same thing here for Argent. Yes, very nice. That's the original album that has Hold Your Head Up, their big hit single. Argent, that is $19.99. ST wants Fly Like an Eagle. So Sailor's still there. So Poison's now at $42. Nuggets is at $50. And then Robert has both 45s at $5 and $5. The Hit Sound of Dean Martin, that is $9.99. No condition notes on anything in here. Nice. I love the Salmon Brothers because you get 2 full albums in one. Their first album and their second album. Complete, full length. And that's a really nice copy. And I think a lot of this possibly is from some of that new stuff that they bought yesterday. I don't know. I don't even know where it's at in the back. But so far, everything looking here really nice. We got Aerosmith Rocks back in the saddle again with D. Kong. That is sold. And we have Derek and the Dominoes, Layla. What another nice copy here of Layla. Red Polydor 2. Another nice copy, $34.99. And we have the Byrds, Hey, Mr. Tambourine Band. It looks like it's a 70s press. It is, which means it's not a first press, but it's super clean and shrink. $24.99. Poison get new bids, but we're moving Nuggets. After a lot of different bidders, I haven't heard anybody say out. Nuggets is a final call for $50. Robert still has the bids on these. So, Robert, those are sold to you for $5 and $5. The Almond Brothers is $34.99. Or think about it as $17.50 each for the other two. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second and try to finish off this purple energy drink I'm chipping away on. Give me 1 second. All right, I'm back. Had to text back Tanner right quick. I've been with him the last 3 days, but all of a sudden when we get back, there's like everything to get update business-wise. And we didn't speak much of pretty much Coletco the entire time we were there. I think we both needed a mental rest. But it's already, he's been here all day basically. Already getting my new monitor set up. I don't know if y'all can't really see it, but right up in front of me, there's like a screen now mounted on the wall, and I got pretty much a wireless camera that's mounted here on the table, so there's no cart behind me anymore. So it's a really cool setup. They've been here, I think, all day working on it. Here's our next New Orleans single, Western Hits. No Good For You, Fresh Haircut, Guess What, It's You, and Tell Ya Baby. And we have Lou Millet. That's a couple, looks like rockabilly ones there. $5 and $5 on that. Let's go back and figure out where I left off. Next thing is AB Price on almonds, $34.99. Poison has a new bid. And let's go right over here. And ST wants Eric Clapton, Layla. Kevin says, what is Polydor Derek, US, UK? This is a US here. Kevin Kavarock. It's $34.99. If you don't want it, it looks like ST does, so that's sold to somebody. Bonnie Raitt, 9 Lives. Bonnie Raitt is $9.99. Jerry Lee Lewis, The Session, recorded in London. Jerry Lee Lewis is $29.99. And The Who, the kids are all right. They're not the kids. They were kids pretty much in that picture, but this is The Who, the kids are all right, $44.99. And Journey, Looking to the Future. That's one we don't get very often. And this is $34.99. ST, you do get Derek and the Dominoes. Okay, here's what we're going to do on Nuggets. I'm going to go ahead and sell it after a lot of bidding and a lot of interest. It is now officially sold to ST for $50. He also just got the... what the other one? What was the other one? The Layla I just pulled out, sorry. And now we have Poison. And yes, Poison is an 86 US specialty. If you don't look at the writing on the cover, everything about it's near mint minus. The vinyl is beautiful. It has the poster lyric insert. It is a really nice copy. Unfortunately, though, it's from that Connery collection. But the vinyl is a stunner, okay? Now, I meant to do this earlier. I'm going to show you the auctions that hadn't sold tonight if anybody wants to make an offer. Some of them's already kind of like these Japanese pressings. I typically don't take any less than 15, and that's like the bare minimum, because if you went to like order some of these, it would cost you more in shipping to get it. Typically shipping on like one Japanese record, if you order it from a Japan seller, is like $22 or $24, maybe as little as $17, but that's getting rare now with everything, with all the current prices. So Corey Hart is a Japanese pressing for just $15. That's sold to Brandon Johnson. I still got Venus and Mars for $35. I got the Best of Uriah Heep for $35 and Santana Inner Secrets for $35. If anybody wants to buy those, go ahead and let me know, or you can make offers, okay? There you have it. Did Comedy write on the LP label or sleeve? LP. On the Poison. Let's go check. I don't think, maybe. He usually did. Let's see here. It's a black label, so probably not. Not on side one. No writing on the label. He just wrote his name on the front, the back, and then he used the old vintage label maker there. But just on the back and the front and the label maker, as featured in Seinfeld. Okay, it looks like those are getting bids. Now we're going through new vintage arrivals. Laura is just dropped off the rest of the auction, so she's probably officially starting to price stuff. So we'll have some more new arrivals there in just a second. Okay, but right now we have the Beatles story, a narrative and musical biography. This is on the Apple label, $39.99. We do have an offer on Santana for $25. Leslie, you got it. Let's sell that to Leslie for $25. Poison has new bids, and right now Tim Voldness has these. Let's go ahead and sell MT Matt Heap for $30. I'll do that. I probably wouldn't have took any less than that, but that's sold to you for $30, and that just leaves Paul McCartney there. All righty. Now, I did have more Japanese stuff. Pretty much, though, we have this full crate of stuff that Laura brought me, so I don't want to forget about any of that. I usually use these Japanese pressings for warm-ups, but I'm going to try one more at just a $15 start. Crosby, Stills, and Nash Allies. That is a Japanese press with insert, near mint minus, a $15 start. And it looks like Tim Voldness has these for $10 and $10. And we also had an offer on Paul McCartney for $25. I'll do that since you bought Santana as well. So we'll say $50 for both, $25 and $25. Let's keep going through these new vintage arrivals. Aerosmith Draw the Line, $26.99. Aerosmith Draw the Line, $26.99 on Aerosmith. And we have Blue Cheer, Ventris Eruptum. This is a skyscraper label, which means Phillips, which was reissued on Mercury, but a nice copy. As y'all know, a very killer classic album. This is a 70s reissue, but a very nice 26. Christopher, you just missed Paul McCartney. Let me make sure I don't have another one. Sometimes I have 2 or 3 of those. No, I do have other McCartneys here, but no, not on that one. I need to run this other Sealed Dylan too. Man, we got a lot of auctions. I better keep going through crates and go through crates and keep going through crates. MT Mac got Aerosmith. Brian Wilson. John's got in some really great vintage stuff here. I mean, just great titles. I wish y'all could have seen some of the other ones we've already shown if you just hopped on. $19.99 on that. ST on BC for the Blue Cheer. And now what happened on Poison? Poison's a final call to Chase Arnold for $53. Final call. Both of these singles are at 11 and 12. 12 on Lou Millet and 11 on Western Hits. That's where we're at. And then final call on CSN for $15. Brian Ferry, we have Let's Stick Together. Brian Ferry is $24.99. Let's Stick Together. Also, Bruce Hornsby in the Range. That's just the way it is. $24.99. Beautiful copy. Yep. Fantastic copy. 24. Leslie's in on CSN for $15. And Steely Dan, another copy of Katie Lied, $24.99. Wow, that's a great price on that one. And we're about to sell Poison, and Robert's out maybe on both auctions. There is a new bid on Western Hits for $13. I might have missed a bid there on one of them, but Lou Millet is a final call then for $12. Another Steely Dan, Royal Scam, $34.99. Wow, back-to-back classic Steely Dan albums. The Rolling Stones' Dirty Work, that's $34.99. Sandy Quick on the Katie Lied, KL, that's sold to Sandy. And Sandy gets Katie. And CCR, that is their self-titled album. Wow, nice copy. Wow. This monitor is really helping me because it's broadcasting on my monitor HD, what y'all would see the actual resolution if y'all were streaming in 4K or whatever this is broadcasting in. So if y'all, as long as y'all have got a good connection, I'm actually up here above me, I'm getting to see a full screen visualization for the first time ever since I've been doing this of what y'all actually see. I usually don't know what y'all see. The camera's usually over my shoulder, and then the monitor I have behind me is behind me, so I don't get to see a lot. So this is pretty cool. I get to see kind of what y'all are seeing. When I'm showing the vinyl, I can actually see, you see this mark? And we have Stevie Wonder, Inner Visions, $29.99. Sandy also gets the Rolling Stones. And then we have Steely Dan, Katie Lied. The catalog number on this one, was ABCD 846. ABCD 846. Kevin LeBady on CCR. And now let's sell some auctions. First is Lou. Lou is sold to Tim Voldness for 12. He also gets Western Hits for 13. And then we got Poison. And Poison is officially sold to Chase Arnold for $53. That is sold for $53 to Chase Arnold. And let me get the disc turned the right way. There we go. And now Leslie Silverly got CSN for $15. Okay, all new auctions coming up right now. Bruce Hornsby is sold to Susie Breedlove. Ryan Eaton was second. And the Doobie Brothers, what were once vices are now habits. Another rainy day, another something, another Sunday. Okay, wow, I'm going to read off some of the auction titles. Lincoln Park. Is this XT? Who is this? No, who is this? Oh, Kendrick Lamar. Wow. Never seen that one before. Kendrick Lamar, Grateful Dead. I also just confused XTC and Kendrick Lamar. That might be on completely different levels. Grateful Dead, B.B. King, Bob Dylan, Pink Floyd, Deep Purple, Rainbow, Jimmy Rush and Frank Zappa, Taylor Swift, Fred McDowell, Miles Davis, Albert King, Grateful Dead, Velvet Underground, Beatles, CCR, Marvin Gaye, Led Zeppelin, AC/DC, Otis Redding, Grateful Dead, Tin Machine, that one's cool. The Music Asylum, Plan 9. What exactly is this here? Plan 9, I guess that's the artist. Isn't that a label too? BOC Quad, Talking Heads, The Smiths, and that's just 2/3 of them. We still got Golden Earring, 21 Pilots, James Luther Dickinson, Led Zeppelin, Talking Heads, Elderberry Jack, Blues Comp, a 12-inch single of Funkadelic, and then a couple things here, plus other sealed records and more Japanese. So let me take a deep breath, get my oxygen back, and pull out Bob Dylan, and let's go ahead and see what's going on. We just sold a CCR, so let's run a CCR, okay? And we have the Freewheelin' Bob Dylan. This is a 1963 Terre Haute original with the original company inner sleeve, VG Plus, just a $25 start. The Freewheelin' Bob Dylan, VG Plus condition, a $25 start. It has the original Columbia inner sleeve with it. Looks like at the top, somebody did apply some tape to help strengthen the spine. It since has been maybe removed and then re-added horizontally. So just some old tape residue. Other than that, just a little bit of wear there. It is a 63 US original though. Nice, blowing in the wind. $25 start. I love not only the cover, iconic, but that Volkswagen bus there. I always thought that was so cool in the foreground, background, whichever. CCR, Green River. This is a 2014 press. It's a US reissue from 2014. It is sealed, $15 stars. So we sold Bruce Hornsby. ST got Stevie Wonder. And then what is the number on the other Steely Dan? The other Steely Dan is the Royal Scam. That also should be the first label. It is AB931. Beautiful vinyl. A little bit of wear up here at the top. Other than that, it's really nice, $34.99. Price and condition on the Doobies, that's $14.99 for the Doobies. Original inner sleeve, fantastic vinyl, $14.99. So there's Dylan, there's CCR. Let's grab some new New Orleans singles and see what we have here. And boom, 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 boom. 1 second, please. We have the Fancy Lads. And let me see what this one here is. We're almost to the bottom of this box. It's got to that kind of point where there's almost just like scraps in here. And I'm having to cipher through, like, here's pretty much the handful left in this crate of 45s. Let's do this one. The Flat Tops, Rock and Roll Romeo. The Flat Tops, that's a $5 start. And then maybe this one here. Yeah, Tan Punks on boards. The sleeve is a little chippy. Okay, it's a little chippy. It's got lots of chips in it and split. But that's Tan Punks on board, $5 start. That's an empty sleeve, empty sleeve. Those are empty sleeves. That one looks pretty water damaged. We might bundle some together. That's a nice cold. We've already sold. There's Rocky Erickson. It looks like it's kind of water damaged though. We're going to do a lot here together. That one's kind of water damaged. These two are stuck together. Freak Beat. We'll sell that by itself. We'll throw a random Elvis in there. A red flexi disc, that's an empty sleeve. That's an empty old vintage picture sleeve. There's another flexi disc. That's all old sleeves. Those are $5 starts. And then, let me see what else is in here. This one looks pretty water damaged. We'll put it in an auction lot. This pile I'm making right here will be a lot. I'm going to do in just a second. That's an empty bread sleeve. Empty loaf of bread there. Here's a random Jayhawks, and that is the bottom of the bin. So there's a random Jayhawks. Let me toss those sleeves. And I think there's that. And we're about ready for a new box. Yeah. Okay, so that's going to all be sold together in just here in a second. Now, the most recent is Bob Dylan, 25.25. Joe said he will take the doobies. Dylan, 29.30. And we have Flat at 5. And we have CCR at 15.16. Dylan, 31.35. So Tan Punks on Boards is a $5 start. The Flat Tops has a bid. CCR has bids. And Dylan has bids. Okay? And it looks like we got one more code we'll do, and then we'll sell that lot. And hopefully, I can track down. I'll walk through the back, and I'll look for a box. It's like, man, where's all the New Orleans singles at? And I don't know if they've gotten buried, but there is still some boxes behind me that I never got to. But I wanted to go dig a fresh one from the back. If Ted Nugent is SE64004. This is FE36404. It is. Sell this to Sandy Mile. And that's so to Sandy. Okay, now I'm just going to read what's left in here one more time. We got some auctions going. And I think y'all remember bringing up this crate a couple days ago. And, or I guess on Thursday or Friday when I had one of my last sales. And now it's completely empty. And that is completely empty after we sell these last few here and do that lot. So there's that. And that one was over here on the shelf. Yep. And there might be a few more next to it. So here's what we're going to do, though. Let me update all these auctions. The sealed Dylan's now at 18. The sealed CCR is at 18. Dylan's at 38. Flat Tops is at 5 with Leslie Silverly final call. Tan Punks on Boards is a final call for 5. I'm going to read through these. If anybody wants a price, let me know. Christopher, since these are new arrivals, I'm going to keep them all right now sticker price. We do have James Gang passing through. Run Rig, the Cutter and the Clan, Uriah Heep, Demons and Wizards, the Sticks Cornerstone, I'm putting the in front of Sticks again, Jan and Dean, Dead Man's Curve, Tommy James, Christian of the World, Sticks, Paradise Theater, Jan and Dean live in person, Bruce Springsteen, we have Jethro Tull, Eddie Cochran, Deep Purple, Come Taste the Band, Bad Company, Self-Titled, Rainbow, Difficult to Cure, Steely Dan, Pretzel Logic, Dusty Springfield, Golden Hits, Deep Purple, Steve Miller Band, The Pretenders. We got Argent, Dean Martin, The Byrds, Mr. Tambourine Man, Allman Brothers was $34.99, Bonnie Raitt, Jerry Lee Lewis, The Who, Journey, The Beatles, Brian Wilson, Brian Ferry, also Steely Dan, The Royal Scam, and I don't know if I actually showed this. It's The Best of the Animals, $29.99. It's a 1987 pressing from Abco, digitally remastered, 100% virgin vinyl. All right, so the Flat Tops is sold for $5 to Leslie Silverly. That means the Tan Punks on Boards is a $5 buy it now. And we have the Bob Dylan, a final call for $38. And CCR was sealed. We were tied at 18. And ST, you had it for 18, and Leslie, you had it for 18. Y'all never did break that tie. Technically, Leslie, you're out, and Natasha said she's done. It's a sealed 2014 press. And this, so y'all know, Dylan was a 63 U.S. original stereo, and that was a final call for 38 to Tim Graham. The other bidder did say out. Just want to make sure we were done on those. And now what I'll do is Bonnie was 9 live. CCR has a new bid for 20. Here is that stack that y'all just seen me sort through. $5 start, all this New Orleans stuff. We have the Jaybirds. It doesn't have a sleeve, very dusty. The Jaybirds Brea, just an empty pitcher sleeve. It don't matter to me. Jimmy Ritzler saved the 7-inch. It is water damaged. A Flexi disc here. Chills, Miracle Legion, Dave Kinsworth. Dino Desi and Billy is an empty sleeve. This red Flexi disc. Ooh, Depeche Mode. It's Depeche Mode. Sometimes I wish I was dead. Depeche Mode, King of the Flies. It's Depeche Mode, a red Flexi disc. I would have sold that maybe by itself. Elvis, Santa Claus is back in town. We have Freak Beat, Submarine Prophets, and others. The Fancy Lads and something else here that stuck together. And then this was the Janitors. It's water damaged. Rocky Erickson's water damaged. When I say it's water damaged, the sleeve is. And then the Psychotic Turnbuckles, it's water damaged. And then here's the ones that hadn't sold tonight. Tan Punks on boards, Los Cinco's, Nicotine Spiral Surfers, and Seeger Liberation Army. All those are being sold together for a $5 start. $5 start. Next comment was new bin on CCR for $20. How much was Sticks Paradise Theater? That was $19.99. Sticks Paradise Theater is $19.99. Bundles at $5.7 and CCR is at $21. That means we can go ahead and sell Dylan to Tim Graham for $38. 10 gram gets this for $38. Thank you. That is sold to him. Now we have bundle at 7, 10, 8, 10, 11. That should get a lot of bids, and that is literally everything left in that batch at least. Next is we had a request for Albert King to go up. Let me try to find Mr. Albert, and we'll put up Albert. Let's see what kind of pressing it is. It's a 1998 US EX edition, a $25 start. And this is Born Under a Bad Sign. It is a Sundazed 1998 pressing. $25 start on that. In here, the other Sticks is $19.99. Yep, both Sticks are $19.99. We have Pat Fratt wants the Paradise Theater. That's sold. Bundles now at $20. And did I miss anything else? I don't think I have, okay? We'll let that one go for a second. I'm going to swap out crates unless there's any more pulls I need to do. Let me mute my mic for 1 second. I'm going to take a drink of this. And here we go. I'm back. Did I unmute my mic? Yes, I did. Okay, good. All right. Second here. Okay. Now, shipping to Canada. Shipping to Canada is done at cost. We have several Canadian customers, actually a lot of Canadian customers, a lot of international customers, and all international is done at cost. Oh, here's another one. Girl Trouble. Girl Trouble, it feels like the label is stuck to the sleeve. There's another one going in there. Water damage sleeve, that's going in there as well. So I just added an additional record. What was I about to do? New crate. Let's see what we got over here. I think I'm going to do one more crate like this and then probably jump. This one might have been shown already. What did that note say? These 5 crates. Okay, no, this one hadn't been shown. I was about to say there's too many good titles still left in here. Let me see what's underneath it too. I was about to say there's no way that one's been shown. And then let's check on this one here. Yeah, either one of these are going to be good. Let's do the one that was on the bottom and go from there. I need to check. I never leave these in the bin. No, I'm pulling out an Abbey Road. I never leave Abbey Roads in the crate because I never sell those unless we know what version it is because it can get quite complicated. But yeah, there's some great titles in here. What label's that? Okay, that's OG label. I'm going to leave it in there. Some great stuff here. Here we go. All right. And then Albert King 21, 26, bundle 35, Albert King 38. And then I guess we can sell that CCR. I've almost forgot about it back here. And CCR, the last bid on that that came in. Leslie went out, and that was after a bid of 21 with ST, and they were tied for the longest. So ST gets this sealed CCR for $21, and Albert King's at 30. Now, we do have an ad running on Facebook advertising We Buy Record Collections, and man, it's getting a lot of activity. Not only leads, I believe, but just people following our page and messaging us. They saw the post. So if anybody out there new is watching and you've run across an ad and you have followed our page, now you've seen where we went live tonight. We do this every night selling records here, and we also buy collections all over the country. So if you saw the ad and you have records for sale, we're obviously the one to call. We can travel, pay cash. We can handle any size collection. Even if you think you want a substantial amount of money on it, we might be highly interested. If you have a small collection and it's really good stuff and you're pretty close to us, we're interested as well. But we'll travel, especially anywhere kind of from the Midwest over east. We will go to the West Coast, but it's got to be a heck of a collection. We've had some people reach out to us before, like in Oregon and Seattle, and, you know, it's just got to be something incredible because that's like 3 days just driving from Tennessee. But if you're out there and you have something you want us to buy, send us a message. Paul will take care of you, and he'll probably schedule time to come look. It's just got to be worthy of our time. It's got to be worthy of the logistics. There are a lot of people that's like, hey, I have a collection for sale, but they're in like Michigan with 120 records, and we just can't take off and drive up there. Now, you can ship them to us. You can come down here, and we'll buy them, but for us to travel to you, it's got to be a heck of a well-curated, you know, top-end collection. Albert King is a 1998 Sundazed reissue. This is not OG. It is near McMinus, and it has a high bid of 35 with Nick Bargeron. The 45 bundles at 38 with Rebecca. 38 with Rebecca. I'm also about to do our next New Orleans 45, which is the Cold. What we just sold one earlier. What did I do with it? Here it is. This one had a pretty nice sleeve, it looked like. The Cold, and that's going to go up for a $5 start. Missing Hitman. And if you're here to buy, you don't have to be pre-registered. You just purchase whatever you want. You can bid on anything you want. We've already had 2 first-time buyers tonight. We've already got them registered. That's all they have to do is just send us their information, and they're good to go. Let's go through this crate here. These are new vintage arrivals, priced as marked. Never been shown. First come, first serve in the comments. James Gang Thirds, textured cover original, $19.99. Nice. David Bowie, Scary Monster, still in shrink wrap. It's on the black RCA label, $34.99. Final call on the bundle to Rebecca for $38. Robin Trower for Earth Below was $19.99. And Van Morrison, Inarticulate Speech of the Heart, Van Morrison's $34.99. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. I was just talking about Abbey Road. Here's one that was actually advertised for tonight, and I figured I'd go ahead and run it right now since I just pulled another one, but I don't think the other one will be ready for tonight, just saying. We always have dozens of copies, but you have to research them because they can get quite confusing. Here's this one. We have the Beatles, Abbey Road, a 1971 U.S. Winchester VG++, a $25 start. It is a 1971 U.S. Winchester, and this is the Beatles Abbey Road VG++, a $25 start on that one. We have David Bowie, first sold to ST. That is sold to ST over on YouTube. MT Matt was second. Rebecca was third. Tales of Mystery and Imagination, Edgar Allan Poe. This is the Alan Parsons Project, $19.99 on that. And Savoy Brown, Street Corner Talking. Savoy Brown is $19.99. Street Corner Talking. And Leonard Skinner. I've left this in the bin. Always an auction record. The original label, Sounds of the South, $64.99. The first 2 Skinner labels, the first 2 Skinner albums was on this original label here. Sounds of the South, $64.99 on that. The bundle just got a last-minute bid for $40. Wow. I was about to sell to Rebecca. Rebecca, you just got outbid. The Cold just got 1 bid to Robert for $5. And now Albert King is sold for $35 to Nick Bargeron. That is sold to you. D-Kong got the Leonard Skinner. Now the bundle's at $42. Rod Bryan, you've been outbid. And the best of Alan Parsons Project Volume 2. This is in shrink. There's some residue on the shrink, which probably isn't that bad of a deal. It could probably be cleaned off. Does have the original inner sleeve. That is the best of Alan Parsons Project Volume 2. I don't know if I've seen that one as often. $19.99. And we have Linda Ronstadt, To the Beat of a Different Drum. And that's a reissue of some of her early music when she was with the Stone Ponies, $9.99. Final Call on the Beatles for $25. The next auction is going to go up right now, and it is Fred McDowell, as in Mississippi Fred McDowell, the Alan Lomax recordings. And this is a 2011 US, which is an original for this release, with insert a $15 start. Abbey Road is a 1971 US Winchester, 1971. There is a bid for $25, another bid for $25, and another bid for $25. The very best of Richard Pryor, $14.99 for Richard Pryor, and yes, and the name of this album is called Yesterdays, which is a compilation. Fantastic looking vinyl there, $19.99. What label's Alan Parsons? I'm assuming you mean this one here. It's on Arista. It is the official label. It's got a dog-eared inner sleeve. We can try to flatten that out right quick. The inner sleeve does have the lyrics. And yeah, it's on Arista. Very nice. $19.99 on that. Now the bundle's still getting bids, $45, now $50. But Rod says he's out. I'm actually going to leave the inner sleeve behind the jacket, and maybe that'll help flatten that out just a little bit. It did get dog-eared on that one. Next is Jeff Malwitz on Yes. That's so to Jeff Malwitz. Now the Beatles has jumped up to $30. Lots of bids on that. And Chili Whack. Chili Whack is $9.99. And the Beatles at the Hollywood Bowl. We always have this in Japanese pressings. And the U.S., even though it's not by no means a rare album, it's a really nice looking copy there. $34.99 on that. $34.99 on that. Also, we have John Lennon, Walls and Bridges. That's an original with the die-cut gimmick cover. Whatever gets you through the night, $26.99. So he's out on the bundle. So it looks like Rebecca has those for $50. It's a final call. The last bid on the Beatles is with Mike Torres for $30. And Mississippi Fred McDowell is just a $15 start. Fred McDowell. And as of right now, there's no bid on that. No bid on that. Let me jump over here and see what I have coming up in this next. I think here's a stack of loose New Orleans stuff where I was almost done with a crate. I might do another bundle, actually. Maybe. There's quite a bit in here. Patti Smith. I think this was like the rest of maybe another box, and it might make good for another bundle before I bring out another box. Because, yeah, I think this is where I was cleaning out a platter pack, and we got down to like the last of a box here. And there may even be another handful in here. So sorry, I'm trying to chip away at some stuff I already have here on my table. And then there is some in here. Let me try to sort them right quick, and we'll see what happens. Let's go ahead and sell this bundle, though, which this bundle is going to be everything from this one on the bottom, Tan Punks on Blondes, up until Girl Trouble. So that's the bundle, and it's officially sold to Rebecca for $50. Mississippi Fred McDowell has a bid for $15. ST does want John Lennon, and now the Beatles has a new bid for $32. Let's see here. There's that. Let's see. I'll go ahead and put that in the bundle. Some of these could have been sold individually, but they were kind of some of the leftovers of the remaining batch here. The Inhalants, Patti Smith, might make good for another great bundle. I've already kind of flipped through them, but yeah, there's that empty sleeve record, Bruce Springsteen, Gene Chandler, and a red vinyl. Yeah, so here is some more that we'll sell together. Let me start right here. I'm going to read the titles. $5 start, and I believe this is where I had the rest of a platter pack left over that we just never did finish up with. The Sun Demons, which is sealed. That's a $5 start. The Californians. That looks like an older record there. Windsor, maybe not, but the Californians. Patti Smith Group, it looks like it has maybe some damage, but not too bad. Patti Smith, the Inhalants, an empty Buddha sleeve. This is artistic as hell. Roy A. Looney. The Rolling Stones, Beast of Burden. Paul Humphrey and his Cool Aid Chemist. The Lost Minds. Handyman, Theme from a Summer Place, Teenage Sonata, Rock and Roll Gang, red vinyl here of Lost Waxons, Gene Chandler and Barbara Acklin. That is a Yellow Brunswick label promo. Bruce Springsteen, Pink Cadillac. This is Drunk on the Highway, Jabberwocky, Riley McOwen, Ramblin' James, and the Billy Boppers. That one is stuck together with something else. And Kamala and the Carnivores, girl band. Kamala and the Carnivores, girl band. Okay. So all that for a $5 start. Mississippi Fred McDowell, 15. The Beatles, 32, 35, 42. Bundle 10, 18. Beatles out. So, George, you have Abbey Road for 42. Mississippi Fred McDowell is at 15, which is a final call. And now the next new arrival in here, which is the Rolling Stones. Get your yayas out. $34.99 on the Rolling Stones. Steely Dan, Countdown to Ecstasy. Steely Dan is $34.99. Countdown to Ecstasy, and Humble Pie, Go for the Throat. Humble Pie is $19.99. The Doobie Brothers, The Captain and Me. The Doobie Brothers is $14.99. The Captain and Me, $14.99. And the John Lennon Collection, $24.99. The John Lennon Collection. That's a greatest hits. That's a really good one there. And Warren Zevon, look at the hype sticker on this one. In shrink with hype, $39.99, and in the Ridge Runner sleeve, it looks like a bullet. Contains the hit Werewolves of London with a silver bullet. That's really cool. $39.99. OG Warren Zevon there. And Yes Drama, $19.99. Some great titles in here. And for what I'm all seeing, very high grade on the vinyl. $19.99. This bundle's now at $21 with Robert Warner. $21 on that bundle with Robert Warner. Fred McDowell got a last-second bid with Tim Voldness at $16. Leslie, you're out. But George Samberes does get the Beatles for $42. Now, let's start a new LP auction. Let's go ahead and grab this Linkin Park and see what's up with this. Wow. Boy, look at all this here. This is a 2013 U.S. Linkin Park limited edition metallic gold, a Hot Topic exclusive that was limited to 1,500. $125 start. The cheapest right now on Discogs is $200. The cheapest on Discogs right now is $200 plus shipping. Some of them have sold for as much as $450. Linkin Park Meteora. There's a little bit of a crease going on up here. Does have a little bit of damage back there on the back. It looks like the top right corner is dinged, but not bad whatsoever. Plus a pricey record. Some of them sold for over $400. That is a $125 start, Linkin Park Meteora. Bundles get new bids, so is Fred. Tim Voldness, you're back out on Fred. She bid 17, bundle 22, and we have possibly spam on YouTube or Facebook. I'll work on that right now. Give me a second, but first, let me keep rolling through this crate and see what's going on here. And hold on a second. Okay. I'll work on that in just a second. First thing, next thing is Lynyrd Skynyrd Nothing Fancy. $34.99 for Lynyrd Skynyrd Nothing Fancy. Really clean copy there. And we have Savoy Brown Jack the Toad, $19.99. So Linkin Park, $125. Fred McDowell's now at $20. The bundle's at $23. That's still getting bids. A period of transition. Van Morrison. Van Morrison is $34.99. Van Morrison, $34.99. And Robin Trower, Victims of the Fury, $19.99. Bonnie Raitt, Nick of Time, $19.99. $19.99. Steely Dan, if the number is ABCX779, and see the cover. Steely Dan, that was Countdown to Ecstasy, $34.99. This is ABCX 7. This is AB779 on the label. MCA Records. I don't think that's the true first pressing of that one. It is a vintage copy. Nice jacket, though, $34.99. Fred McDowell still getting bids. New bid on the bundle. And the Byrds, Younger Than Yesterday. The Byrds is $24.99. Younger Than Yesterday. Here is our next auction. It is Frigid Pink, House of the Rising Sun. It is in the Parrot original inner sleeve. $5 start on Frigid Pink, House of the Rising Sun. It's the U.S. press and the Parrot sleeve. $5 start on that. Argent Argent's $26.99. It's in shrink wrap. It's their self-titled album, $26.99. Fred McDowell is sold for $22 to Tim Volden. It's Leslie's out. Sandy's passing on the Steely Dan. ST wants the Birds. And Lincoln Park is a buy it now for $125 if anybody wants it. We have managed to fill up a new full crate here of mostly vintage LPs. Fantastic. Let me slide these right over here. And now let me grab a new empty one to fill up. That is full. And we have a new empty crate here. Let's start working on that. The bundle's still getting bids. We got 3 active bidders. Lincoln Park is $125 buy it now. Metallic Gold, Meteora, $125, and Craig Weatherford's all over that. I mean, if you want to buy one right now, it's going to cost you well over $200 on Discogs. So not bad at $125. Nice pickup there, Craig. Excuse me. Thank you, and that's so to you. Let's go ahead and put up 2 new LP auctions here. Let's go ahead and run this Kendrick Lamar. It is 8 o'clock, and I'm going to try to start knocking out some of the more rare and higher-end stuff. First thing is this, a 2016, limited to 2,000 signed copies, exclusive available through Kendrick's web store. This barcode only matches the release of the album, so we know it isn't a scribble on the cover. So, wow, that is signed by Kendrick Lamar. Wow. So, this is a limited edition signed copy, VG++ EX, a $45 start. So, signed. A 2016 US, what is the actual album called here? Untitled, Unmastered. Untitled, Unmastered. And it's a limited to 2,000 signed copies, exclusively available through Kendrick's web store. This barcode only matches the release of the album, so we know it isn't just a scribble on the cover. So what Laura's trying to say here is she's confirmed and matched it, and that's his signature there. I know it just looks like somebody wrote their name, but not just anybody wrote their name. Kendrick Lamar wrote his name on the cover. That's signed. $45 start. The Frigid Pink is a $5 start. Kendrick Lamar already has bids. The bundles are down to 2 people. It looks like Rod Bryan and William Dragovich. Rod, you're out. William has it for $26, and Robert Warner says he's done. Let me show a few new LPs in a new auction. We have The Pretenders, and The Pretenders is $24.99. The Pretenders is $24.99, and Frigid Pink has a bid for $5. Styx, The Grand Illusion, Come Sail Away With Me, nice, and with the poster. I saw the poster in there too, $24.99. Wow, never seen it. Must be a foreign copy. James Gang, Newborn, definitely some sort of import. Yeah, German press, James Gang, $29.99. Kendrick Lamar's at $47. This is America Holiday, $9.99 on that. And Wanted, Richard Pryor. This is the first night I've shown 3 Richard Pryor albums, and so far none of them have sold. Here's another one, 2 LP, Richard Pryor, $24.99. $24.99. And Dean Martin, The Door Is Still Open to My Heart. Dean Martin is $14.99. The bundle's now at $27. Also, we have the Amazing Rhythm Aces, Toucan Can Do It. Amazing Rhythm Aces is $12.99. Our next LP is The Grateful Dead, Skull and Roses. The Grateful Dead is a 1971 U.S. Pittman original. It is VG minus, though. It is an original, but it is VG minus. That's going to go up for a $15 start. Michael Ruttman on Richard Pryor, that's sold to him. Joe Salamo on the Dean Martin, that's sold to him. Arnold Adams on America, that's sold to him. Kevin LeBeatty on Styx, that's sold to him. Frigid Pink just got 1 bid, that's sold to Tawana, that's sold to her for $5. And now Kendrick Lamar is at $50 and now $51. And give me 1 second, please. Give me 1 second, please. Okay. All right. So I had to verify something before I took any more bids. We're good to go, though. Frigid Pink, Chuck Haley, you were second. Kendrick Lamar has new bids. Kendrick Lamar has a new bid for 70, and now the bundle's at 28, okay? And Grateful Dead's a $15 start, and that does have a bid. Moving on, Peter Cetera is $14.99. One more story. Sorry, I had to take care of some behind-the-scenes stuff over here. Peter Cetera, $14.99. Just verifying some bidders and people. Make sure it's everybody's good to go. Billy Joel The Bridge is $14.99. We also have Jethro Tull Heavy Horses. Jethro Tull is $19.99. Heavy Horses for Jethro Tull. This is a nice Chicago. I love hop stickers. Chicago's Greatest Hits, $24.99. Has the track listing. The bundle's now at $30. Kendrick Lamar's at $75. Elton John Blue Moves is $24.99. And Jefferson Starship, this is called Spitfire. It's at $14.99. Kendrick Lamar is at $60 with Sandy Mile. It's already at $75 and now $80. Grateful Dead's a final call for $15, and the bundle's at $30. Ben Doggart does want the Peter Cetera. That is sold to Ben Doggart. Thank you, and that is sold to you, Ben Doggart. Now, that was a great crate. I think it's definitely worthy of another read-through right quick. But before I do that, let me go ahead and say the Grateful Dead is about to be sold for $15. It is a VG minus copy, just FYI. And Ben Doggart on Chicago. That's sold to Ben Doggart. Grateful Dead now at $16, now at $15, and Kendrick Lamar is at $85. A signed copy. It is autographed, and it's a pretty limited edition deal. $2,000, sold through his web store. Just letting you know where that's at. And then Ben Doggart on Billy Joel, and that was called The Bridge. Grateful Dead has new bids again, 15, 16. Let's go ahead and grab the next single over here. Here's my next little batch I'm working on, just to give you an idea. I've had these kind of over here next to me for a while. I'm about to start chipping. I think there's some random New Orleans stuff in here. Also other records, and like this. What is this? Erase Errata. Numbered. It's a picture disc. The longest record music series, live at the Eagle Tavern. Erase Errata. I'm not for sure, but it's about to go up for a $5 start. I see some Hootie and the Blowfish and some picture sleeves. We're going to start chipping away at this little bunch. This is technically the next batch of New Orleans. Just chipping away at some of these and probably maybe bundling some as well. We got Kendrick Lamar at 100. The bundle has a new bid. And now the Grateful Dead's at 17, and we're tied. All right, now I'm going to read through these vintage titles one more time and let you know where we're at on these. Okay? Some great stuff. And I think there's another crate over here. I'm about to get into some discount stuff. I don't know if these crates here have been gone through either. I think this might be... wow. I mean, no, there's no way. Yeah, we still got... We can keep showing new stuff, honestly, which is what I prefer to do. So I think y'all prefer to see new stuff as well. We've got all night to get into other stuff. So plus we got tons of auctions. I'd rather be showing our newest stuff while we're auctioning off all these records. Let's just read these titles. If you want a price, let me know. James Gang Thirds, Robin Trower for Earth Below, Shrink with the original sticker. We got Van Morrison, Tales of Mystery and Imagination. Savoy Brown, Linda Ronstadt, The Best of Richard Pryor. This one's still available, $14.99. The Best of Alan Parsons Project Volume 2. We had Chili Whack, The Beatles, The Stones, Humble Pie, The Doobie Brothers, John Lennon, Warren Zevon, Yes, Leonard Skinner, Savoy Brown, Van Morrison, Robin Trower, Bonnie Raitt, Steely Dan, Argent, their first album, James Gang, The Pretenders with Brass and Pocket, Maze and Rhythm Aces, Jethro Tull, Elton John, Jefferson Starship, and now a final call on the following auctions. The New Orleans bundle here, a lot of different stuff. There's loose records, empty sleeves, water damaged, etc., etc. Final call, and this bundle is a final call. And it is with William Dragovich at $31. The bidder before was Rod Bryan. And Rod, just so you know, you've been outbid. That's at $31 with William Dragovich. This Erase Errata picture disc. The Erase Errata picture disc. The last bid on that was $7. Grateful Dead, which was an OG VG minus. The last bid on this was ST at $20. And then we need to tell the complete details of Kendrick Lamar again. Kendrick Lamar is a 2016 U.S. original, which was limited to 2,000 signed copies. And right here on the front is where he signed it. 2,000 signed copies, Kendrick Lamar. It was a website exclusive, and the high bid on this is $120 of Manish Puri. Autographed, signed, limited edition Kendrick Lamar. Definitely not in print. I don't think you can buy those anymore on his website signed. If he did something like that right now, they would sell out instantly. I guarantee it. Erase was at 7, and then first new claim in here was ST on the best of RP, which was the best of Richard Pryor. That sold to ST. Next is Beatles condition. Was there a Beatles in here? I saw where somebody... Hollywood Bowl, yeah. Hollywood Bowl does have a punch hole cover. It does have the original under sleeve, and yes, it's EX++ near minus $34.99. I did see where somebody wanted Bonnie Raitt. That's Tim Graham. Price on AP2. That was $19.99, I believe. Yep, in shrink, $19.99. Finley. Kenny Cates, you were second on RP. And the Leonard Skinner that was in here was Saturday Night Special. Nothing fancy with Saturday Night Special. MCA, that's the first label too. That should be OG, $34.99. Tim, you did get Bonnie, and now Robert on the Beatles. All right, so the bundle has a new bid for $32. William Dragovich, you're out. Kendrick Lamar is now at $155, and the Grateful Dead is the final call then because Leslie went out. Grateful Dead's at ST with 20. All right, busy crate there. Lots of great titles. I've got plenty more new stuff to go through. Plenty more. Here is, I was about to introduce a new auction, but I can't. Richard Sawley said he will take the Leonard Skinner. That's sold to him. And we've already sold Jay-Z. Jay-Z sold earlier at auction. All right, we've already sold that one tonight. Don't get a lot of his stuff, and that one was gone. Okay, let's grab another new vintage crate. Let's keep going right here. Also, there's a couple... It looks like Iron Maiden and Anthrax came in. That's new stuff. I may have to tag those right quick before I do anything else. But let me see what's in here. Yeah, let's go through this bin here, or maybe this one. Boy, this one looks really good too. John's making this hard on me. Let's go through this one right here. We'll keep the stacks. I hadn't jumped around. I've really wanted to because I see great titles in every different crate. And there's that. All right. And what's the one on top of the bundle? Kamala and the Carnivores. Kamala and the Carnivores is the one on top. We're selling that entire bundle there. They're still bidding. And next, we have Grateful Dead. And this is sold to ST for $20. The Erase Errata picture disc is officially sold. Erase Errata. And that was with Robert at 7, it looks like. Yep, Robert Warner. That sold you for 7. And then... we have this here. Where are we on Kendrick Lamar? Manish has it for $165. Manish has it for $165. So we're not done, but that is the most recent high bid. $165 on that. That's where we're at. That's where we're at. Natasha said she's done. And now let's put up another new LP. Let's jump over here and let's see what's going on with this Taylor Swift. A 2016 U.S. reissue. I think the first one is technically a Record Store Day release, which sells for huge money. And I think the standard release is technically a reissue. I think the Record Store Day version is the one that sells for big money. I may be wrong. We've only ever had one, but I think the true OG of this album is up there in the thousands. This is a 2016 Near Mint and Shrink, and that's a $15 start. Are we done on the bundle? It was down to 2 people. William has it for $33. I haven't heard back from Rod Bryan. We hadn't sold Tin Machine either. Our next single is Ray Campy, King of Texas Rockabilly from the New Orleans collection. He's going to go up for a $5 start. New vintage arrivals here, priced as marked. Let's go through here and see what we have, okay? First thing I have is the Moody Blues. They've been checked off already 3 times to there. Moody Blues 7 Sojourn, that's $14.99. Taylor Swift, though, is 2016. This is $19.99. New Monkeys. New Monkeys, $19.99. New Monkeys, $19.99. No condition notes on that. The bundle has a new bid for $35. William Dragovich, you're out. Van Morrison Wavelength is $34.99. Manish is about to get Kendrick Lamar for $165. Eddie Money paying for keeps, $14.99. And we have John Lennon, Double Fantasy. John Lennon is $19.99. Double Fantasy. John Lennon is $19.99. Double Fantasy. Also, we have Alvin Lee XR5, RX5, Alvin Lee. Alvin Lee is $19.99. Now, William Dragovich, you've been outbid on the bundle. Also, we have Darlene Love, Paint Another Picture. Darlene Love is in Shrink, $19.99. The Deluxe solo album from Darlene Love, $19.99. Tim says he's throwing a flag. He bid $7 first on the 45. I bid 7 on the E45. Let Robert bid again. And then Eddie Money. Okay. So I think what he's trying to tell me is I said this was sold for $7. And he's trying to tell me he had 7 in first about 5 minutes ago. And what's just true. Tim had 7 on this. Robert had 7 on this. And Robert, that is a fact. So technically, you're out. Let me know. We'll retract that one and put it back up and say y'all are tied at 7. And Robert, you're out. William's done on the bundle. This bundle is officially sold for $35 to Rod Bryan. And that was everything from the Sun Devils to Kamala and the Carnivores. So all those are sold. He says he's out, so let's keep it sold for 7, this time to Tim Voldness. Ray Campy is tied at 5. Rod Bryan, you've been outbid. Taylor Swift's now at 20 with Natasha. And then we have Kendrick Lamar sold to Manish Puri, and this is sold to Manish Puri for $165. That's sold to Manish Puri for $165. First claimant here was Eddie Money to George Samberez. That's sold to him. The Carpenters, Voice of the Heart. The Carpenters is $9.99. We have America for $9.99. And we have Dave Loggins, Apprentice and a Musical Workshop. Please come to Boston in the springtime. Has a demonstration promo stamp on the back as well, $14.99. Let's put up another LP auction, and this is Tin Machine with David Bowie. Boy, we don't get this very often. David Bowie is a 1989 U.S. Specialty Original, VG++, EX-, and Tin Machine is going to go up for a $45 start with David Bowie, an 89 Specialty OG. $45 on that. We have Rockabilly at 7. So that's Ray Campy. Taylor Swift's now at 21. Mental as Anything. Mouth to Mouth. $19.99. No condition notes. Yes, Manish, you got the... you got the Kendrick Lamar for $165. Yes, that was sold to you. We have Alarm Strength. Alarm is a gold stamp promo, $24.99 on Alarm Strength. Also, Aerosmith, we've already sold one tonight. Here's another one. This one has some cover damage on the back, $19.99. Tin Machine has really taken off. We have the Ray Campy record out with him being Robert. So Rod Bryan, that's sold to you for $7. And we have Van Morrison TB sheets. Boy, this is one we don't get as often. And it's a gatefold on Bang. Nice, $36.99. Tin Machine, lots of bidding. Taylor Swift's at 21. Going once, going twice to Andrew Eisensmith. Now we're ready for more singles. Let's see what else we have in here. Does this one go with this one? Nope, that's an empty sleeve. We'll put that in a bundle. Maybe working on my next bundle here. Got some random... This looks interesting here. The Tempting Temptations Little LP. Never seen anything like this before. It's not in the right sleeve. I don't know if it even, what kind of sleeve it would have came in. What an interesting Temptations record. The Tempting Temptations Little LP, 1966. The Girl's All Right With Me, Just Another Lonely Night, and Don't Look Back. That's got 3 songs on it. This one has My Baby, Since I Lost My Baby, and Girl, Why You Want to Make Me Blue. And that's the Temptations, a 6-track, 33 or 45. I don't know what speed it plays at. Definitely something from the New Orleans collection. $5 start on that. Taylor Swift got a new bid for $22. Tin Machine, lots of bidding still. I can't even keep up. And then we got Sherry Darnell on Van Morrison. Sherry Darnell gets Van Morrison. And we have Amazing Rhythm Aces, Burning the Ballroom Down. That's $12.99. Moody Blues is $24.99. Caught Live +5. And John Fogerty. John Fogerty is $19.99. Nice. Boogie with Canned Heat, $39.99. And Original on Liberty with the original inner sleeve, nice. Boogie with Canned Heat, $39.99. That's always a cool record. Tin Machine has jumped up to $125. Taylor Swift at $23. Boy, we got a lot of T's on the board. Taylor, 10, and Temptations. Let's see here. I'll make that in a bundle. I'm working on the rest of... There is some nice records still left in here. Here's another Rockabilly, it looks like. Rock Around with Paul Peak. That's going to go up for a $5 start. Tin Machine is VG++, EX-. Back to the new arrivals vintage bin, Focus 3. Focus is $26.99. Gatefold does have the die-cut lettering there. The Carpenters, I always call it the Envelope album. I think it's technically self-titled. The Carpenters is $9.99. And Gloria Estefan, Let It Loose. Gloria is $14.99. And the Cars, Door to Door. The Cars is in shrink wrap, original inner sleeve. That's a nice copy, $34.99. Tin Machines at $125. And America Hearts. America is $9.99. Alvin Lee Rocket Fuel. Alvin Lee 10 Years After. $19.99 on that. Tin Machine is a $19.89 U.S. Specialty Original. Yeah. Music on Vinyl had that in print for the longest, but just not any time recently. So, yeah, that is a U.S. Original. It's at $125. Taylor Swift's now at $23. Everybody else is out. Final call to get bids on those for $5 and $5. Mother Focus, $19.99. We had a Japanese pressing of this the other night. This is Mother Focus, $19.99. And we have the Amazing Rhythm Aces, Toucan Can Do It. Amazing Rhythm Aces is $12.99. Tin Machine has new bids for $125, now $135. And the Allman Brothers, Brothers and Sisters, the Allman Brothers is $34.99. Brothers and Sisters. Also, we have the Carpenters, Close to You, $9.99. Another Carpenter there, Close to You. All right, let me jump over here right quick. Let me click on this and this. And give me 1 second, please. Okay. What's next here? Mothers. Mother Focus. That's sold to Slicker Van Slyke. Thank you. And now I'm going to make these 45s a buy it now. The first one I have here is the Temptin' Temptation 6-track like EP deal. That's going to go up as for a $5 buy it now. Rock Around with Paul Peak is going to go up for a $5 buy it now. And then Mike Massey wants Mental as Anything. Mental as Anything. Yep. That's sold to Mike Massey. Thank you. That's sold to you. Tin Machines now at $155. Canned Heat again, live at Topacana Corral. That is $19.99. And now Taylor Swift is officially sold to Andrew Eisensmith for $23. That's sold. Tin Machines at $155. We got a battle right now down to Fred and Thomas. Kelly Vladerchek says she's out on that. All right. Next thing we have is... Let's see what else we have over here in the LPs. Let's check out another Grateful Dead LP. This is a late 70s U.S. Winchester reissue. The exact year is unknown, but based on the labels, it was likely 1978 or a little later, pre-barcoded. EX edition, just a $15 start on the Grateful Dead. So, Fred, you're out on Tin Machine. Next thing we have here is the Cars Panorama. That's in shrink wrap, $24.99. The Cars Panorama. I forget about this album. The Cars Panorama, $24.99. And Eddie Money, Where's the Party? Nice clean copy of that. No condition notes, $14.99. And the Fabulous Impressions, $34.99 for the Fabulous Impressions, $34.99. Also, No Sweat, Blood, Sweat, and Tears. That's $19.99. And The Best of Melanie, a 2LP compilation from Buddha Records, $19.99. Got to make sure Fred's out on Tin Machine. He says he's done. We're about to sell that Grateful Dead, just a $15 start. I'm working on our next couple singles over here to put up for $5 starts. I'm chipping away. I'm actually in a batch of New Orleans stuff. We got Slowdown. It's Jack Earls. This is going to go up for a $5 start. And on Blackjack Records, We got Bill Fadden and the Silvertone Flyers. That's going to go up for a $5 start. Mary Wants Blood, Sweat, and Tears. That's sold to Mary Miles. Also, Head East, self-titled. Looks like a caution or a road sign. $19.99. And Heart, Dog, and Butterfly. Top loader, extremely clean copy. That's $24.99 for Heart, Dog, and Butterfly. Hall & Oates H2O is $19.99. Tin Machine is sold for $155 to Thomas Hujar. Those are $5 starts. Also, the Osmonds, the Proud One. Boy, I don't know if I've seen that Osmonds album before. The Proud One, $9.99 on the Osmonds. And Elton John, 11/17/70, $19.99 on Elton John. Very clean, great live album there from Elton John. And Gordon Lightfoot in shrink wrap, If You Could Read My Mind. Very nice, $19.99. Big pickup there from Thomas. First thing we're going to do might be the auction deal of the night. A buy it now on a Grateful Dead record. Very clean at EX, just a $15 buy it now. Looks like it might have a little bit of discoloration at the top, but nice and clean for just a $15 buy it now. Final call on those 245s for 5 and 5. And now our next auctions are going to be put up right now. Let's see what's going on with this Plan 9. And then let me pull something else out of here that looks pretty cool. And pretty cool to me would be this AC/DC record. So this is Plan 9. Keep your cool and read the rules. Very interesting looking cover here. It's a 1985 US. It's a Garage Psych album with insert Plan 9. Keep your cool and read the rules. It's on Pink Dust Records. It also has an insert with it. $25 start on this. Has an insert here with it. Plan 9. It's a Garage Psych album. Very interesting. I don't think I've seen that before. $25 start. And then here's AC/DC for those about to rock. I think y'all know the rest. Unfortunately, though, it is a low-grade record. G condition, which is good, which is less than VG minus. Because of that, just a $5 start. Next is Gary Wellman picking up the Grateful Dead buy it now for $15. Ryan Eaton was second. Mark Berger wants Elton John out of the bin. Scott third on Dead. Jason fourth. And we have Plan already has a bid. And Robert did bid 5 on Jack, which is Jack Earl, so we're about to sell that. The Bee Gees, that's $9.99. Also, Dave Clark 5's Greatest Hits, $9.99. The Bay City Rollers' Greatest Hits is $9.99. And John Cougar Mellencamp, in shrink with hype, that advertises Crumbling Down and Pink Houses. Authority Song, $24.99. AC/DC's at $7. Nat King Cole at the Sands Gatefold, very nice, just $12.99 on that. Should be the first label. Nat King Cole at the Sands. Streets I Have Walked, Harry Belafonte, $9.99 for Harry. Jethro Tull Benefit is $19.99. Very clean copy there, $19.99. Tawana on BCW, and that's Bay City Rollers. That's sold to Tawana Bennett. Also, we have Jack Earl sold to Robert for $5. And if anybody wants Bill Fadden and the Silvertone Flyers, it's a $5 buy it now. A few more records in here. Billy Joe, Nylon Curtain, Shrink and Hype. Nice copy, $14.99. And back-to-back Billies. Here's Songs from the Attic, $14.99. I'm going to go ahead and take our sold stack of 45s right around the corner. That was a lot of 45s we've already sold tonight, especially with those couple of bundles in there. Those are sold and sold. Those are now gone and gone. And I'm just going to read everything that's left in here one more time. And we have first Chuck Haley on Dave Clark 5. Let's go ahead and sell that to him. That's their greatest hits. Gary Wellman on Billy Joel. And he said he'll go ahead and take both. Plan 9 has bids for $27. Another $27. Final call on the G graded copy of AC/DC, which is now at $7. Okay. There we have it. And Plan 9 is tied at $27. Looks like Edwin Blom was in first on that. Okay. Let's see what I have here. Give me 1 second. And one second, please. Sorry. I think our feed, it's weird where our feed gets shared and promoted nowadays. I don't understand how it happens, but I think sometimes I even see comments that y'all can. I'm like, how did this happen? So sorry, but I think I've got it under control. If I keep taking pauses tonight, there's been a lot of weird comments pop up, and they comment on other videos too that like aren't even live right now. So I'll go ahead and block those too. So sorry if I'm pausing every few seconds tonight. That's why. And now we have almost a clear board because I'm selling AC/DC for just $7 the Jeremy Rourke, and now Plan 9's at 40. And I'm about to put up new auctions right now. And the first one I have is this Funkadelic, which is a 1999 US original promo only single of By the Way of the Drum. And this is going to go up for a $10 start, By the Way of the Drum. And it's got multiple different mixes, technically 6 different mixes. Funkadelic is going to go up for a $10 start. That's now up for bid. Plan 9's at 41. And now our next single here is, boy, this is interesting. Mother Maybelle Carter, Introduction to Your Auto Harp. And it's a Sears promotional type record. Don Sellers Incorporated, 1965. Mother Maybelle Carter. That's a $5 start from the New Orleans batch over here. And we have Peter Schilling, Major Tom, Coming Home. And that's a very nice in the original sleeve, Electra, $5 start on that. If you hear something in here you want a price on, just let me know. If not, I'm moving right into another bin at this moment. So give me 1 second. And the first thing I have here is the Moody Blues 7 Sojourn. I'll pause there to answer Thomas's question. This is an 85 US original. 85 US original garage psych record. We have Moody Blues, New Monkeys, Van Morrison, John Lennon, Alvin Lee, Darlene Love, The Carpenters, America, Dave Loggins, Alarm, Aerosmith, Amazing Rhythm Aces, The Moody Blues, John Fogerty, Canned Heat, Focus, Carpenters, Gloria Estefan, The Cars, America, Alvin Lee, Amazing Rhythm Aces, The Allman Brothers, Carpenters, Canned Heat, The Cars, Eddie Money, The Impressions, Melanie, Head East, Heart, Hall & Oates, The Osmonds, also Gordon Lightfoot, Bee Gees, John Cougar, Nat King Cole, Harry Belafonte, and Jethro Tull. Funkadelic is a final call. It has one bid for $10. Plan 9 is at 51, now 60. And Peter Schilling and Mother Maybelle both have bids for 5 and 5. Now, this crate is going just right here behind me. And so if you change your mind, you're like, dang it, Chad, you know what? I messed up. I should have went ahead and bought everything there. Just let me know, okay? And I'll say deal, and you've got everything in there sold to you. No problem. We'll just put your name on every single one of them. Let's go ahead and go through this next vintage bin here and see what we got. Very excited to see what they bought in that collection. I think I posted that this morning. Yeah, I did. So very excited to see what's in there. I'm pretty sure most of it's still in the back and boxed up, and they're already pulling some things out tonight that's being auctioned. But that's always exciting. When we have a new collection, that means we're about to have an influx of new auctions. First thing I have here is a beautiful copy of the Allman Brothers Eat a Peach, $39.99. It's on Capricorn Records. It looks like a beautiful jacket. And we have another New Arrivals bin and another New Arrivals bin. And this is a beautiful copy. Allman Brothers Eat a Peach, 2 LP, of course, gatefold with the insert. That's a nice copy, $39.99. The Alan Parsons Project, I, Robot, $19.99. The Who Hooligans is $34.99. And Bad Company is $19.99. Also, we have Mott the Hoople Live for $19.99, and Live Cream Volume 2 is $34.99. Here's an update. Plan 9 had bids for $60, $65, $61, $75. Next new comment is D. Kong wants the Allman Brothers. That is sold to D. Kong. Peter Schilling is sold to Fred Cardinale for $5. Robert Warner got Mother Maybelle for $5. And now Funkadelic is sold for $10. and that Funkadelic was sold to Gary Wellman for $10. Now, there was another question on the previous Allman Brothers record, and the previous Allman Brothers record was American and Allman Brothers title. The Allman Brothers from the previous bin was called Brothers and Sisters. The other one was called Hearts, I believe. Marshall Bassett on AP, which is Alan Parsons. Now Fred's out on Plan 9. Gary Wellman has Plan 9 for $75. So if anybody else wants to bid, you've got to go through Gary. He has that for $75. Let's go ahead and add another new auction. And that other new auction is going to be Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon. And this is a 1973 U.S. Jacksonville original. It does have the posters. It does not have the stickers. So it's missing a set of stickers, but it does have both posters. The very cool Egyptian pyramids and then that very cool poster of live shots. And this is Dark Side of the Moon, VG Plus, a $35 start. That is Pink Floyd. It does have 2 posters with it, and that's going up for a $35 start. That's up for bid. Yeah, I got to watch when I bump the camera so it doesn't get too wobbly there. Looks like you're on a boat for a second. Gary Wellman Wants Hearts, and that was Gary Wellman Wants Hearts, and that was from that previous bin. Let me make sure that was the right album before I pull it. I'm pretty sure it was, though. America Hearts. Let's see here. Very quick. Yep. And it's in shrink. No, it's with just the hop sticker. But yeah, just $9.99. That's sold to Gary Wellman. And we have Iggy Pop, Zombie Birdhouse, and shrink wrap for just $39.99. Not too often you see an OG Iggy Pop just randomly in a bin. Bob Dylan, New Morning is $24.99. And James Gang, Newborn. We had that in a previous crate as a UK copy. Also, Robin Trower, Take What You Need. That's $19.99. Aretha Franklin is $19.99. And The Best of Frank Sinatra is $14.99. Rebecca on Iggy Pop. That is sold, and then Plan 9 is sold to Gary Wellman for $75. That's sold. Pink Floyd is OG with posters, a $35 start for Dark Side of the Moon. That is sold, and we have Stevie Ray Vaughan, Couldn't Stand the Weather, a gold stamp promo, superbly nice, $64.99 on SRV, and it's a gold stamp promo, and Rainbow, Straight Between the Eyes, is $34.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now. It's 21 Pilots, an unofficial 2017, the long got to print 21 Pilots debut album. It has never been officially pressed on vinyl. OG CD copies even sell for $200 plus. Wow. So this is one of these bootleg copies of an album that's never been pressed on vinyl. It's pretty much, Laura has a wide variety of price ranges here because I don't think you can sell them on Discogs. And if they do get slipped through on eBay, some of them have sold for as much as $200 because there is no such thing as this as OG vinyl. 21 Pilots. This has never been pressed to vinyl, just bootlegged. It is going to go up for a $55 start. Even some CDs can sell for as much as $200. Wow. Yeah, I was about to say, I've never seen that before, and that's why. It's never been pressed on vinyl, and even some of the CDs are pricey. The next question was, how much was James Gang? James Gang, that one's called Newborn. That's $19.99. Brandon Johnson gets the Bob Dylan. Pink Floyd has a bid for $35. And Gregory Roberts gets Stevie Ray Vaughan. That is sold. Let's see what's next over here in my New Orleans singles. Not that one. That's some Buy It Nows, I think. Yep. And then here, this one looks interesting. Jimmy Soul. Let's see what's going on with this. One of the London American groups. If you want to be happy, Jimmy Soul. Let's put this in a sleeve too. $5 start, SPOR label. Extremely nice. Jimmy Soul. That's going to go up for a $5 start. That's now up for bid. And then the next single on here is, this is a Fresca promotional record from Trini Lopez. Sings his greatest hits. It's a Fresca free record with each carton of Fresca. That was probably hanging like in a grocery store or something. And you got a free record if you bought a case of old Fresca. Some of y'all probably remember that. I don't think that's in production anymore. Fresca is now going up for a $5 start. I should say a Trini Lopez promotional Fresca record there. $5 start on that. 21 Pilots has new bids. But first, Gary Wellman does want the James Gang record. And then Dave VH wants Rainbow, Straight Between the Eyes. Those are sold and sold. Next is Deep Purple, the Book of Taliesin. Deep Purple is $34.99. Deep Purple is $34.99. Otis Redding and Jimi Hendrix in shrink wrap, $44.99. Otis Redding and Jimi Hendrix, $44.99. And we have Bluester Cult, Tyranny and Mutation, $26.99. I think we got a quad pressing of this we're about to auction. This is a really nice copy, though. BOC with the original inner sleeve, and Peter Gabriel is $34.99. The Rain on the Car album with Climbing Up on Salisbury Hill, $34.99. Trini has a bid for $5. Jimmy Soul has a bid for $5. And we have only that one bid. No, there was a new bid on Pink Floyd. George Samberez bid $42. I don't know if I've actually said that out loud. So Mark Riley, you did get outbid on that. And 21 Pilots is now at $56. Fresca still being made. Wow, I didn't realize that. It's a Coca-Cola product, I reckon. Wishbone Ash is $19.99. Wishbone Ash. What a bizarre deal here. Isn't this... There's usually something written right here. This is an MCA pressing, and the title's been, like, scratched out. Yeah, Pilgrimage. But that's been edited out of the cover here. Do you see that? Usually it says Pilgrimage right here. It's an MCA reissue, a bar-coded reissue from the 80s, and they've marked out the title. It's actually printed like that. I've never seen that before. $19.99. We have Quicksilver, What About Me? Quicksilver is $19.99, and Jose Feliciano is $9.99 with Light My Fire. $9.99 on that. Mark Riley, were you done on the Pink Floyd and the Time? And the Time is $24.99. But Jimmy Soul is sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. Kelly, that is sold to you for $5. Trini Lopez is sold to Edwin Blom for $5. And we have the Lemon Pipers, Jungle Marmalade, $14.99 on that. Gregory wants to put back the gold stamp Stevie Ray Vaughan. If anybody does decide they want that, let me know. It's a very nice copy. No condition notes and a gold stamp promo. $64.99. No problem. It's still available. Also, Frank Zappa, you can't do that on stage anymore. Zappa is $39.99. You can't do that on stage anymore. Moses on JF, Jose Feliciano. Now Pink Floyd is sold to George Samberez, an OG with posters. That is sold to him for $42. Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon. And the bootleg unofficial of 21 Pilots. This sold for $56. Let me confirm the bidder. I wouldn't have been surprised if it sold for well over $100. And this is sold to Lucas Patterson for $56. Thank you, Lucas. That's sold to you. All right, so the board is completely clean. So that means we need new auctions. And our next new auctions are going to go up right now. I got 2 original Chet Atkins EPs from the 50s, stringing along with Chet Atkins. That's 1956, and it's got a really nice jacket and disc. And I'm going to put another one in there, Chet Atkins in 3D. And we're going to sell both of these together. This is Chet Atkins, and it's going to go up for both of these. That one's also from the 50s, I believe. Should be, definitely is. Both of those Chet Atkins EPs sold together for a $5 start. So those are up for bid now. We're going to sell those together. The next LP auction is going to be pulled from right here, and I think this is a really good record. It is. That's why Paul had it in the hot picture from the collection yesterday. It's a 1970 U.S. original Psych Prog record, EX edition, Commit Thyself. Commit Thyself. I don't know why I said Comet. I said Comet like the space star, you know, that flies by Earth. Commit Thyself. The Music Asylum. The Music Asylum is EX, a $35 start. Nick Bargeron said he will take that Stevie Ray Vaughan. And then ST wants to know how much is the Time. The Time is $24.99. Chet Atkins has bids for $5 and $5. Now the Music Asylum is up for a $35 start. And we have... This is the Sun. What is going on here? Fairy Aid. Some kind of the Z-Berg, the Z-Rug fairy disaster. I have honestly never heard of this until right now. But it looks like one of those fundraising type records. And I noticed on the front, Paul McCartney. Looks like Kate Bush and other well-known people there. Is that Mark Knopfler, maybe? This is a $5 start. I'm seeing all kinds of names on here. Bananarama. I mean, there's a billion people waiting on here. So, The Sun, Let It Be. as in the Beatles song. And there's the Gospel Jam Mix. That's going to go up for a $5 start. And then how much is Commit? A $35 start. 1970 U.S. original. 1970 U.S. original on United Artists. EX condition. Also, Michael McCullen, you're out on the Chet Atkins. We have Phil Manzara, Primitive Guitars. Phil Manzara is $19.99. And Mannheim Steamroller, Saving the Wildlife, $19.99. Let's put up another new record. This is a sealed. We had one just a second ago. Here's another one just like it. Bob Dylan, John Wesley Harding. And this is a sealed with barcode, a $15 star. Bob Dylan, John Wesley Harding. A sealed. I don't know. Did I accidentally just say original? Let me start all over. Bob Dylan, John Wesley Harding. I know I said barcoded reissue. Then I accidentally think I said original again. This is not an original. It is Bob Dylan, John Wesley Harding. Barcoded early 80s reissue, $15 start. Music Asylum does have a bid for $35. Phil is sold to Thomas Clark and ST on PM. And that was for Phil Manzara. So ST, you're second. Dylan has a bid for $15. The Let It Be here, the Sun Fairy Raid, $5 start. And Michael McCullen, you're out on the Chet Atkins. We're about to sell them. We're about to sell them to Edwin Blom for $5. Manfred Mann, Chapter 3. Manfred Mann is $19.99. Manfred Mann, Chapter 3. I don't see that one as often. Wow. $19.99 on that Manfred Mann. The Moody Blues, Long Distance Voyager, $14.99. Also, Brian Ferry, Boys and Girls. And Brian Ferry is $24.99. That one's called Boys and Girls. Nat King Cole, Ramblin' Rose. Nat King is $9.99. And Bachman Turnover Drive, $14.99. Edwin Blom, you've been outbid on the Chet Atkins. Edwin Blom, you've been outbid on the Chet Atkins. Those are now at $8. Final call on Dylan and Music Asylum for $35 and $15. Also, let me pull back up the Facebook feed here. Give me 1 second on that. Okay. Next, I have, we'll put that in a lot. I'm going to get another 45 lot together here. And then we might sell, are these all different? I only want to be with you. Time, Before the Heartache. Oh man, Tuckerstown. Yeah, those are all different. Is this one different too? Hold My Hand. Yep, sorry, I'm sorting through some records here for the first time. And I'm not for sure what that is, but that is a Led Zeppelin song, so that's probably worthy as well. All right, so Commit has another bid for $35. It already had a bid for $35. And then Bob Dylan has a new bid for $16. Let It Be has a bid for $5. Dylan has a new bid. Farmer Redman on Chapter, and that was for Manfred Mann. And Edwin, I don't know if you were on, but also Chet Atkins is now at $8 for both of those, and we're about to sell them. Charlie Daniels Band, High Lonesome. Charlie Daniels is $24.99. Another Birds younger than yesterday. Another really clean copy too. $24.99 on the Birds. Also, the Rascals, Search and Nearness. And the Rascals is $14.99. Search and Nearness. The Babies on the Edge, $14.99 on the Babies. And Blue Oyster Cult, self-titled. This is their debut with Cities on Flames of Rock and Roll, $24.99, and Deep Purple Powerhouse. Deep Purple is $29.99. Deep Purple Powerhouse. Very cool record there. Chet Atkins has a new bid for $9, and we have Stevie Ray Vaughan, In Step. This is $74.99. An OG In Step. Very nice. Now, this is a record I typically could have put up for auction. It might have sold for $55 one bid. I've also seen them sell for close to $100. So $74.99. That is an OG of Stevie Ray Vaughan, In Step. So Commit has a new bid for $36, now $38. Chet has a new bid for $9. And then we got George Samberez on the Babies. The Let It Be did sell for $5, and that was sold to Kristen Barnett. The sealed Bob Dylan early 80s pressings at $20 with Preston Rose. Ryan Eaton, let me know if you want back in. Thomas Hujar on Stevie Ray Vaughan. Patrick C. Smith on the BTO from earlier, Head On. That's sold to him. And now we have another Stevie Ray Vaughan claim, another Stevie Ray Vaughan claim. Aretha Franklin, Who's Zoomin' Who for $19.99. And James Gang Thirds. $17.99. I think this is the third copy tonight. Very nice vinyl. There is some writing on the cover. $17.99. And Santana's Greatest Hits, $19.99. Santana's Greatest Hits, $19.99. He's out on the Dylan. So the sealed Dylan back here is sold to Preston Rose for $20. That is sold. And now Commit Myself's at $39. The Chet Atkins, Michael McCullen's out. Both of those 50s EPs being sold together. Edwin has them for $9. And nice, Procol Harum. Boy, what a nice copy. A Wider Shade of Pale. It's technically self-titled, but that is the first track on the album. $44.99 on that. Great titles right there. Let's put up our next lot. And these are all original Hootie and the Blowfish 45s from around 1994 and 96. Hold My Hand. Also, Let Her Cry. We have Only Want to Be With You and The Time. Before the Heartache Rolls In, and Old Man and Me, and Tucker's Town, and Araby. And that is all from 94 and 96, it looks like. So 4 original. It looks like they were jukebox singles because they have jukebox strips down in them. Let me see if I can show y'all one of those jukebox strips. There's one. Let me make sure it's actually Hootie. Yep, there's the jukebox strips. So it looks like most of these were in jukeboxes, and I peeked at them earlier, and most of them are all really nice. And those are all 4 of those being sold for a $10 start. Okay, he's out on the Dylan. Commit Thyself is at $40, now $41. Procol Harum is sold to Thomas. These 2 Chet Atkins EPs are sold to Edwin Blom for $9. Now we have Peter Frampton for $9. Also Traffic, Low Spark of High Heel Boys for $19.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that is, let's see what's going on back here with this Miles Davis Bitches Brew. Miles Davis is a 1970 U.S. Pittman original. It does have the company inner sleeve. It's been graded, though, VG minus G+. So it is a pretty low-grade record. It does have Wallace written on the cover. A $10 start, though. A very desirable OG jazz album. It is low grade. The Music Asylum is now at $42. We have a tie on the Hooties. And we have our next record going up right now. Those are interesting. And then that one's got a little bit of damage to it, I think. Yeah, we'll put that in the lot. I'm building our next bundle over here. I'm almost done with this whole other platter pack thing we have over here. And I'm also finding more 45 auctions in the meantime. Yeah, this was a bizarre picture sleeve of this girl group I've never seen before, the Chips. Break It Gently. The Chips. Mixed Up, Shook Up Girl, and Break It Gently, and that's a $5 start. Traffic, When the Eagle Flies. Traffic is $19.99 for When the Eagle Flies. And then Procol Harum, A Salty Dog. Procol Harum is $24.99. Very clean, very nice. Another one there. And we have Iggy Pops and James Williamson, Kill City. 1977, check this out. Green vinyl. I wonder if Rebecca's paying attention. $59.99. And Dwayne Allman, An Anthology, Volume 2, $34.99. The Miles Davis sleeve, because of the writing and some shelf wear, I would probably have to give it VG minus. Yeah, there's humidity stains in the inside. So it's a VG minus record. It's a VG minus record for sure. Let's go back to the top and see what happened. I remember saying the Music Asylum was at $42, and that was with John Dodd. Hootie had bids for 10 and 10, Wayne, then Craig. Music Asylum 42, Miles Davis 10, Miles Davis 10, Miles Davis 10, Miles Davis 12, then 15, and then Commit Thyself at 43, another 15, then 11, and then Chips has a bid for 5, ST first on that Procol Harum, Rebecca first again on Iggy, then ST, Thomas, I believe, next on, he put Up, LP, and then Miles Davis 15, and then Bob Dylan, Blonde on Blonde. Nice. $49.99. $49.99. And this is a beautiful 70s pressing on that one. Beautiful 70s pressing on that one. I claim Pop. Okay, so that means you would have been third. It was Rebecca, ST, and then Thomas on that one. I messaged you guys, Paul, last night at Kinetic, Nebraska. so I'll take it. Interrupt the stream. Okay, so yeah, I'm still looking for that record. I thought I had one laying around here. Honestly, right here behind me is about 100 crates of records. And my project tonight, because I've been gone for a few days, is to kind of get these under control and figure out what we have in stock and what I need to sell off. So I'll be on the lookout for that. Now, the other question you had, Ed will take care of that. Ed will take care of that probably sometime tomorrow. And I'm going to try to be here tomorrow. I'll talk to him a little bit today, but I've been gone for a few days, so I'm trying to basically figure out what's happened with requests and orders and all kinds of stuff. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Is Laura still here? Test 1, 2. She might have left. I'm not for sure. I haven't heard her for a while. I hadn't seen her comment in a while. I can ask right now if she's watching in the back. She can hear me. Or she might have left. She might have went. I don't know. I've always entrusted people here to do their own. I've always trusted everybody to kind of do their own schedule and make sure they're here when they need to be. And sometimes I don't know when they're here. But everybody always makes sure the job gets done. So, okay. Now, let me go through all these auctions, and I think I can go ahead and sell some stuff. Wayne Card, you get all 4 hoodies for $10. Now, just so y'all know, the Music Asylum, which had a lot of bids, a lot of different bidders, Edwin has it for $43. The last bid was John Dodd. So, John Dodd, you're out. That is with Edwin at $43. The Chips with the picture sleeve is still at $5, and that is with Rick Berrien. And the OG Miles Davis, which we're calling VG minus, cover and vinyl, the last $15 bid was Andrew Eisensmith, Slicker Van Slyke, and Thomas Hujar. So Andrew has it for $15. 2 other people tied them. Just so you know, that's where we're at. Okay? Now, let's see what else I have over here. I have another New Orleans single. And it is going to be whatever's in this sleeve right here. Is it Kate Bush? It is. It's Kate Bush. And this one is Symphony in Blue, a Japanese pressing, a $5 start. And that's going to go up right now. Nice. Kate Bush, Symphony in Blue, $5 start on that. Miles Davis is now at $18. Now, I'm going to just read the titles like I have been doing for everything in here. If anybody decides you need a price on something, or you, hold on 1 second, and if you decide you need a price on anything, just let me know, okay? Okay, here we go. So I have the Who Hooligans, Bad Company Rough Diamonds, Mott the Hoople, Live Cream, Robin Trower, Aretha Franklin, the best of Frank Sinatra, Deep Purple, Otis Rush, Jimi Hendrix, Blue Oyster Cult, Peter Gabriel, Wishbone Ash, Quicksilver, Jungle Marmalade, Frank Zappa, The Time, Mannheim Steamroller, Moody Blues, Brian Ferry, Nat King Cole, Charlie Daniels, The Byrds, The Rascals, Blue Oyster Cult, Powerhouse, Aretha Franklin, James Gang, Santana, Peter Frampton, Traffic, Duane Allman, and we have Bob Dylan. All right, so the last thing I said was a final call on the Music Asylum to Edwin Blom for $43. I was making sure John Dodd was out. Miles Davis had a $15 three-way tie. And then Thomas bid $18. Kate Bush has bids for $7 and then $10. So the Chips is sold to Rick Berrien for $5. I don't think I heard back from John Dodd, so I'm going to go ahead and sell this because Edwin's had it for about 7 minutes. That goes to him for $43. Now Kate Bush is at $15. I'm about to sell Thomas Hujar, the Miles Davis, for $18. What was the name of the Time album? It might have been self-titled. I think that's why I hadn't been saying a title, because I believe it's self-titled. But let me hunt that one down right quick. The Time, and yeah, I believe it's self-titled. It's The Time by The Time. Kate Bush is now at 15, and Susie wants Santana's Greatest Hits, okay? That's done, and now we're ready for all new auctions. And our next new auction is going to go up right now, and this is Otis Redding and Little Joe Curtis sing Soul. This is a 1970 USOG compilation. It is in VG condition, and we're going to put it up for a $10 start. Otis Redding and Little Joe Curtis sing Soul. That's a $10 start. It's a 1970 compilation. There is some damage down here at the bottom. Kate Bush has bids for 16, now 18, and Michael McCullen said sold on the time. And Thomas Ujar, you get Miles Davis for $18. And that's sold to you. All right. So that's done. Otis Redding's up for a $10 start. Kate Bush is getting lots of bids. Our next LP is Velvet Underground. Oh boy. Here is a 1968 US MGM East Coast repress. Laura says the disc is rough, all capitalized, italicized, and underlined. I play tested it and it's incredibly noisy. It did not skip. So an extremely low grade, but y'all know what I'm holding. I think a lot of it's just, I kind of like these jackets. It's amazing. I've seen people have a bunch of these spread out, like all kinds of different conditions. It's really cool to see a montage of how different people peeled the bananas. And I kind of like this one because it's like halfway peeled. It's like, you know, you can see half and half of it. But this is a 68, so you're getting close to OG. Still a vintage copy. But she said the disc is rough. Like I said, all capitalized, underlined, and bolded. So we're not even going to grade it. We're going to say very bad. And then the Velvet Underground actual cover here is not bad as far as the gatefold. It has some slight discoloration. Really cool. Still has the banana. Half of the banana peel, I was trying to say. And we're going to put that up for a $35 start. $35 start. That is now up for bid. And it's a low-grade record. It's a 68 repress. Kate Bush is now at 25. Otis Redding's a final call for 10. We're ready for a new crate because I've already read through those twice. Give me 1 second here. All right, let's see what's in this bin. All kinds of auctions coming up. Ooh, that's cool. That's definitely going up for auction. That's the first record I've pulled out of here to auction. Nice. There's some great titles in this bin, too. Let me mix these up a little bit, though. That needs to be mixed up because that was back-to-back artist. Wow, this is a killer shrink wrap and hop sticker record, though, I pulled for auction. All right. So, here we go. And let's figure out where we're at. I left off by saying Kate Bush was at 23.25, 27.30. And somebody asked about traffic. Who asked about traffic and what did they ask? Because I obviously missed it. Traffic album, price and condition. Darren Meyer. Darren, I never did see that. Traffic album. Let's see here. Traffic. We have When the Eagle Flies and Low Spark of High Heel Boys. When the Eagle Flies was 19 and same price for Low Spark. It is that original die cut cover. That's how it came with those clip corners. Those are available, okay? Otis Redding, there's a question. What are the songs? The songs on this album. I think Craig's already shared them, but I will read them off very quickly. Getting Up, Your Mini Skirt, Gama Llama, Let Me Make It Up to You, Don't Bother Me Baby, She's All Right, Have Mercy on Me, Tough Enough, Bring Back My Love, and Guilty of Being Poor. And that is a final call. There's only one bid for $10 with Brandon Lack. Okay, now, somebody said about Metal Night tomorrow. I honestly don't know because I haven't been here. I'm not for sure what she's compiled on that one. So give me 1 second. or actually, let me see if she texts me pictures, if she's already left. If not, I really don't know till I post a hot picture tomorrow. Back to a new arrivals bin, 10 years after, Undead, $19.99 on 10 years after. Also, Bachman Turner Overdrive is $14.99. Joe Walsh recorded live, You Can't Argue with a Sick Mind, $19.99. The James Gang Gure album, it has a WECI Earlham College from Indiana, Richmond, Indiana promo sticker, $19.99. And Santana Barbarella with a white label promo, a hop sticker, and a promo strip, $26.99. Otis Redding is sold to Brandon Lack for $10. Final call to get a bid on Velvet Underground for $35. And now we have a new LP that needs to go up for auction. And that next new LP is Bluish to Cult, Tyranny and Mutation. And this is a 1973 quadraphonic press with a company inner sleeve. It is BOC, a quad press of Tyranny and Mutation, $15 start. Robin Trower is $19.99. Jack Bruce, Bill Lorden. The Honey Drippers, Volume 1, $24.99. Super Session, Mike Bloomfield, Al Cooper, and Stephen Stills, $19.99. Santana Freedom, that's a gold stamp promo for $19.99. And Malo is $29.99. Kate Bush is at $40. Kate Bush is at $40. All right, give me 1 second over here, please. Click on this and this. And let me do this right quick. Okay, Kate Bush is 40. And one more, Roxy Music. Excuse the nudity there. Partial nudity. $24.99 for Roxy Music. And that is Stranded on the original Yellow Atco. That's a very nice copy. Original too. $24.99. And Parveer and the Raiders, Hard and Heavy with Marshmallow. And that is $9.99. An inspection of the Kate vinyl. Yeah, I think Kate's your typical Japanese quality. Oh, yeah. This is near mint minus. Yep, it is. It is a 9.9. I don't know what the 0.1 is. I don't even see anything. But yeah, really nice copy. That's the original EMI sleeve, of course. And then there's what they call the front sleeve on that. So first thing we have, RM. And that was Roxy Music to Thomas Clark. What's Velvet? I was just about to make it a buy now. The disc is extremely low grade. It's a 68 USGM MGM East Coast press. It's a 68 repress, but it's very low grade, just saying. It is a very low grade record. Next in here is Welcome to the Canteen, $19.99. Steve Winwood, that's essentially Traffic. Speaking of Traffic, Shoot at the Fantasy Factory, $19.99. And The Pretty Things, $34.99. This is a Sunday's reissue. The Pretty Things, $34.99. And we have Point Blank second season, $19.99. BOC did get a bid for $15. I'm going to make the Velvet Underground a $35 buy it now. I think it's worth it just for the cover. As a piece of art, I think it's worth it just for the cover. $35. If not, I'll keep it. Truly, I'll keep it. And first thing we have is BOC 15. We got two $15 bids now on BOC. And we have PR, Point Blank, and then my mind's kind of been blown. Shannon Mashaka, first on the Velvet Underground. That's so to Shannon, then Thomas, then Carol, and then PR. Was that for Pretty Things, Slicker? If so, it's so to you. And then the Players Association. The Players Association on Vanguard, $24.99. Kate Bush is at 56. BOC all of a sudden gets lots of new bidding. And now I can't believe the Velvet Underground sold for just one bid. I figured for the cover and would sell for $100. I mean, any of those vintage covers, but maybe I'm just hoping for a little bit too much on those. I think I like just the artwork a little bit too much. Wow. Holy moly. No one's even asked about this. They may have just been keeping it quiet, so no hype is built. But we have an 84 UK original of a Smiths album here. No one's even asked about it. I have a feeling some people's keeping quiet. Come on, Chad, put up the Smiths. Put up the Smiths. Put up the Smiths. I don't want to ask about it. I don't want anybody else thinking I want it. Please put it up. Here it is. It has an original inner sleeve. and this is going to go up and hop sticker, and this is going to go up for a $45 start. A 1984 UK original with the original inner sleeve, EX condition, a $45 start. The Smiths, Hatful of Hollow. Let the bidding begin. An 84 UK original. Now, Kate Bush, Craig is out. Jim B has it for $56. BOC's now at 20 with Chris Knapp. Ivan, you're out. And who was the first bidder? Henry's Choice, you're out. Now, the next thing is Thomas Ujar says, I threw a flag asking for the price. I thought I answered that. Oh, that was Chris Knapp. Chris Knapp says, what's the Velvet Underground at? And then I told him. And then Rick Berrien said, how much was Mallow? $29.99 for Mallow. No condition notes, gatefold cover. Green original label. So Chris Knapp asked, what's the Velvet Underground at? And then I told him. And then I made it a final call. And then Thomas asked, what's the Velvet Underground at? I thought you were Chris Knapp asking again. And then I made it a buy it now, and then Shannon claimed it. So, wow, that's tough. But technically, Thomas must have got on right after I went through the whole details again, and then he asked again where it's at, and then Shannon claimed it. And then Thomas claimed it, and then Carol Puckett. So I guess by technicality, Thomas was first. I was in shock, and people kept on asking where it was at because I couldn't believe no one else was bidding on it. And now I guess it's Thomas's if he wants it. If not, Shannon Mashaka is second. And now they're still bidding on BOC, and now there's a lot of bids on the Smiths. Okay, I knew that would take off fast. And then what was the price on BLT? The BLT, that was Bill Lord and Robin Trower. That was $19.99. $19.99. $19.99 on that. Thomas does take it. Shannon, I'm sorry, but I think his question came in basically at the right time for him, but the very wrong time for you. It looked like 2 or 3 people were waiting to do a buy it now on it. Just no one ever did lock in a bid. I always say, if you definitely want something, I would lock in a bid. If you get outbid, then if you only wanted to pay $35, then that's all you had to pay. But that at least guarantees you're going to get it. So, yep, and he did ask. So that's sold to Thomas for $35. I'm going to drink this bottle of water. I desperately need it. Give me 1 second. All right. Sorry, I was chugging water, and then I started coughing because I drunk it too fast. So, we have Slicker Van Slyke on Paul Revere. That is sold to Slicker. Matt Lawson also on BLT. And how much was Pretty Things? Because his PR was for Paul Revere. That makes Pretty Things still available for $34.99. It is a Sunday's pressing. I think originally that was on Fandango. That same blue label. Yeah, I think that's a pretty tough OG record. Okay, Kate Bush is sold. And this is sold to Jim B for $56. I haven't really told one Smith's bid after I did all that introduction for it. And the last bid that's in on the Smiths is Jeremiah Lewis at $75. Also, the BOC is at $21 with Henry's Choice, and everybody else is out. If you're not Henry's Choice, you don't have the high bid on that. Kate Bush was a great pull. Let me see what else I have over here in the same box. There is some great records still to be pulled in here. Boy, I don't know what this is. It looks interesting. It's a guy playing an upright bass. Francine. It's Till the Day I Die, I Want to Be Satisfied. That's going to go up for a $5 start. ST wants the Pretty Things. It is available. It's sold to you. Peter Frampton, Wind of Change is $9.99. Procol Harum Grand Hotel. It has radio station markings on the front. $19.99. Chris Knapp is in on BOC at $23. Henry's Choice, You've Been Outbid. Iggy Pop, $44.99. TVI, Iggy Pop, $44.99 on that. And Traffic on the Road, 2LP, $34.99. Fontana, yes, thank you, Rick Berrien. Fontana, not Fandango. Thank you, Fontana, yes. That's that label that the Pretty Things was originally on. Spencer Davis Group Heavies with Steve Winwood. What a cool cover. $29.99 on that. Rebecca, quick to another Iggy Pop. That's so to Rebecca. Then Jeremiah. Bob Dylan is $24.99. And Jethro Tull Stand Up. Awesome. $34.99 with the pop-up cover. Awesome music on there. One of my favorites. Now, let's go ahead and sell the Smiths then. The Smiths is sold to Jeremiah Lewis for $75. BOC is still getting bids. Chris Knapp, you're out. And the Francine there, or Francine, I believe. That's a $5 start. Still getting bids on BOC. And we have next Led Zeppelin 3. This is a 1970 U.S. original. It is an OG copy. Led Zeppelin 3. It's a $25 start. $25 start. It is OG. It has the Do What Thou Wilt and the So Mote It Be in the dead wax. It is a true OG. The cover is around VG Plus. Gatefold does, of course, have a working pinwheel. This is going to go up for a $25 start. Let's leave Jimmy Page right there, and that's now up for bid, okay? Next is Jethro Tull for Nashville Tiger. BOC has a new bid for $25. I'm going to make Francine a buy it now for $5 if anybody wants it. Roxy Music Manifesto and Shrink Wrap, that's $24.99. And the Who Quadrophenia is an original Gatefold 2LP with book, $34.99. The Led Zeppelin Christopher is a 1970 original, 1841 Broadway. It is for sure a 1970 U.S. original. 1841 Broadway on the address. 75 Rockefeller would have made it a reissue. Next single here is, let's see what this is. I got some like just bizarre large label stuff in here, but I don't know what they go to. Here is the Super Bowl Shuffle with the Chicago Bears. That's a $5 start. And then we have, I'll make that in the lot. About to do a big 45 lot again. Here's our next auctions though. Super Bowl Shuffle and Died Pretty, Towers of Strength. $5 start on that. Led Zeppelin's at $25. And the Bloister Cult, Tyranny Mutation, is a VG Plus LP, of course, conservatively graded. Has an inner sleeve in the an original inner sleeve explaining quadraphonic sound, and a nice VG Plus or better jacket. And the high bid on that right now is $25. Led Zeppelin's at $25. The Vinyls VG, 1970 U.S. Presswell VG, $25 on that. Next is Traffic, John Barleycorn Must Die with Freedom Rider, Empty Pages. Gatefold, nice clean record there. That's a great Traffic album. I think one of their best, other than maybe Self-Titled or Dear Mr. Fantasy. The Beatles, Yesterday and Today, $29.99. This is a Apple or Capitol Press. It's a purple Capitol label. That's a good thing, the purple labels. $29.99 on that. Obviously not a butcher cover. It would be $9.75 in that, or $11.75 in that condition instead of $29.99. Wow, another Iggy Pop. Choice Cuts. Wow, Choice Cuts. Another. I haven't had more Iggy Pop than tonight than ever before. $39.99 on Iggy Pop. And David Newman, Randy Newman, Little Criminals, $19.99. And Pink Floyd in the bin with both posters, a sticker, a 75 Winchester, no condition notes, $84.99. Wow, and this one has no condition notes on the disc. That's unusual. $84.99. Rebecca, quick again on the Iggy. And we have Henry's Choice at BLC for $30. Todd Doris got the Beatles. Super Bowl has a new bid for $6. Led Zeppelin just got one bid for $25. Surprising, but Brandon Lack, it's So Do You. Is that your second or third? Is that your second or third of the Led Zeppelin discography there, Brandon? Nice copy. That's a great opening song, immigrant song. Dun da 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 dun dun da 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 dun dun da 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 dun dun da da da. Ah. $30 on BOC. Super Bowl VI, Super Bowl VII, D. Kong picking up the Pink Floyd, Super Bowl VII, and Cream, Live Cream, $34.99. Anybody ever tried to howl like Robert Plant in that opening riff? Man, trust me, I have. I'll admit to it. Died Pretty, Towers of Strength is a final call for $5. I'm getting a heck of a 45 bundle here. And then I'm going to show y'all these three ones I have left on top. I'm going to try for a quick auction. Okay. And what the heck is this little deal? That's a little mini CD. Okay. We're going to sell all that together. Rod Bryan on the Francine for a $5 buy it now. And then we have Died Pretty. Is it on colored vinyl? It is on black vinyl. Super Bowl's at 9, and BOC got down to 2 bidders. It was Henry's Choice at 30. So Chris Knapp, you're out. And Ian Hunter is $14.99. And Mott the Hoople, Rock and Roll Queen, $19.99. How right now, like Robert Plant? Whew, man, if I tried it, my voice, it would probably be ruined for the rest of the night. To try to do that, I can do it in about 5 octaves down than he can. But the 1971 Robert Plant voice, or 1970, early 70 probably when they recorded that. Yeah, he had a set of pipes. I can't quite do that. Uriah Heep, Demons and Wizards, $26.99. Wow, a beautiful German copy, $26.99 on Demons and Wizards. And we have The Who, Who's Next, $29.99. The Who's Next, $29.99. We won't get fooled again. I could try to scream like, speaking about somebody with a set of lungs, Roger Daltrey, and that we won't get fooled again. Man, you know, that's what I'm talking about, that scream he does right there. That's a heck of a scream too. MT Matt on your Uriah Heep, that's just as impressive as Robert Plant hitting that scream in the Immigrant Song. Another Uriah Heep, Innocent Victim. Uriah Heep is $19.99. Back-to-back, really nice Uriah Heep and Brand Ambrosia, $9.99. Pretty Thing is a $5 buy it now. Chris Knapp is out on BOC, so this is sold. BOC is sold to Henry's Choice for $30. $30 on that. All right. What year is yesterday and today? Those bar-coded purple labels are usually from like 78. Those bar-coded purple labels, they're usually from 78. They're pre-bar-coded. But I think Purple Capital is 78. You could actually track that down. They use that label for just like 1 or 2 years, I'm pretty sure. And those particular pressings of Beatles albums are usually really high quality, and they can be bought at pretty affordable prices for the quality they're pressed on. And Super Bowl's a final call for 9. Okay, so here's a few more stray records. Of course, none of this stuff's been researched and so some of this I've at least got to try in case it's something really good and I don't even know what it is. Speaking of Led Zeppelin, I noticed anytime I saw that, Black Dog, I was like, well, let's see what this is. Luminous Flux Records, Black Dog. I'm just having a trouble figuring out who it is. Fat Cup and Black Dog, those are obviously songs, but I don't see like an artist. It's very odd, but it's on red vinyl. That's a $5 start. That's a $5 start. And then Super Bowl was sold to Brent for $9. And then the other with kind of a big label like that is this here. It's on this Charlie label, which usually has collectible stuff, Charlie. And this is Washing Machine Boogie by Hotfoot Gale, and Everybody's Feeling All Right. That's a $5 start. So we got Black Dog here being covered by somebody, or that's some kind of unofficial compilation. It's Funk Nervosa. Funk Nervosa. Okay, maybe it's right here. Maybe it's this little, yeah, it's right here. I thought that was still part of the credits, but Funk Nervosa. Okay, Funk Nervosa. That has a bid for $5. Hotfoot Gale on Charlie Records is a $5 start. Now there's our next 2 singles, and now we have a new LP going up for auction. And the next LP is Frank Zappa, Apostrophe. And Zappa is a promo sticker on the front, no promo marked labels. It's a 76 US Winchester, and this is a $15 star. Frank Zappa, Apostrophe. It does have a promo sticker, $15 start on that. That's now up for bid. Next in the bin is, every time I see this, you know what I want to say? Atomic Rooster, but it's not. It's Gris. What is this called? Ambergris. Ambergris? Ambergris. Yeah, every time I see it, I want to say Atomic Rooster, but it's Ambergris or Ambergris. Very nice disc, though. Somebody stored it, or maybe that's the original. Yeah, Paramount polyline bag, and that's $29.99. Unipack sleeve there. Also, we have the Alvin Lee Band Freefall for $19.99 and the Animals on tour. And the Animals is $24.99. Chris Knapp on Pavement. I don't think I have anything Pavement in here. ST wants the Gris, and Frank Zappa does have a bid for $15. Also, I got to swap out. Sleeves or crates right quick because we have filled up another crate really quickly. So let me swap out empty crates. Let me go ahead, and that's about our 4th full crate there. Thanks, everybody. That's all sold. Let me step over here and see if I can find another empty crate. No luck. I may have to do some condensing right quick. Here, I'll just take these leftover Lure records. There's only about 5. There we go. That gets me a new empty crate. And the first thing is Larry Smith on the Animals. Okay. And that means Nick Bargeron, you were outbid on Funk Nervosa, so I'm assuming you don't want back in. Let's go ahead and make Hotfoot Gale a $5 buy now. And we have, this is the final call, so is Zappa. And then Chris Knapp, the Rooster cover, thought it was Pavement, never saw the OG. Okay, so do you want it or don't you want it? And then Larry Smith doesn't want the Animals, he wants CK. Hold on a minute. Finger CK. I'm a little confused, Larry. Just let me know exactly what you want. Argent, Nexus. Argent is $19.99. And Aerosmith, Get Your Wings. $34.99 on Aerosmith. The Alan Parsons Project, I Am the Eye in the Sky. $19.99 on Alan Parsons Project. And I have one more here. This is MED, produced by Madlib. Don't Sleep, vocal and instrumental. Or JM, it looks like MED, but that's kind of slanted. It could be, I don't know what this says, honestly. That's why I'm putting it up for a $5 start. All right, so no change on the Ambergris. Also, Viva Roxy Music is $24.99. And we have the Allman Brothers for $19.99. All right, this is sold to Craig. Funk Nervosa on red vinyl for $6. Greg Beddinger got Zappa for $15. There's our next auction for a $5 start. So before I do anything else, these were 5 unsold New Orleans records. So instead of 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, let's do 5 for $15. New Orleans bundle, $15 right there, which was Hotfoot Gale, Died Pretty, Bill Fadden and the Silvertone, Paul Peak, and the Temptation 6-track EP. So $15 on the NOLA bundle. And let's go ahead and put up some new LPs. The next new LP is going to be, let's see what's going on here with the Talking Heads, Remaining Light. And this is an OG 1980 U.S. Winchester original, super clean with the original inner sleeve, as in EX++ near mint minus, $35 start on the Talking Heads. And it has the original inner sleeve, and the jacket is nice as well. $35 on that. So New Orleans bundle, $15. Med is a final call for a $5 start. And I'm just going to read the titles that's left in here. Let me go ahead and introduce another LP, B.B. King, Easy Listening Blues. B.B. King, Easy Listening Blues. We're going to put this up for a $15 start. Let me grab it and show it to you here. US, the exact year is unknown. It is in shrink, and it's going to go up for a $15 start. B.B. King, Easy Listening Blues. $15 start there on B.B. King. It's in shrink wrap. $15 start on that. Let me jump over here, and let me do one thing here. This. Okay. Now, if y'all heard something you want a price on, let me know. We have 10 Years After. We have BTO, Joe Walsh, James Gang, Santana, Honey Dripper, Super Session, Santana, Steve Winwood, Traffic, Point Blank, the Players Association, Malo, Peter Frampton, Procol Harum, Traffic, Steve Winwood, or AKA Spencer Davis Group, Bob Dylan, Roxy Music, The Who, Traffic, Randy Newman, Live Cream, Ian Hunter, Mott the Hoople, The Who, Uriah Heep, Ambrosia, Alvin Lee, The Animals, Argent, Aerosmith, Alan Parsons, Viva Roxy Music, and the Allman Brothers. Okay, if anybody wants Med, it's a $5 buy it now. If anybody wants Med there, $5 buy it now on that. I'm going to put it over there with the other New Orleans. How much was Dylan? Street Legal for Dylan, which was right here. Yeah, Bob Dylan was $24.99 bill. The Condition of B.B. King was near mint minus. Cover Still in Shrink, $15 star. Yeah, near mint minus, EX++. No bid on Talking Heads, looking for a $35 start. Here's the next 45 lot. It's a huge bundle deal. And we have the following. Let's start right here with this Dirty Dancing with Patrick Swayze. She's Like the Wind. The Electric Ferrets. There is some water damage. If I say water damage, it's usually just the sleeve. I'm sure if you can retract the vinyl, it will be fine. REO Speedwagon promo. We have an empty sleeve for ELO, an empty sleeve for Pat Benatar. The Wank Tones, and that's on like pink vinyl. There is some water damage. Whitney Houston, didn't we almost have it? Rhinoceros, a white label promo. Rhinoceros, a white label promo. Glenn Fry promo. Taco, Carpenters, Solarnox, I think. Solid Arnox or something like that. The Blue Cats, some kind of insert. A Kellogg's Rice Krispies record. Another empty sleeve. And then I'm also going to put these other unsold New Orleans records in there, plus all everything else, $15 start. Also this receipt, which I think came out of one of these records, and this small mini CD of the Briefs. It's a small little, or it's maybe, is it a full-size CD? Maybe it's a full-size CD, yeah. It just looks small laying on top of these 45s. And all that, we'll call it a bundle for a $10 start. Okay? Bill Samus is sold on that. BB King does have a bid for $15. Talking Heads is a $35 start. So that's everything that just didn't sell, plus everything else I just showed you. $10 start on that bundle. And I think that just cleared out another kind of a case here of stuff I had left over. And that case even had the Kate Bush in it. I didn't even know we had that. So trying to, keyword trying to chip away at some of the miscellaneous singles that I still got laying over here. Trying to, keyword. We're getting there. All right, I'm going to swap out crates right quick, and I have another New Arrivals crate to go through, and let's do that right now. First, let me click on this, and click on this. And grab this other crate over here. Looks like some pretty good stuff. Again, we're about to get into some discount crates, just FYI, but also tons of auctions still to run if you're just hopping on. This is a whole nother crate of New Arrivals here that I've never gone through. And once again, I'm seeing some really good looking stuff. This one right here is also auction worthy. Got a couple of auctions that I've pulled out in here. Yeah, very good looking stuff in here for sure. I'll have to sort through these at some time and make some of these buy it now best offer or something. All right, Jim B has the bundle for $10. The Beach Boys is $16.18. Nobody on Talking Heads. That's surprising for such a top copy. $35 buy it now on that. $35 buy it now. Let's jump over here and see what's next. We got Deep Purple, and this is the House of Blue Light. An 87 US Hot Pog original with the original on her sleeve, EX edition, and this is a $20 start. Deep Purple, a $20 start on that. Now the bundle is at $12. John Kaiser got the Talking Heads. Michael Ruttman second. BB King's at $18. Brandon Lack, you have been outbid on that. All right, I've got another New Orleans looking bundle here, or not bundle, but crate that I don't think I have finished going through. And let's see what I have in here. Yeah, I don't think I have put up any of these. No. Some of them look slightly, I'll sort through them as always. We'll figure out what we can do with them. Let's start selling them one at a time. All right. Let's see what's going on here. Okay. Let me plug up my phone. Hope everybody's having a great Wednesday night. Thanks for choosing to spend it with us. We are here, and we are selling the heck out of some vintage LPs tonight for sure. I hadn't pulled your Malo yet, Rick Berrien. Let me go ahead and do that for you. Malo to Rick Berrien. Yep. And this is sold to Rick. Sorry, I hadn't really got purged the last few comments yet. Yep, that's sold to him. Deep Purple is a final call. And that's the House of Blue Light. And let me just figure out what I just did with that sticky note. I think I said it's a $15 or a $20 start. What if I just done with that sticky note on that? I just put it somewhere, but that's a $20 start. BB King is, did I hear back from Brandon Lack? It was at 18 with Joe Salamo. He did say out. So, Joe, that's sold to you for 18. And then this bundle here is with Autumn Betts at 17. Jim B, you're out. And Deep Purple, the House of Blue Lights, a $20 start. Our next auction is going to be Golden Earring Moontan, which is a 1974 Gloversville original with the original company inner sleeve and insert, and that's going to go up for a $25 start. It's an EX Plus condition, and that's going to go up for a $25 start. This is a bundle deal, Pam, of various New Orleans and some other stuff, some unsold records, a few empty sleeves, some top 40 stuff, etc., etc. And that's a final call. At 18, actually just got a new bid for 18. Autumn, you're out. And here is the first record in here. These are all newly priced vintage arrivals. The first one is BTO, Not Fragile, at $14.99. Dave Edmunds, Tracks on Wax, that's $19.99. The Baby's Union Jack is $14.99. And the Nat King Cole Story, $19.99. Also, Emerson, Lake and Palmer Works, $19.99. And Lou Graham, Ready or Not, $19.99. All right, let's see what's in this box of 45s I just grabbed. The first one here for a $5 start is going to be Invisible Men. Invisible Men is going to go up for a $5 start. This one does have a couple scuffs right here, non-feelers, but just so you know, the Invisible Men, that's a $5 start. Next thing is Ramatam. Ramatam is $19.99. Golden Earring is a $25 start with the original cover. The Rascals, Good Lovin', $34.99 for the Rascals, Good Lovin'. A super clean copy there on the first label. That's $34.99. And Mark Farner, Monumental Funk. Mark Farner from Grand Funk, and that is $19.99. That is really clean and really nice, $19.99. In here, we have Rockpile, Seconds of Pleasure. It also has the EP. We sold that earlier by itself. I didn't know it went with an album. It went with a Rockpile, $24.99. And Live Rockets, that is $19.99. Live Rockets. Invisible Men is a $5 start. The bundle's now at $20. Deep Purple is a $20 buy it now. I can't believe I lost the sleeve, but it was an 86 US original for $20 on that. And we have Black Oak, Arkansas, and this is $19.99. Black Oak, Arkansas, $19.99. This is the yellow Atco label. Now the bundle's at $21. And Golden Earring, let me show you the details on that one more time. Moontan's a 1974 Gloversville original with the company inner sleeve and insert, and the vinyl was really nice at EX Plus, and that's a $25 start. Someone asked the price on Talking Heads before it went by now. No flag on this one, not trying to stir the pot, but just saying the rules of DIB seem awkwardly fluid sometimes. Well, the person who asked the Talking Heads price was Robert Vladarchik, and he didn't bid or claim it. And so, or he didn't bid, and I'm assuming, I made it a buy now about 2 minutes later. I'm assuming Robert didn't want it because he didn't claim it either. So after about 2 or 3 minutes, if someone asked the details, I made it a buy it now, and then he didn't claim it. So that tells me he didn't want it. That tells me he didn't want it. But also, if somebody basically, yeah, Robert passed on it. But I also waited about 2 or 3 minutes. If someone asks the price and I'm about to make it a buy it now, or they ask the details, I usually give it 2 or 3 minutes. If no one bids, if that person doesn't bid, then it goes to whoever does the buy now. But also, you can't ask the details and then not bid. And then when I make it a buy now, 7 minutes later, 4 minutes later, even 2 minutes later, and then you try to buy it now, you can't call dibs because you asked the conditions. You might as well just go ahead and bid. The bundle's at 2021, and Will Robinson got Rockpile. And Robert, he didn't try to bid it to begin with, so that's why I didn't even question it. Deep Purple's on the original label. It's a gatefold, and it's $34.99. Deep Purple Machine Head, $34.99. Deep Purple Machine Head. Now, it gets bad when I decide to make something a buy it now, and as soon as I make it a buy it now, 2 minutes ago, somebody went details, and as soon as I make it a buy it now, their question pops up. That's just bad timing. But also, if somebody asks, they have usually a few minutes, and a bad way to extend the auction is constantly somebody asking what the auction is, because that just gives it more time and more time, because I got to make sure somebody has time to bid and it comes in on my screen. Pat Metheny's $39.99. Ronnie Montrose is $19.99. Ronnie Montrose is $19.99. And we have lots of people. John Mayall recorded live from the Roxy in Los Angeles, $26.99. Invisible Men is a $5 buy it now. The bundle is officially sold to somebody. Jim B, you have the high bid at $21. Jim B has the high bid at $21. If somebody else bid, I didn't see it. Also, Christopher, if you want to bid on Golden Earring, make sure you put Golden Earring 25. This is technically still up for auction. Now Curtis has put 26, so that's technically still getting bids. Golden Earrings at $26. Now that has bids, so it's still going up. Next auction is Marvin Gaye, Let's Get It On, a white label promo radio station copy. This is actually pretty cool. A 1973 original. This is a KRAB FM Marvin Gaye radio station copy. EX condition, a white label promo, obscure to find it in high grade, and not only that, it's a white label promo. Gatefold, and very cool, look at this, they put Marvin Gaye. I think they had to put like how to say the name on there, which I always thought by then you would know how to say Marvin Gaye. At that point, he was a pretty big deal, but maybe not. For somebody that's a radio DJ, they didn't want to mispronounce anything. Autumn bid 22 on the bundle. That never did come in on my screen, and now that's sold to Autumn because Jim B went out. So $22, and that is sold to Autumn. And that's everything from Patrick Swayze to this, the Brief CD. That's that for bid. Now, Curtis Marachi, you're out on Golden Earring, and the Marvin Gaye is a $45 start. Now Golden Earring's at $28. And let's put up some new 45s. Okay. But yeah, sometimes the comments fall weird. If somebody, right when I'm about to make something a buy it now, if somebody asks the details on whatever auction, right as soon as I'm making it a buy it now, technically they get dibs, but not if somebody claims it before them. But I think the golden rule tonight has been, because so many people have missed out on some buy it nows and bids, is if you want something, I would go ahead and bid on it. Because so far tonight, there's only been one unsold auction, which is this Deep Purple record for a $20 buy it now. 9.9 out of 10 of these auctions will sell for the buy it now price. And typically, there's more than one person. So I've always said, if you want it, I would go ahead and bid. Velvet Crush, Hold Me Up. Velvet Crush is going to go up for a $5 start. And Ron Silva and the Monarchs. Ron Silva is going to go up for a $5 start. So we got the Velvet Crush and Ron Silva there for our next New Orleans singles. I've got Junior Walker and the All-Stars, home cooking. Junior Walker and the All-Stars is $29.99, home cooking. Marvin Gaye's a $45 start, a white label promo radio station copy. Now Golden Earrings at $30. For the longest, it wasn't going to get a bid, and now we've got about 4 active bidders. Charlie Daniels, Uneasy Rider, $24.99. Also, the Birds, Fifth Dimension, $24.99. So, Curtis, you're out on Golden Earrings. Slicker has it for $30. That's a nice 70s pressing of that, $24.99. And the best of Sam Cooke. Looks like an early 80s bar-coded pressing from RCA. It's very nice, though, $29.99. And Peter Gabriel, nice. So, with the original inner sleeve, In Your Eyes. Peter Gabriel is $34.99. And Jafria, Silk and Steel. Jafria is $26.99. And Bachman Turner Overdrive is $14.99. BTO, $14.99 on Bachman Turner Overdrive. That's now up for bid. That's now up for a buy now. Blue Oyster Cult, Some Enchanted Even. We got BTO and now BOC, $24.99. Now, Lisa Marachi, which is the same thing as Curtis Marachi, has Golden Earring at $31. So, Slicker, you've been outbid. There's BOC, Some Enchanted Evening, and Jerry Lee Lewis is $9.99. And this is Jerry Lee Lewis self-titled. Jafria is sold to Carmen Char Tiger. That's sold to Carmen. And the original Jerry Lee Lewis. This is a Charlie Records compilation, $19.99. The Velvet Crush is a $5 buy it now. Ron Silva and the Monarchs is a $5 buy it now. Also, we have Tangerine Dream Underwater Sunlight, $24.99. $24.99. And we have Tangerine Dream Underwater Sunlight. Marvin Gaye's a buy it now for $45. This is a white label promo, now a no bid. Nice EX vinyl. Was at a radio station at some point. Also, Golden Earring is now a final call to Lisa for $31. Next is Pacific Gas and Electric. Are You Ready? $19.99. And the Standales Dirty Water. The Standales is $39.99. Tower Records. Andrew Isaac-Smith picking up the Marvin Gaye. Neil Rigler was second. New LP going up for auction. It is Historic Dead, The Grateful Dead. Another white label promo. A 1971 U.S. original white label promo, EX edition. A $35 start. Historic Dead, The Grateful Dead. Vanilla Fudge is $19.99. That one's called Mystery. And Donovan, Sunshine Superman, $14.99. $14.99. Donovan, Sunshine Superman, and Little Richard, his greatest recordings. Little Richard is $26.99. His greatest recordings. Also, Deep Purple Burn, $34.99 on Deep Purple Burn. $34.99. $34.99 on Deep Purple Burn. Now, Golden Earring has a new bid for $32. The Historic Dead Grateful Dead's a white label promo for a $35 start. And I'm going to grab 2 more singles over here and see what we can come up with. I think a few of these may have some light water damage. If so, I'm going to try to. This one's not too bad. It's just some discoloration on the sleeve. This is the Lizard Train on blue vinyl. The Lizard Train's a $5 start. It does have some water damage. The Lizard Train, it's been wet at some point. $5 start. That's on blue vinyl. And we have Willie Lewis, Little Pig Rock. And this one looks A-OK from here. And it's going to go up for a $5 start. Golden Earring 32. Dead has a bid for $35. There's our next 2 New Orleans singles. Those are up and rolling. Also in the bin, we have Rainbow Rising. That's unusual to see in here. And it's a white label promo. Check this out. Wow. $39.99 on that. That's about the one of about 20 records tonight, unless it gets claimed of stuff not only that is unusual to see in the crates, but possibly could be left behind. Donovan's Greatest Hits is $9.99. I probably can go through these 8 John crates I've been through tonight and pick out about 20. Not only I can't believe this didn't sell, but I can't believe this really didn't sell. Willie Lewis is a $5 start. We have Lonnie Mack, the Wham of That Memphis Man, $19.99 on Lonnie Mack. There's been like 20 of those tonight, like either classic rock or hard rock, high grade, etc., etc. Next is Gregory on Rainbow, then Chad, then Jason Jones, then John Kaiser. Also, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Texas Flood, $64.99. Still bidding on Golden Earring. It's at $33. The Dead is sold to John Kaiser for $35. Frank Sinatra's Greatest Hits is $14.99. Willie Lewis and the Lizard Train, as of right now, does not have bids for $5 and $5. We're going to put up another auction right quick, which is this James Luther Dickinson, Dixie Fried, a 1972 PRC Richmond original, VG Plus condition, a $20 start. Also, we have Aretha Franklin for $19.99. Everything in this bin is EX Plus or better. I think this is the 8th John crate we've been through tonight of new arrivals, EX Plus or better. Donovan's Greatest Hits, Gatefold, $9.99. Jared, you were 5th in line on Rainbow. That's already long gone. Roy Gallagher, this is called Blues Print. Nice on a red Polydor, just $19.99 for Roy Gallagher. Don't see that one as often. The Big Sounds of the Drags, that's $19.99. And Joe Cocker, exclamation point, $34.99. Joe Cocker, exclamation point. That's the name of the album. There's also an album called Joe Cocker. There's also an album called Cocker. And I believe he has an album called Joe. That one's called Joe Cocker, exclamation point. Now, we have Michael Butler on Roy Gallagher, that's sold. Ginger Lynch on Donovan, that's sold. We have Willie Lewis, a $5 buy it now. We got Lizard Train, a $5 buy it now. I've got to make sure Slicker's done on Golden Earring, but this is a final call. Lisa's had it for a couple minutes now for $33. Next is Billboard Top Hits of 1960. That's a cool compilation series, $12.99. The Rolling Stones Between the Buttons is $34.99. And we have Pat Travers, self-titled, Polydor again, $24.99. I'm going to go ahead and grab, I did pull 2 records. You know, if I knew that Rainbow was if I would have known that was a buy it now, or excuse me, a white label promo, I flip through the bins, but sometimes I don't catch the notes like promo or, you know, first label. First, though, James Luther Dickinson, William, is a $20 start. I'm going to go 3 wide with the LPs. This is one I pulled out of the bin. This is a beautiful Aerosmith OG Toys in the Attic. I have never seen any with this hop sticker. It includes their hit Sweet Emotion. It has reviews about Aerosmith, this album from Cream Magazine and LA Times, and the vinyl's beautiful. This is a really cool copy to have of Toys in the Attic. That's going to go up for a $35 start. $35 start on that. Now, I've lost Slicker, so let's go ahead and sell this for Lisa for $33. Luther has a bid for $20. Aerosmith's a $35 start. And the other thing I was going to do is the Dio boxes. Yeah, the Dio boxes, two of the 4 are in, and these are truly imports. Where did these come from? This is really, really almost cool how they've done these. I'll show like a box they were shipped in. I'll cover up some addresses here. But whoever ordered the Dio boxes from me, they come shipped like straight with UK customs forms. So they're truly UK imports. I mean, they were shipped separately from our distribution centers, direct from the UK, which I've never seen it done that way before. So these are direct DHL UK imports, these Dio boxes. Now, what I'm going to do is open one up, not only so we can inspect it, but also let everybody know that those are in. And if anybody wants one, we can go ahead and tag those for some people, because I know at least 2 people of the 3 that pre-ordered one are watching right now. So let me go try to open these things. And I think we might can sell another one. They were in stock as of last night. Give me 1 second. Tanner's working on some stuff over here. He's gone for the night, but I just walked around. Our store changes so much on a weekly basis. It's like, wow, they have a new desk in here, and they're always doing stuff. I don't even know what's going on. I just show up and sell records as usual. So let me tear into this import box. We're obviously going to open it and inspect it before we just ship it to somebody. We'll probably reuse this box, and sometimes they even ship them separately. That's why I like dealing in box sets, but man, sometimes they really cut into shipping because we do $7 unlimited, and sometimes we ship these things separately. It may cost $22 just to ship it by itself, but we'll probably leave it in this box because here is the original, the way it came. And let me pull up the details on this. Oh man, yeah, this is sweet. So I ordered 2, and then we sold another one. I've went ahead and ordered 2 more, but these are true. These are not being technically pressed or released for the United States, so they're import only, which means they carry a little bit of premium, but this appears to be a really cool press here, or a really cool set. Dio, the complete albums, and it's the classic years. Now let me go ahead and pull this up so they can tag them, and let's open these up, and we'll let the shipping department decide how they want to package. They might can get it in one of our own boxes in with everybody else's orders, or they may have to so yeah, Dio 9 LP, these are $329.99, and we have one sold to Justin Deckelman, Solarplex Studios, and then Gregory Roberts. 2 have already come in, and if anybody else wants one, I would let me know right now. The complete albums, 9 LPs, Holy Diver, Last in Line, Sacred Heart, Intermission, Dream Evil, Lock Up the Wolves, and Strange Highways. We've sold 3, and I need to know right now, please, if anybody else wants one. A true UK import, $329.99. So Justin, Solarplex, and Gregory. I've got 2 in right now. One for Justin Deckelman, one for Solarplex, and then Gregory, and then MT Matt says he wants one. Let's go ahead and tag them, or let's put down MT Matt. I'll go ahead and actually comment on the post right now just in case so I can remember as well tonight. But those are sold. They actually might use those boxes. But either way, whoever's tagging, let's make a note to open these up and inspect them. Make sure they're nice before we just put a new shipping label on that box. I'm going to go ahead and set these in the operation rooms though. So those are sold, $329 and $329. And I wasn't here on, I guess, Monday or Tuesday when Paul did the Black Crowes box sets, but I'm assuming all those came in for everybody, and there even may be a waiting list over here. I've got a stack of sticky notes here. I don't know who's been tagging. Yeah, there's a huge stack from, I guess, the last couple nights I hadn't been here. So, but all the Black Crow boxes came in, and I don't see any around here. I was looking for all the leftover new vinyl that came in, and I haven't found it yet. So either they've put it in a different spot or everything's sold. And it could be everything's sold because I have not located any leftover new vinyl from Monday or Tuesday. But y'all may know more about that than me. Okay. So which Dio albums are doubles? 2, 4, 6, 7? I don't know. Let's see here. Lock Up the Wolves and Strange Highways. Yeah, Lock Up the Wolves and Strange Highways. Yeah, let me tag MT Matt right now. MT_Matt, and that is a YouTube buyer. That way I have that on the post. I can keep up with it right now. All right, sorry about that. And if anybody else decides they want one, let me know. Those were laying over here on my table, and I just wanted to make sure we were covered. And William Dragovich bid 20 on the James Luther Dickinson, then 21 from Farmer Redman. Aerosmith, 35, 35, 40, 40, 41. Joe Salamo wants this really nice copy of The Rascals. That's a great decision. Dickerson, 25. Aerosmith, 50. There's MT Matt's comment for the Dio. Aerosmith, 42. Luther, 26. Aerosmith, 45. Luther, 27. Aerosmith, 46. Luther, 28. Aerosmith, 47. And Luther, 35. So all that's still getting bids. Now we need to just read the titles in here very quickly, and we're about to begin with some discount bins. I knew that would take me about... about 4.5 hours to read through all of John's 8 new arrivals crates. I think Laura had some car trouble on her way before she left, so I think she had to leave early because she was depending on a ride. So I think that's why there hadn't been any new Laura crates tonight. She actually left a second ago, and I didn't even realize it. So I'm just now forgetting or remembering about her telling me about her vehicle. So. But we are about to go back through some Laura crates, probably at discount. we're going to try to go through some stuff she's marked and do some stuff at discount, okay? Let's find some more 45s. I'm working on another bundle over here. And this one has some damage as well, but it looks interesting. Let me make sure the vinyl's okay. Nope, I'm just going to leave that one in a bundle. It's got some problems. It looks like a good record, too. Probably, if you work on it, you might be able to fix it. Same way with that one. It looks like it's got moisture. And let me sort through all these right quick. These two here. The code. The codes are usually pretty good. This one is okay. Just a dog-eared corner. The code, never alone. That's a $5 start. Actually, let's sell 2 codes together. There's another one. 2 codes together for $5. Pink Slip Daddy. I think that one might be stuck to the sleeve. That's going to be sold. We've already sold that one. That one looks like a little wet. Flexi, that one. Okay, I got our next bundle coming up pretty soon. Okay. There's our next lot. There's 2 cold records for $5 start for both of them. Probably do those for a bundle. Chipping away, man. We've sold a lot of New Orleans or just based on pure shelf space over here. Aerosmith's at 60, Luther's at 36. Here's what's left in here. Sorry for the delay. I'm trying to do a little cleanup. It's that point of the show. And I'm about to have to do some crate hunting. But first, if you want any price or anything in here, great new arrivals. We have BTO, Not Fragile, Dave Edmonds. Also, the Babies, Union Jack, Nat King Cole, Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Lou Graham, Ramatam, Mark Fauner, Rockets, Black Oak, Arkansas, Deep Purple, Pat Metheny, Ronnie Montrose, John Mayall, Junior Walker, Charlie Daniels, The Birds, The Best of Sam Cooke, Peter Gabriel, BOC, Jerry Lee Lewis back-to-back, Tangerine Dream, Pacific Gas and Electric, The Standells, Vanilla Fudge, Donovan, Little Richard, Deep Purple, Lonnie Mack, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Frank Sinatra, Aretha Franklin, Big Sounds of the Drags, Joe Cocker, Billboard Hits, The Rolling Stones, Pat Travers. So many great records left behind in there. So many. I think I have maybe had an overload of vintage arrivals tonight. There has been so many great records. I think tonight, if these don't sell by the end of the night, I'm going to have to do like a compilation crate and post it in the bin. Probably I could fill up almost a whole crate of like a wow, I can't believe this didn't sell kind of price or kind of crate. And let me find the Babies that was inquired about. Where was that? Right here, Union Jack. That's always a highly requested record. The Babies, $14.99. All right, Luther's at 38. Farmer Redman, you're out. No one else has bid on Aerosmith since Gregory bid 60, and no one's bid on the 2 records from the Cold. So that's a final call for 5. Never mind, Robert just bid 5. So he's in at 5 on those. Okay, there's that. There's that. And let me move this pair of scissors. I got another really cool hop stickered record to show after that one sells. And I think this is the list. Yeah, I bet this is the list for the box sets. Yeah, I bet it is. All right, there's that. I need to put that one in there. And there we go. And Jackie said, sold on the Babies. And Gregory, you have been outbid on Aerosmith. I just got to make sure Farmer Redman is out on Luther Dickinson. If you are, let me know. Both of those colds at $5 to Robert, final call. All righty. I think what I'm going to do is try to find our next crate to go through for discount. I feel like the other night we went through a lot of Laura stuff already that was buy it now best offer. I may have to go up front to find even more crates of hers or Paul's. That way we can mix up the routine here because we've went kind of back to 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 back there of John stuff. And let me see what else is here. And what we have and have not gone through. Man, there's a lot of stuff here. Let me see what we can sort through. Give me 1 second as I work on some quick organization here. I'm going to need to figure out what we're going to show for the rest of the night. I do have some other online stuff I've got to take care of. I didn't plan on going too terribly late tonight. Of course, every time I say that, I'm here till at least midnight. But I just got a lot of catching up to do since I was out of town for a few nights. Or actually for a few days. 3 days. I feel like that one's recently been gone through. I don't know. Tomorrow's usually too busy. But, ooh, that looks like a crate I'm looking for right there. I see a Stevie Ray Vaughan record that I knew was on the way. Yeah, here's a crate. Aha. I was trying to find this. I was like, where's all the new vinyl that I ordered at? Here's at least one bin. I think I found the other crates. Maybe they went through, because I was like, where's all the crates of new stuff they went through on Monday and Tuesday that's left over? Because that was 8 of them, but surely there was Paul and John crates that was left over that didn't get claimed. So here we are. The Colds, both of these are sold to Robert for $5. And I'm going to put those right there. Aerosmith, I think that $61 bump from Andrew might have done it. That's a final call. Now, did Farmer Redman ever say out on this? William had it for 38. He bid 39. Now it's at 40. So they're still bidding on that. Farmer, you're still out. And there was also a claim from Rod Burns on BTO. This is sold to Rod Burns, BTO. And then Stevie Ray Vaughan Press Information. This was Texas Flood. It's a U.S. original, no condition note, $64.99. Texas Flood is a U.S. original, no condition note, $64.99. Now, it looks like all these came in, and I actually found a list over here of, it looks like everybody that Paul tagged one for. If you don't have one of these already, this is probably the record of the week. The indie exclusive already came out, and it has sold out and been discontinued. And I think the black vinyl's on back order. And that's Jimmy Page and the Black Crowes live at the Greek. 25th anniversary, 180 gram, 6 LP box set, 36. And here's everybody that it looks like they've already tagged one for. Matt Lawson, Robert Tomick, Caesar Thomas, Josh Tanner, Jason Forterat, Reed Gregory, Daniel Buzide, Fred Carnell, Gianronco Cavuco, Mark Trahan, Michael Thrower, Rob Fordham, Clifford Umstead, Patrick Lear, Jetstream, and Douglas Sirocco. And what I'll do is I'll go back through and like all those comments. That's the Tracy Chapman list underneath that. So that's everybody that got a Jimmy Page Black Crowes. What an awesome box set. Jimmy Page logo there on the front. Very, very cool. And that is a 6LP box, and those are $149.99. It looks like I've got 3 of them. Also, we have Alice in Chains Dirt, $36.99. That's a 2LP remaster. Alice in Chains Facelift, a 2LP remaster, $38.99. And then Stone Temple Pilots. Yes, I was wondering how these did. This is Shangri-La Dee-Dah on yellow and orange splatter. STP is $33.99. Luther Dickinson is sold to Farmer Redman for $40. And there's a new bid on Aerosmith with Omen 76 at $63. We're not done on Aerosmith. It's at $63. Which, who had the high bid? Andrew Eisensmith. Andrew, you've been outbid on that. The next auction is Whitesnake, a beautiful copy here, in shrink with a hype sticker. This has the MTV clip of the week, including Still of the Night. Very cool. Of course, it also MTV was playing that iconic music video at the time. Here I Go Again on My Own. A $45 start on Whitesnake. In shrink and hype, inner sleeve, near mint minus. Beautiful copy. Chris Kirkley wants a Black Crowes box set. That's sold to Chris Kirkley. 2 left. Also, 2 copies of Kiss Love Gun remastered. It has the original inner sleeve, a replica gun, just like an original does if you were to open it. And Stone Temple Pilots number 4. It looks like Paul sold a couple each of what is this one called? Oh my gosh. It is called La Da Dee Da. Shangri-La La Da Dee Da. Boy, that's a tough one. And then Stone Temple Pilots number 4. They're both on colored vinyl, just FYI. Okay, before I show the Stevie Ray Vaughan, let's go ahead and get the next New Orleans bundle, which is the remaining records from this box that I've been working out of. That's just a random insert. We also have, They Call Me Guitar Shorty. Some of these may have light moisture damage where you're going to have to get the record off of the label. The label is stuck to the sleeve, like Jack Black. And we have The Rain and a Monkees. That was then. This is now. The Kaisers. We have a Flexi Disc with the Hate Bombs, the Flesh Tones, and more. The Trigger Happy, Showman and the Thunderous Staccatos, the Splash 4, the Slow Boys, Pink Slip Daddy, and that's on red vinyl. The Dang Trippers Masquerade, another copy of The Rain. And then here's the ones from earlier that didn't sell, which was the Lizard Train, Willie Lewis, Ron Silva, the Velvet Crush, and Invisible Men. All those bundles is a $20 start. $20 start on all those. Aerosmith is So Do Andrew Eisensmith for $65. Thank you, Andrew. That's so do you. Now, Whitesnake's a $45 start. Love Gun is $36.99. Love Gun is $36.99. And then this is Stevie Ray Vaughan live at King's Head Inn, Norfolk, Virginia, 1980, $29.99 for Stevie Ray Vaughan. Those might as well been new arrivals for me because I've never shown those officially live on the show, and I was trying to find some of those earlier, and there they are. So, Chad, I put in a claim for Stevie Ray Vaughan Monday night after the show was over. Do you think they would have pulled one for me in on that Stevie Ray Vaughan Monday night after the show? Monday night after the show. Ooh, I don't know. Let's tag this for George Jones right now, if you're talking about this. And let's make a note to ask Ed if he's pulled this yet. Did you send a message or did you send a comment? If you send a message, I'll make sure Ed hadn't already seen that and found it for you. This crate was pretty buried over here. It doesn't look like it's been moved in a while because there was like 3 crates. So we'll go ahead and tag this now for him and then ask Ed or make a note, Paul comment. Yeah, it probably didn't come through. But we'll find out, okay? So sell that to George Jones, and then whoever's tagging the show, make a note to give it to Ed on that. Final call on Whitesnake. I still got tagged auctions over here that Laura got ready. Let's go ahead and run the next one. Led Zeppelin. A 1977 U.S. Specialty reissue. It has the original on her sleeve. It's in VG condition. It's going to go up for a $25 start. Led Zeppelin 4 in VG condition. So the only thing left in there is the Black Crowes Jimmy Page box set at $149. Hope everybody has a copy of Dirt and Facelift. Those are $36 and $38. Also, Kiss Love Gun, Stone Temple Pilots, and Stevie Ray Vaughan. And this is $29.99. So those are all available. 25 on that, and Whitesnake is a final call 45, and William Dragovich has this bundle for $21, and he is about to get that. We've seen this crate 4 times already. My bad. You probably will see a few things a few more times because I'm not sure. I'm just trying to figure out maybe where some of their new stuff is. Like, did Paul have like new crates of his stuff or new crates of Laura stuff? Because as of right now, I haven't seen, we went through that one Laura crate, which was last night. So as of right now, that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for stuff that they marked that didn't sell so we can discount it. Because these here are marked 4.3, and the stuff I'm looking for is going to be marked 4.7 and 4.8. And so far, I've only found a half of Laura crate on that. Okay, so let me see if I can find some more. Maybe I can find a couple more crates that Laura did that we can go back through a second time and discount. Because to me, they might as well be new arrivals. But this one's marked 313. This one's marked 322. And I don't know if we've been through it or not. It's got some great stuff. I mean, there's Dark Side of the Moon's in here, Bad Companies, Allman Brothers. Looks like stuff. This one here is marked, let's see, this one's marked 325, 319, Big Thief, Tyler the Creator, Muse. I feel like we've already read through all those. let's see here. Yeah, there's pretty much the 7-8 crates I just went through. We might go through this bin here. Let me walk over here and see what's this one. This has got Scorpions, David Bowie. It's just a half crate, but it looks like I need to start discounting some stuff. So looks like I need to start condensing some stuff. So before I condense them, let's read through them, because if they're sealed, it won't take me very long, and I can get this stuff figured out, okay? Texas Flood is still available. No, it's still available. And here's our next buy it nows. Well, first, William Dragovich gets this bundle for $21. That's everything from the bottom thing will be this insert and the lizard train. All those are sold for $21. Okay, Led Zeppelin's a buy it now for $25. VG Condition, $25. And Whitesnake is a $45 buy it now, which is less than what we had it marked for. Less than what we had it marked for. So $45 on this. In Shrink and Hype, OG Led Zeppelin is a 77 VG for $25. Whitesnake is sold to Andrew for $45. I figured that would do like a lot more than that. Jason Jones takes Texas Flood. Now we need 2 new LP auctions. And let's go through buy it now best offer crate, okay? So, we have Grateful Dead and Talking Heads is our next auction. Any more Bowie? No more Bowie LPs for auction over here, no. But I do have Grateful Dead, What a Long Strange Trip It's Been, which is the best of the Grateful Dead, and that's a 77 US Los Angeles original. VG Condition, a $15 start. And the Talking Heads Naked is a 1988 USOG Club BMG Direct EX, a $20 start. That's now up for bid. Everything in this crate is going to be very quickly buy it now or best offer. First thing is band is a tease. Thank you. A tease sealed $24.99. That was a record store day release, $24.99 for a tease. You can go ahead and buy these or buy it now best offer. Yeah, it's buy it now or best offer. Scorpions taken by force. The Scorpions is on white vinyl, sealed for $29.99. That's a remastered white vinyl. We have Captain Beyond, Lost and Found, 1972-1973. That's an unopened picture disc for $29.99. ASAP Ferg, Always Strive and Prosper. That's sealed on white vinyl for $19.99. Grateful Dead 15, Talking Heads 20. And we have The War on Drugs, I Don't Live Here Anymore. The War on Drugs, those are sealed for $29.99. Those are sealed for $29.99. And those are 3 available. 3 available of those. Also, Mac DeMarco. Here comes the Cowboy Demos. Demos. I got Demos's on my mind, which is a local restaurant here. And we got Changes by David Bowie, which is a greatest hits, $24.99. All right, let me grab a new handful of New Orleans stuff here. This is next on my shelf. What could possibly be in here? Looks like it's some very cool, interesting stuff. And maybe some other bundles I can do. Of stuff that's not really New Orleans. Let's just see what we got going on here, though. Let me grab this stuff and start filtering through it and see what we can come up with. Wow, that's a pretty cool Wings picture sleeve. There's a couple Beatles records in here. And let me see what else we got. Some interesting stuff here. Okay, here we go. This is, could be some buy it nows too. Mike Oldfield Wings. Let's put these up for auction right quick. All right, so the first one we have is Mike Oldfield, which is a picture disc. 5 Miles Out, 1982. Mike Oldfield. I think it may be an import from Germany. It's in a plastic sleeve with German writing on it. A picture disc of Mike Oldfield, from Mike Oldfield, $5 start. And then Wings, another foreign picture sleeve with a little Luck, Backwards Traveler, and Cufflinks. That's a $7 start. Is the first one on that K-pop. Yeah, this is K-pop, a tease, sealed for $24.99. Susie wants the David Bowie. And if anybody else wants anything or wants to make an offer, let me know. These back two auctions just have one bids each, 15 and 20. That's a final call. And we still got Mac DeMarco, The War on Drugs, ASAP Ferg, Captain Beyond, Scorpions, and a tease. And one of tease is sold to Rebecca. And then what was the Captain Beyond? The Captain Beyond's called Lost and Found, which was unreleased tracks from Captain Beyond. 1972 to 73, it's a new unopened picture disc for $29.99. No, Kiss was a new arrival sticker price. Love Guns, $36.99. It's a new arrival sticker price. $29.99, or excuse me, $36.99 on that one. Okay, give me 1 second. All right. Okay. We have Stephen A. Young says he'll take Captain Beyond, and Susie wants the Scorpions for $25. That's sold. Mike Oldfield, final call for $7. Wings does have a bid for $7. Grateful Dead is sold for $15 to Greg Beddinger, and Talking Heads sold just one bid for $20 to Mike Owen. So those are sold and sold. Now we need some new stuff. Anybody else want anything in here, let me know. I'm going to put these over here. I'm going to try to go ahead and find another short crate where I can do some condensing and find some other stuff like that that maybe needs to be read back through. And I could use about 3 years to organize this back room. So if y'all don't mind, I'm going to take about 3 years off to organize this back room. And then when I come back, we'll go live. And about 2 days later, it'll be all messed up again. Let me see what's in this bin here. Steel Woods, Code Steel Woods. I don't think this has been offered as buy it now best offer. I feel like some of these would have had some offers or maybe sold a second time through. So let me grab these and let's read through these BINBO. Trying to get some sealed stuff sold here. So sealed records, opportunities for discount on sold records. So let's see what we have here. What just happened? Somebody, I'm not for sure. Why is there a comment with no with 14 O's in it? I might have missed something. But first, let's go through these. And Wings is sold to Thomas Sujar for $7. And then Mike Oldfield's a $5 buy it now if anybody wants that. Plug up my phone here. I'm almost feeling a V8. Oh, a 3-year break. Oh, yeah. No, I can't do that. Okay. Here is Elderberry Jack, long overdue. Elderberry Jack is an acid rock album from 1970. It's a U.S. original. VG for a $20 start. Some of them have sold for as much as $180. That is a $20 start. And Volume 1, Classic Blues. A 1973 U.S. original VG Plus, a $10 start. Ray Charles, John Lee Hooker, Big Moose Walker, T-Bone Walker. That is a $10 start. Michael Ruttman on Michael Oldfield. Michael gets Mike for $5, and Mike Owen was second on Mike after Mike claimed it. Next auction is going to be, as soon as I sort through these a little bit more, I remember these. I think these are top 40 records that I hadn't done buy it nows yet. Yeah, that's why I'm having trouble finding an auction. I think a lot of those are top 40 records that hadn't been offered yet. So let me just set those aside and figure out what's next here in this New Orleans pile, okay? And we should find some stuff right here. This is what I'm looking for. Next New Orleans single here is Crawlheart Fastra, Mooseheart Faith, Mooseful Space. I really have no idea, but that's a $5 start. And next is Los Cincelos. Los Cincelos, a $5 start. Wow, a lot of bizarre titles there. I don't even know what some of those are. I usually don't, but I don't even know what to call those. Who was first on Mike Ofield? Michael Ruttman and Mike Owen. That's the only two people that claimed it. Michael Ruttman and Mike Owen. Moving on. This crate is going to be buy it now or best offer. First thing I have is Robert John and the Wreck, Red Moon Rising, on red and black vinyl, $24.99. Robert John the Wreck, Red Moon Rising, $24.99. Steven Sanchez, Angel Face, sealed on gold vinyl, $29.99 for Steven Sanchez. We've got 4 copies of that available. Neil Young, live, Young Shakespeare, $24.99. Also, the Steel Woods, On Your Time, that is sealed for $24.99. The Steel Woods, we got 2 copies of that. It's a new sealed 2LP, $24.99. Right now, there's 4 auctions on the table. The only thing with a bid is the Moose Heart, or whichever, Moose Heart Faith. Yeah, $5 with Craig, going once, going twice. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. We have BMX Bandits, Life Goes On, sealed on green vinyl for $14.99. Susie wants Neil Young, that is so to Susie. And Mike Ospaw on SW, Steel Woods for $19. And Mike, was there 2 in here? No, there's only 1. There's 2 copies. This is sold to Mike for $19. I have 1 left if anybody else wants a Steel Woods for just $19. New sealed stuff here, basically on sale. You determine the price as long as I accept it. The Above Code Orange. The Above is on cream, black, and brown colored vinyl. That is sealed for $24.99. We have 2 copies. And Rush Fly By Night, a new sealed 180-gram remaster, brand new. Rush, $34.99. Moose is sold to Craig for $5. Los Cincelos is a $5 buy it now. Classic Blues is a $10 buy it now. Elderberry Jack, an Acid Rock 1970 original, just a $20 buy it now. And we have Ma Kelly's Greasy Spoon by Status Quo. That is sealed on fried egg colored vinyl for $24.99. ST, you were second on Neil Young. Adam Bullock on CO for Code Orange. There's 1 left if anybody else wants it. MT Matt offered $28 on Rush, sold. There's 1 Rush left if anybody else wants one for $28. Also, we have Loss, sold to Rod Bryan. Whoops, sorry, I'm trying to get used to this camera being right here. I keep bumping into it. Loss is sold for $5. Elderberry Jack is sold to Farmer Redman for $20. John Dodd was second, then Jackie Reynolds. Rebecca also takes a Rush for $28. Nice price on that. Now we have The Who BBC Sessions, new and sealed for $29.99. The Who, new and sealed for $29.99. Rod Bryan, you were 4th on Elderberry Jack. We got a Robert John, sold to Matt Lawson for $20. There's 2 more left in there if anybody else wants one. The Who BBC Sessions, that's pretty cool. These are $6.99 each. These are the definition of nostalgia here. This is the Archie's cereal box records. They've been cut out from a cereal box. They're $6.99. I think it plays Sugar Sugar. I may be wrong, but they're original cardboard cutout records from the Archies. $6.99 each. I've got 2 available. Also, Full Court Press, Calvin Keys. That's a record store day. Paul says that's a jazz guitar. It's a great record. That's new for $24.99. And Gazpacho Night 2015. That's sealed for $34.99. We are going through Buy It Now Best Offer auctions. Here's our next 2 singles going up right now. Let me grab them, or pick them out, I should say. Here we go. Here's another Moose Heart Faith, Blue Volution, Part 1. Man, did y'all see that? This is a tough sleeve here. Oh my gosh. Whew. That doesn't need to be stored in there much longer. It has almost shrunk around it. Moose Heart Faith, that's going to go up for a $5 start. And then we have Torchula, the Centennials. That's a Sundays. That's a $5 start. Robert, I'm assuming you just want 1 Archie's, right? If so, then I'm going to give Autumn Betts the other one. And then Susie Breedlove was 3rd. Let's see who got Full Court Press. Technically, Chris was 1st. Chris, the next offer was $20. I'm going to go ahead and sell that to you for 20. If you don't want it for 20, let me know. Since you offered 19, Chris Kirkley gets that for 20. Mike Owen was second. These are $5 starts. So the Archies was sold to Robert and Autumn. Also, we got Belvaco. Belvaco is sealed. That's an indie rock album on red vinyl, $29.99, and one copy of The Struts. Now, I have a note. Hold on a second. The Struts is sealed for $29.99. And I have a note that our very own Steve Ritchie wants a copy of this. I think he found it or saw it. And hold on a second. Bullet Boys. Here we go. This is from G, I think. If you come across The Struts, Young and Dangerous, can you pull it for me? No, maybe that's well, G wanted it. Maybe G wanted a copy. So when whoever's tagging, it might be G herself. She does want a copy of The Struts. So that's for G. Let's put that right over here. Chris Kirkley said he will take that for 20. So there's 2 more copies there if anybody else wants one. And we have Black Alicious. This is sealed, $29.99. It's on red and white marble vinyl, Black Alicious, and that's called The Craft. $29.99 on Black Alicious. One copy here of Curtis Blow. That is sealed, a 2018 reissue for $24.99. And another Steelwood, Straw in the Wind. Steelwoods is sealed for $29.99. We've got 2 of those. And the White Buffalo, Once Upon a Time in the West, an original 2012 U.S. sealed for $49.99. Moose is sold just 1 bid to Craig for $5. Torchula, the Centennials, is a $5 buy it now. That's available if anybody wants it. All right, give me 1 second over here. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 minute, take a drink of water. What a relief. Hydrogen and oxygen. I don't know who invented that, but they come up with something special when they figured out water. Okay, so we have Steelwoods 23. Mike, I'll sell that one to you for 25 as well. No, the other one was cheaper, wasn't it? Yeah, I'll do 25 on this one. Jim B says he'll take 2 Black Alicious at $20 each. I will sell those to you for 22 and 22. I'll sell them to you for 22 and 22. There's another White Buffalo, and I've got a Neil Young here. I'll reduce this one myself because we have 4 or 5. We got 4 copies. We have 4 copies. Neil Young, Crazy Horse, Barn, and these are just $15. They're new and sealed. Neil Young, Crazy Horse, Barn. 15, 15, 15, 15, if anybody wants one. New and sealed, $15 each on those. New and sealed. Neil Young, a full studio album, if anybody wants those. Jim B said he will take the Black Alicious for 22 and 22. Those are sold and sold. And we have tracks on Curtis Blow. Mike Allspaw said he'll take a Steelwoods for 25. And then a Neil Young to Mike Owen for 15. Susie Breedlove gets a Neil Young for 15. And now let's put up 2 new auctions. And those next 2 auctions are going to be the following. First is Rainbow, Straight Between the Eyes, and Going to Chicago with Jimmy Rushing. This is Going to Chicago with Jimmy Rushing, a 1955 U.S. mono with the company Vanguard sleeve on the red mono Vanguard label, $15 start. And Rainbow, Straight Between the Eyes. Rainbow's an A2 Carrollton original, Columbia Club copy, original on her sleeve. She says it is kind of torn up, though, up here at the top. But Rainbow's just a $15 start. Okay? Just a $15 start on that. Now, what else is going on here? We got, we sold Neil Young Mike, Neil Young Susie, Neil Young Autumn, Neil Young Adam Hagen. So, Richard Group, you were 5th, and I only had 4. And then the last record in here is the Jim Carroll group, Jim Carroll Band, Catholic Boy, new and sealed, $22.99. What is the Curtis Blow title? And before that, Gregory asked the Curtis Blow tracks. The tracks are Rappin' Blow, Part 2, The Breaks, Way Out West, Throughout Your Years, Hard Times, All I Want in the World is to Find That Girl, and Taking Care of Business. sealed, $24.99. It is Curtis Blow self-titled. Yep. All right, that was a great crate. We sold a big chunk out of there. Let me go ahead and condense that other crate that was already in here, or from the last stack. That's the stuff from the last crate I've already shown. And now we have a quick read through. Now, there was a couple instances in here where some stuff got discounted and there was a leftover. So let me show those when I'm going through here. And one example was Robert John and the Wreck, and I did sell one for $20. And if anybody else wants one, it's $20. It says new studio album produced by Kevin Shirley, special color 180-gram vinyl. And that is sealed on red and black vinyl for $24.99. That's Robert John and the Wreck, sealed for $24.99. I have 2 copies of that left, and they're now $20. Steven Sanchez is still available. Gold vinyl, no one made an offer on those. They're $29.99. We have 4 of them. Sean Holford says he'll take a Robert for $20. Now there's 1 left. No offers yet on Steven Sanchez, but I'm listening. The Steelwoods is just $19, a 2 LP, new and sealed, on your time, midnight black vinyl. There is 1 copy left. Gregory said he will take the Curtis Blow. Let's sell this to Gregory Roberts. Thank you. That's so to you. Steelwoods is already discounted, $19. We have BMX Bandits, Life Goes On. That's sealed on green vinyl for $14.99. We've already sold 1 Code Orange at sticker, and this is sealed for just $24.99. That's still available. And Ma Kelly's Greasy Spoon by Status Quo. This is on fried egg colored vinyl, sealed for $24.99. Also, we have the Who BBC Sessions. Really surprised no one's made an offer on this. It's sealed for $29.99. Larry Gonzalez is the only bidder on Rainbow. Final call for $15. Jimmy Rushing's a buy it now for $15 if anybody wants that. This record was actually in a bin the other night. It's a 1977 Santa Maria pressing of Blondie. I think even that night I got an offer on it, but it was a new arrival. So I'm going to go ahead and match that price and put it up for auction. Blondie is a $35 start. It's a 77 pressing of their self-titled debut album. I just seen where the original drummer in that band just passed away. The original drummer for Blondie. Egg vinyl, $18. Let's sell that to Jim B for $18. Status Quo. We still got Gas Pacho. That's sealed for $34.99. Belvaco is sealed for $29.99. And the Struts. Now, we've technically already sold 1, but there's 2 more in there if anybody else wants it. And then there's the Steelwoods. And this is $25. Yeah, $25. We've already sold 1 for $25. There's another one for $25. And we have that White Buffalo album, Once Upon a Time in the West. That was an original press, $49.99. Let's see, I forgot about our 45s over here almost. I'm so engrossed in showing these. Let's put up our next New Orleans single, which is the Sun Cats. That's All Right Mama and Hound Dog. They're doing some, well, they're Elvis songs, but of course he didn't write them. $5 start there on Sun Cats. That's up for bid for a $5 start. And we have John Watts, One Voice. Also a single over here from the New Orleans collection. John Watts. That is a $5 start. Those are now up for bids. We got Jim Carroll Band, Catholic Boy, and those are sealed for $22.99. All right. So that's all available, even including some of the leftovers. And I've kind of made a decision. A lot of this new sealed stuff, I have been accumulating it over here in a big couple towers. And I guess it's so fast and easy to list on Discogs. If we don't sell it to y'all after a couple attempts, it's going to go on there. And I'm sure they've already comped a lot of these prices. And from what I'm seeing, they've already offered a lot of this stuff at great prices. And it might go on there for a little more. But after we pay fees, we'll probably end up going to get these prices anyway. Might just take a little bit longer. I've had some stuff on Discogs for as long as 2 years. And then it's finally sold. So, by the way, are we still connected? It says I have 0 connections right now. So I hadn't seen an offer since he bid $35 on Blondie, but it is kind of late at 10:37. Seems early, but also it seems late, but also kind of early, if that makes sense. I guess this is where I hadn't done a show in a while. And plus, we basically didn't have anybody here pricing new stuff tonight. We somehow went through 8 crates of new arrivals and didn't have anybody new here pricing stuff. Can anybody hear me, though? There we go. I think Restream just got reconnected. Yeah, Restream, it just reconnected. I think if anybody's commented, the last comment was David Shelton bidding 35 on Blondie, and no one's commented since then. And then Rainbow was only one bid with Larry, which was a U.S. original club copy, and he's still the only bidder, so I'm going to sell that to him for 15. And if anybody has said anything in like the last 2 minutes, I don't think it's come through. The last activity was Blondie at 35, but if everybody can give me a test comment, I'll feel better about that. I'll feel better about the feed being active. Huh, this might be some stuff here I hadn't seen before. Or maybe shotgun. I don't recall these. I guess I need to go through it I guess if I don't recall them, I need to go through it buy it now best offer. The feed is still kind of hung up. Test. Let me get on my phone. It sounds like eBay. Facebook is messed up. There's a comment from Craig on YouTube, and he's usually on Facebook. I bet Facebook is messed up or something. Let me see what's going on over here. Oh, there it is. There's my own comment. Okay. Hey, I'm a 5-year follower of Coletco. So the last thing I see, Jesse, you might want to bid again on the Suncats, Jesse. I see that, but anything before that I didn't see. Okay, we're good to go now. We got booted from Facebook, it looks like. So we're connected though. So here's our final calls. Larry got the Rainbow, just surprisingly, just one bid for 15. David Shelton still has Blondie for 35. And yes, we're working on Streamlabs. We have a new setup already tonight with a camera and everything. He has the Suncats for 5. John Watts is a $5 start. And now there's another bid on Suncats for 5. Okay, we're good to go. Before I bring over another one, I'm going to read through all the no bids tonight. I'm going to read through all the no bids tonight and see what's going on with those, okay? And here is the first opportunity. Going to Chicago of Jimmy Rushing. This is a 55 US mono, and Jimmy Rushing was a 55 US mono with the company inner sleeve VG Plus $15. That was the first no, or the most recent no bid. And then the second is a 77 US Specialty Led Zeppelin, $25. And then Blues Classics is $10, Volume 1. And then Deep Purple was $20. But yeah, I think Jake has already paid for the subscription. They were just wanting, before we changed over to a different stream service, they wanted to make sure we had our store set up the way we wanted to. Suncats is at 6, which means Jesse Rome, you've outbid. If anybody wants to make an offer, I don't like many unsold auctions left over not at all. And we have Suncats. He's out. Let's go ahead and sell that to Robert for 6. John Watts is a $5 buy it now. And David Shelton, you do get the Blondie for 35. I'm not on Blues Classics. I'm not on Blues Classics. You may have to help me out there, Brandon. Zeppelin sold to MT Matt for $20. Thank you. That's sold to you. And that leaves these 3 records here. Deep Purple, Blues Classics, and that. All right. Let's find another buy now. So let me make sure this was all sealed, wasn't it? I'm going to start putting these back over here in my special place that I know I've gone through. Buy it now, best offer. And I'm going to start doing some Discogs blitzing. Lots of Discogs blitzing coming soon. I got to get my scanner, my barcode scanner dug up. You can scan those things and beep, beep, and list and list. And I think there's a pretty cool looking crate over here I want to do buy it now, best offer. And let's see what I can come up with there. I think this one's been gone through quite a bit. I don't want to bombard anybody with a crate we've shown multiple times. But also, if I can confirm I have, I'll put it over here where I know not to show it again. This one for sure I don't think's been offered. There's a couple things in here I don't even remember showing. When are these marked? 4/7? Isn't that one? Yeah, this might have been a day I wasn't here. So, yeah, this might have been a day I wasn't here. 4/7? That's why they don't look familiar. And now they're about to be buy it now best offer. The Blues was a compilation with it's a 73 U.S. original compilation with Ray Charles and John Lee Hooker, Jimmy Witherspoon, Roy Brown, classic blues artist, and it's a $10 buy it now. A $10 buy it now on that. Now we need new. I'm about to get into now reduced Japanese, and there's one other auction over here from the other night that didn't sell. And I don't think I ever made it an offer, and it's an mallet head, an 88 U.S. original for $25 or best offer. I think that's hard rock. I don't think really metal, but it kind of looks like it. May be like some of that hard rock / 80s hard metal type there. Mallet head, 25 OBO, and then VG Plus on the Blues for $10. Discogs, I think it's just called Collect Co. or Collect Company. Should just be Collect Co. Quite a bit on that. We're about to definitely add to it. I've had some people get on there, and by the way, if you do find something, don't buy it on there. Just send us an email or a message. That way we can take it off and sell it to you and put it on your invoice. If you buy it on there, we immediately lose about 10%, even more after you pay on PayPal or whatever, or however you pay through PayPal. So if you ever see anything on our Discogs, or eBay, which eBay right now really has no records. It's just got some autographs and a few Masters merchandise items on there that I'm reselling. So other than that, I usually don't even. People ask, I'm like, well, you can look us up, but I promise there's probably nothing on there you want. The best time to look through our online stuff's Discogs. And then here's Groovy Joe Poovy. My Life's Ambition, that's a $5 start. Brandon Lack said he will take Blues Classics for $10, and Mallet Head is sold to Alan Hagen for $18. All right, let's go through this crate. Buy it now, best offer. I think this is new stuff I've never shown before. This looks familiar. $14.99. Footwave. Who is this? I can tell it's white. I don't know what this is, but it's $14.99. Everything in here is OBO. The Wallflowers, Exit Wounds. The Wallflowers is sealed for $19.99. And Sturgill Simpson, Metamodern Sounds and Country Music. Sturgill's just $19.99. Metamodern Sounds and Country Music. Let's put up 2 new Japanese pressings at reduced price. Just $15 starts for ABBA, Arrival, and Jay Giles Band, Ladies Invited. There's obviously some discoloration on this one. ABBA is near mint minus, and ABBA's cover's nice, and of course the vinyl on Jay Giles is nice as well. We got Kiss Rock and Roll Over, sealed for $24.99. That's a 2014 remaster, and Led Zeppelin Coda, the Jimmy Page remaster. That's already $12 below MSRP. So $24.99 to me is already an on-sale price. WF Wallflowers, sell that to Mike Owen for just $15. That seems like a great price. And we have Calagonaut, magnified as Giants. Prague album. It's a Prague album from Norway. I've only got one of those for $19.99. NF Hope. NF is sealed for $24.99. And we have Commodore's Natural High. That's a sealed original record for $14.99. Kevin Keeney, think about it. Kevin Keeney is sealed on white vinyl for $19.99. MT Matt picking up a Coda for $20. What a great price. Does anybody else want one for that price? There's only one more opportunity. We have Tiger B. Smith. We Are the Tiger Bunch. That is sealed for $9.99. Louisiana's LaRoe. That is sealed for $9.99. And Eric Clapton, Money and Cigarettes, a 2018, another sealed remaster for $24.99. Eric Clapton and John Fred and his Playboy Band. Really cool. It's got the hop sticker, Judy in Disguise with glasses. That's a 60s classic and original, just $19.99. The Commodores is sold to Rydell for $12, and that last Led Zeppelin Coda for just $20 is sold to Scott Oman. We have filled up another crate, and here is what we're going to do. J. Giles, a $15 buy it now. ABBA, a $15 buy it now. The Waistcoats, a $5 buy it now. Groovy Joe Poovy, a $5 buy it now. But we have filled up another crate here, so let me take this off the table and start a new tower here. That's our 5th full crate tonight. I at least need to try to fill up another one, plus all the 45s we've had. And I feel like we've had a pretty good night for not having any new arrivals except that huge Smashing Pumpkins pre-order. And I probably need to show that one more time before I sign off tonight because that was a big one. And let me see if it's handy, actually, because I need a new crate, and I can condense it with this other crate. This other crate has the Black Crowes box set. That might be a great move for me to do right quick. Plus a couple vintage John crates here that we sold. About every vintage John crate we went through tonight, we sold about half of it, and I think we went through about 8. And I think that's how we've ended up selling so much tonight, because about half of every one of his crates sold tonight, which is fantastic, of course. Here's a couple I've already condensed. Bear with me just a second. I think by the looks of this crate, nobody wants to go anywhere. So, don't go anywhere. Yep, there's the first vintage bins we went through. And, yeah, let me condense this. Let me show these right quick. So here's the newest stuff that we went through tonight. The Band is a new release. Gatefold, single LP, music from Big Pink. A classic, one of my favorites. Those are $36.99. And then the new Smashing Pumpkins, which we sold 2.5 crates full already. Here's what's left. It's the first time it's been reissued with the original artwork, and it's on red smoke colored vinyl. $44.99 on Smashing Pumpkins. I still have those left if anybody wants one. And I have a new release, the Harlem Globetrotters. 4 left. They're on orange vinyl. That's a reissue from an original album from 1970, which is pretty tough to get. That's new and sealed. Comes out Friday, $33.99. And now we've emptied about 3 crates doing that condensing right then. So that was great. Now, the first thing was GMB offered 18 for NF Hope. Let's sell that to GMB for 18. Fred, 16. That is sold to Tim Voldness for 16. Mike Owen got the J. Giles for a $15 buy it now. What's unsold to the left? Give me 1 second. I just recently ran through them, but I'll show them again very quickly. The Waistcoats was a $5 buy it now. Groovy Joe Poovy was a buy it now. And nobody. So the first unsold is ABBA for $15, Deep Purple for $20, Jimmy Rushing and Mono for $15. Jimmy Rushing was a 55 US Mono, VG Plus. Deep Purple was EX or better original, and then ABBA are Japanese pressing, $15. And I'm going to keep all the Japanese a minimum of $15. We have LaRue. Sell that to Mike Allspaw for $6, a sealed original, and Rydell Retro Class Entertainment wants a Globetrotters, and that's sold. But John, I'm going to keep all the Japanese at minimum of $15 because we're getting pretty close to, at that point, I have a few left that I'm willing to do that price, but that's usually kind of the minimum on any of these nice Japanese pressings. Here's 2 more for $15 starts. And it's Cyndi Lauper, She's So Unusual, which is one I've sold. Some of these that I get quite often are weird. I've already said this tonight. Some of them are, we sell them $35. I've sold the same album for like $68 and $74. And then sometimes I'll have 2 or 3 and nobody wants them. And I have to get them down to like this, $15. Give it about 2 more months and you may see one of these sell for like $74. Just because they're so nice, they're Japanese, and every once in a while you get 2 or 3 people wanting one, but they always go up for auction. But usually about the minimum I'll take for these, because even if I do a bundle deal like I have before, and John, I think you've bought the bundle deals, they're usually about the cheapest I'll get them, even in a bundle deal, are $15. But if you do want ABBA for $15, you can say sold or pass. Carmen Shar Tiger wants a Smashing Pumpkins. That's a really cool release. I'm glad we got all of our allocations. I was worried about that one. The next one I'm worried about is Mad Season. I hope all those come in. And Alan Hagen on Deep Purple for $15. That's sold to him. Nice price on that. So that leaves Jimmy Rushing and ABBA, unless John Kaiser gets it. Next is Paul Cantor Sealed. There is so much sealed original stuff in here for cheap, like this. Paul Cantor, Rock and Roll Orchestra for $14.99. Carly Simon, sealed for $14.99. Mike Owens in on Cyndi Lauper for $15. John Lennon, a classic double fantasy. That's just a $15 start. Our next single is going to go up right now. Looks like from the New Orleans stuff. It is a $5 start. The Confidence. The Confidence is a $5 start. And we have Skull. Ooh, is this stuck? Oh, man. Just lightly. Uh-oh, there's some residue on it. That's weird. Maybe I'm opening it from the wrong end. Maybe not. Look, it looks like it's been glued. See that? Looks like it's been glued shut. Why did they do it like that? What a bizarre way to put a record in a sleeve, gluing it sealed. Yeah, so that's pretty bad. I mean, it's probably something you can clean off, but there we go. I might not try to put that back in there. That's weird. It looks like somebody glued it shut after they put it in there, which means the record got glue all over it. And this is, it looks interesting though, Skull, F-U-C-K, $5 start. All right, John Kaiser said he will take ABBA for $15, thank you. And then next was Cyndi Lauper, $15. I think John Griffin was maybe bidding $15 as well. John Lennon's at $15, another $15. And we have, when do you expect Mad Season? What is the scheduled, I'd have to look up the scheduled release date, honestly. Let me look it up right quick. It's due out March 14th. Yeah, it got pushed back. See, it's already April. It's already been pushed back. It was supposed to come out last month. Let's see here. I don't know if they even still have it up for order. No, see, they don't have it up for order anymore. They've already took it down because they're sold out. And sorry, I'm sorry I'm pausing the show, but I do need to look this up because I probably need to remind everybody tomorrow too when I'm going through new stuff. Yeah, neither distributor has it even up for order anymore. That's a tough one. I don't know if it is. Let me see if it's on my back order list. Mad. Okay, I didn't order it through them because it's not on that list. Let me see if I ordered it through them. Mad Season above. There it is. I have 60 copies ordered. It's due out April 25th, 2025. It's due out April 25th, 2025. I have 60 copies ordered. The post has, yeah, I've already put that. Yeah, 4 weeks ago. This is, I could have just went there. This been pushed back to April 25th. So sorry. Yeah, it's already been delayed. Okay. Here we go. So Cyndi Lauper, Mike Owen has it for $15. John Griffin, you're out. Mike Owen was first. Clifford Umstead has John Lennon for 15. We're going through a buy it now best offer bin. Next thing I have is Hammock, Silencia. Hammock is an ambient post-rock clear with black smoke, $29.99. Jim B said Tiger for 6. And I'm not for sure what that is. Tiger, is that something in this bin? Tiger is sold to Jim B for $6. Next is Noah Kahn Stick Season, $24.99. If I have to order these new, they're like $44.98 MSRP. This is pretty much like half off of the new price. Noah Kahn's just $24.99. Roger Daltrey, Parting Should Be Painless, sealed for $14.99. Definitely want the Mad Season. Are you in on the pre-order already? If not, I hope that you let me know right now for sure so I can add you to this list, because some people, I see a couple people that bought 2. This person bought 2. This person bought 2. I don't know if I even have enough, but I can put you down because it sounds like some people have bought 2 and 2, and that's one of those records that will be on Discogs for like $176 here in about 2 months after it comes out. Nick Cave and the Bad Seeds, B-Sides and Rarities. Nick Cave's only $24.99. Noah Kahn sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. Chris Kirkley second. Susie Breelove next. Million Town, that's a prog album. Frost, $24.99. And this is Benny Singh's Young Hearts. That's sealed on Sky Blue for $24.99. The Confidence is a $5 buy it now. The Skull, F-U-C-K, with glue on the record is a $5 buy it now. John Lennon sold to Clifford for $15. Cyndi Lauper sold to Mike Owen for $15. Next is another copy of that. Also, this is Courtney Barnett, Things Take Time, sealed on blue vinyl, $19.99. I've got 3 Courtney Barnetts, and we have JoJo, Good to Know. JoJo is $19.99. Kelly Wants to School, F-U-C-K. Let's make sure we put that in a new outer sleeve and not put it back inside the record. For some reason, somebody decided to glue it. But that is sold to Kelly for $5. Elephant 9 with Rain Fisk, a Psych Jazz Fusion record for $24.99. Now our next 2 Japanese records are going to be ABBA's Greatest Hits and Paul McCartney, Pipes of Peace. And these are going up once again for a $15 start and a $15 start. A Japanese ABBA's Greatest Hits Volume 2. That one has a great track listing on it with Dancing Queen. And Paul McCartney, Pipes of Peace. That's a $15 start. He said add him. Okay, I'm going to put your name down right now. That's Spackle. Tab. And I'm going to put, it auto-corrected to Spackles. Let's put down Spackle Tab, and that's YouTube. And I don't know if you'll get one. Let's see. If we do get all 60, which is unknown to me right now, we've sold 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56. It looks like 57 because some of those comments weren't about pre-orders. Now, unless I miscounted and unless Ed's got a list I'm not aware of, it sounds like we've sold 57 of 60. We have John Dodd on Elephant for 19, and that was this, that's Elephant 9. Wait a minute. Elephant 19. You were claiming it as sticker, though, right? That's sold to you. And then Preston Rose on Courtney Barnett for 15. And we have Roger Moon, Second Class View of Paradise, sealed for $9.99. Tim Moore is sealed for $9.99. And Elephant's Memory. That's a John Lennon guest appearance on this one. Yeah, that was on his label, on the Beatles label Apple. That was his backing band at one point. $29.99 on Elephant's Memory. Final call on those Japanese pressings for $15 and $15. Here's our next New Orleans single, the original Safaris, Gum, Dip, Slicks, and High Time. This is going to go up for a $5 start. The original Safaris, that's going to go up for a $5 start. And what else do I have here? I have, wow, we've sold a lot from this band tonight, but they've all sold. And this is the Cold, $5 start. The sticker was $24. Well, the name of the group is Elephant 9. I just didn't know if you made a mistake. If you're offering 19, I'll sell it to you. I'd have no problem with that. But the group's called Elephant 19, and I thought when you put Elephant 19, you were meaning Elephant 9. But I get what you're saying. You're offering 19 for Elephant 9. And Safaris has bids for 5 and 5, and Code has a bid for 5. We've got Hege 5, House of Tears, sealed for $9.99. Linda Clifford and Curtis Mayfield, the right combination. A sealed Curtis Mayfield original for just $14.99. And music from the movie Splash. Splash is sealed, and it has a poster, $19.99. We have Pete Carr, not a word on it. Pete Carr is sealed for $9.99. And Corliss, that's a country rock album, also sealed for $9.99. And Shotgun is a funk disco record, also sealed for $14.99. So William Dragovich, you're out on the Safaris. Jesse Rome's bid did come in first. Now William's in at 6. ABBA's a greatest hits for $15. Or ABBA's a buy it now for $15, and Paul McCartney is a buy it now for $15. So those are available. Safaris is now at 6. The Code is still at 5 on a final call. Retro Class 10 on Curtis Mayfield sold to Rydell. Romulus says he'll take both Japanese for 15 and 15. Those are sold to Romulus C. Also, we have Buckhorn, a Southern rock album sealed for $14.99, and the very best of Johnny Burnett sealed for $9.99. Thomas Mars, another perfect woman, that is sealed for $9.99. Our next 2 Japanese are going to be Paul McCartney, Tug of War, and I think I have one more over here. Oh, let's do some more of these sealed original records. Here is Jimmy Buffett, Riddles in the Sand, which is a sealed copy from 1984, unopened and original, a $15 start. And Paul McCartney, another Paul McCartney, Tug of War, a $15 start. And Greg, you were second on the other Paul McCartney. The Safaris is sold to 6 with William Dragovich, and the Code is sold for $5, also the William Dragovich. Next in the bin is Dismore Payne, a sealed Southern rock album for $19.99. Carlene Carter is sealed for $14.99, and McKenna Mendelssohn Mainline, that is sealed for $19.99. Jimmy Buffett has a bid with Brent Robley for $15. And now our next New Orleans single. Let's see what I have right over here. For some reason, there's a bunch of loose sleeves again. So let me do some sorting and see what I can come up with. That is a empty sleeve. Here's Bruce Springsteen, War. Bruce Springsteen in the picture sleeve for a $5 start. That's an empty sleeve. That's a flexi disc. I'll put that. This record's cracked. Don't need that. And then this is an empty sleeve, and that's an empty sleeve. And then that's an empty sleeve. Like I said, that's a flexi disc. I'll just leave that right there. Thomas Clark said he claimed a Smashing Pumpkins, and I missed them. Didn't mean to miss you, so I'll pull one right now. This is sold to Thomas Clark. Tug of War has a bid for $15. JoJo is sold to Alex Kane for $15. And Jim B wants Hammock for $20. Hammock is right here. It is sold to Jim B for $20. And then we have Big Blue Marble. That is a soundtrack from the world's first worldwide children's television series. That's $12.99. Generator is plugged and good to go. Thank you for the reminder. This is Cali D, Free Spirit. That is $19.99. Cali D, Free Spirit, $19.99. Also, Spotify Top Fan exclusive, stained glass tricolored vinyl. And this is for The Show, an album by Neil Horan, $39.99. Very cool color there. $39.99 on that. These are all buy it now best offer, even including Blackberry Smoke. It is $22.99. It is opened. And we have Lost Blues Volume 1. That is sealed for $14.99. Paul McCartney is sold to Greg Beddinger for $15. Sealed Jimmy Buffett sold to Brent Robley for $15. Those are sold and sold. Next is Paul McCartney. This is McCartney 2, another Japanese pressing for a $15 start. And then we have another sealed record over here. And it is Aretha Franklin, Almighty Fire. It's a sealed original from Atlantic, a $10 start on that. And we have BB Blackberry Smoke, and that's going to be sold to Curtis for $15. Alan Hagen on Carlene Carter for $8. That is $8, and that is right here. That's sold to him for $8. Michael Peveler just offered 2 more than Curtis, but I've already sold it. And I'm going to put that right there. That's just a loose record. Actually, let me try to make this a bot now. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 unsold New Orleans records, plus a Barracudas and a flexi disc from the Nomads. So instead of 25, and I've got a bunch of empty sleeves and a flexi disc from the Barracudas, I'll do all that for $15. So NOLA bundle, $15 on all those. Melissa on Cali Deed for $15. That is sold to Melissa Bailey for $15. Selling some records. That bundle's a $15 buy now. The back 2 auctions are no bids right now. Looking for $10 and $15 starts on those. Okay, now let's see what else I got in here to read through right quick. Give me 1 second, please. Chad's also about to sneeze. All right, I'm back. All righty. And let's see here. Greg's in on Paul McCartney 15. William Dragovich gets the bundle. So that's everything from the Series Charge empty sleeve to the Confidence. Dustin Hodge is second on the bundle. Bruce is a $5 buy now. That's a picture sleeve of War. $5 buy now on Bruce Springsteen if anybody wants that. It's available. And let me see what else I can come up with over here. I got another handful, it looks like, of some pretty interesting records I just pulled off the shelf. Everything from, what is all this? Oh, I remember some of these. All kinds of stuff. Oh, there's the Barracudas. I wonder if this empty sleeve goes with the one that I just sold. If so, then William just got a free record. Somebody 05. Yep. William, I just found the empty sleeve that this Barracudas record goes to. So congratulations. You just got a free record that I just matched up. And if there's any more in here, there's no telling how many more we probably could have tried to match together if we loose records, but it also would have took a long time. And here's a couple more singles to put up. First is McKenna Mendelson for Michael Ruttman. McKenna Mendelson, that's sold to Michael Ruttman. Thank you. Here's Red Peters and her Solid Cinders. Red Peters and her Solid Cinders. That's going to go up for a $5 start. And we have Christine and Lou Jukebox Hop. Christine and Lou is a $5 start. McCartney is sold to Greg Beddinger for $15. And the sealed Aretha Franklin is $10. There's 2 more New Orleans singles, Red Peters and Christine and Lou. Anybody else on anything in here, just let me know. There is some sealed stuff. There is some lightly used, very nice stuff. All you got to do is just let me know, okay? Next is Aretha is sold to Romelu C. That's one of those weird situations. Edwin just said, auction to the left details. And as soon as he said that, it was a buy now from Romelu, but technically Edwin Blom gets dibs. We had this discussion earlier. Just a really bad timing for both people. This is a sealed copy of Aretha Franklin, Almighty Fighter. If you wanted Edwin, it's yours for $10. If not, Romelu does want it. And then we have Millentown for $18, and then we had a question. But Chris Riddlings was first, and I'm going to sell it to Chris for $18. Jim B was second, and now Red Peters has a bid for $5 with Preston Rose. All right. Now, I'm about to read what was left in here. If anybody wants to make an offer, let me know. I'm more impressed that we have 251 people still watching at 11:11. Make a wish. It may ring true. I never did identify this band. It looks like Bath White or Beth. No, that's an A. Bath White. Foot Wave. I still hadn't identified that. That is $14.99. Also, Sturgill Simpson was sealed. Still got Kiss, and this is a buy it now best offer bin. So if you want to know the price, just ask. This was the Prague from Norway. Chris Riddlings, $19.99. It's called Caligo Not. Caligo Not, magnified as Giants. It's $19.99. And then we had Kevin Keeney. We had Eric Clapton, a remaster. Paul Cantor, who was in Jefferson Airplane, Jefferson Starships, big solo career too. Carly Simon, Roger Daltrey, Nick Cave, Benny Sings, Young Hearts. 2 copies here of Courtney Barnett. Now, I've already sold one for $15. There's 2 left if anybody else wants it. Chris Riddling said he'll take this for $15. It is sold to him. And Edwin Blom never did say he wanted this Aretha Franklin, so it's sold to Romelu for $10. He never did say yes or no on it. Red Peters is got a new bid for $6. How much was Kiss? Rock and Roll Over is a sealed remaster, already discounted at $24.99. It's a sealed copy. And then Tim Voldness bid $5 on Christine and Lou. Tim, I'm going to go ahead and sell that to you for $5. And then whoever bid on Red Peters, let me know if you want back in. The Nick Cave is called B-Sides and Rarities, a 2 LP black vinyl. That is $24.99. We also had Roger Moon, which was a sealed original. Tim Moore, a sealed original. Still got Elephant's Memory, a sealed original. However you say, Hege 5. And then we got MT Matt on Kiss for $20. So Michael Peevler, if you want a Kiss, it's only $20. I have one left. And then Sergil is sold to Tim Voldness for $15. Talk about a great price there. Michael Peevler, I'm going to go ahead and sell you Kiss for $20. I know you was going to take it as sticker, but somebody else already made an offer. Red Peters is sold to Tim Voldness for $6. That is sold. J.K. passed on Nick Cave. I got the Splash soundtrack, Pete Carr, Corliss, Shotgun, Buckhorn, Johnny Burnett, Thomas Mars, Dismore Payne, Big Blue Marble, the Neil Horan, and Lost Blues Volume 1. Lots of interesting stuff in there, including a lot of sealed originals. This should be pretty interesting. It's a Beatles Japanese pressing, a 67 to 70, and I'm pretty sure the last time I had it up was a $35 start. Kind of surprised it didn't get a bid, but now we're going to put it up for what? Just a $15 start. It's a sealed a Japanese, not sealed, a Japanese Beatles 67 to 70. The cover has a little bit of discoloration, but all the LPs are nice Japanese quality. And this is a $15 start. $15 start. Okay. And then I think I got some more sealed stuff here. I do. This is pretty cool. It's sealed and even has a hop sticker on it I've never seen before. Hall & Oates Live Time. And it says Hall & Oates 1977 live recording with a hop sticker on it. It's a sealed original for a $15 start. $15 start there. Let's see what else I have over here in the 45 department. Let me grab all these. And let's see here. We might bundle a couple Paul McCartney records with A Little Luck, Uncle Albert, Admiral Halsey. Some good stuff there. These are $5 starts for both of them. This is Uncle Albert, Admiral Halsey, and also Too Many People. Those are songs from Ram. It looks like it might have been in a jukebox at one point, so you might want to call that VG. And then we got With a Little Luck, and that one's about VG plus. So both Paul McCartney records there, a $5 start. $5 start on those. Let me figure out what's next here. One second, please. All right, and then let me open this up and check on this for a second. All right, I'm back. Now, the Beatles is at 15, 15, 15, 17, and Hall & Oates, I think, Alan Hagen put DH, Daryl Hall, 15, and then Paul McCartney's a $5 start. Looks like it has a a jukebox strip down in it from a previous record. What is the jukebox strip down in it? It looks like Paul McCartney. It's My Love on that one. That's interesting. So it looks like they might have swapped those out or something. Somebody that was operating some jukeboxes. The Beatles, the vinyl is pristine as normal with Japanese pressings. It's got both LPs. But yeah, your typical very high grade, you know, near mint minus Japanese. It also has the discography book, which tells about the Beatles' releases, both in English and in Japanese. And it has the lyric book with all the lyrics to every song in there. And both original inner sleeves, which also has the lyrics, like, you say yes, I say no. You say goodbye, I say hello. That is now up for bid with a high bid of 17 with JC Rome. Let me try to swap out crates now and figure out what's next. I know we've been through these a couple times. And I'm going to put them, well, actually that's pretty recent, but I don't think I'll go through those again. So if you were on the edge of your seat, I would go ahead and submit an offer now because, like I said, I don't know. I'm going to pull out the sealed stuff, except for maybe the OG sealed. And we will probably not show those again, at least for a while. I'm definitely going to work on keeping stuff further away from me so I don't accidentally grab a crate again that we've recently been through. That way, if y'all see stuff, it's stuff only for the second time, or, you know, like here's Bebop Deluxe, Screaming Females. I think we've shown this one pretty recently too. That's why they're all stuck. That's why they're all stacked up around me. I'm having to walk over here kind of across to this other section and try to find some stuff. Actually, let me step up front. There might even be some up here we can show. All right. So, the Beatles is at $18.20. Jesse says he's done. The sealed Hall & Oates is sold to Alan Hagen for $15. The two Paul McCartney records can be bought for $5. Now the Beatles is at $20. And I went up front and found a old Laura bin that I don't think I ever shown best offer. First is Miles Davis Bitches Brew, which is a 2020 sealed pressing for $39.99. Miles Davis Bitches Brew, sealed, $39.99 on that. That's not a cheap record to order new, as in it's pretty expensive, just MSRP. Just saying. Here is another sealed original. We sold a Japanese pressing earlier. This is Corey Hart, Fields of Fire, with Shrink and Hop for a $15 start. I've got 3 copies of Camellia. Camellia is Camila Cabello, and the name of the album is Camilla. It is sealed on red vinyl for $19.99. We have 3 of those available. And then introducing the 11th House of Larry Coryell. That is a Record Store Day edition from 2023. That is $29.99. There's only 1 left of those. And this is From Autumn to Ashes, holding a wolf by the ears. And that is sealed for $19.99. Sealed for $19.99. What was the Bebop Deluxe? That's over here in a bin. I know we've shown it already. It's this Sunburst Finish. It is a new vinyl edition of this classic album remixed by Stephen W. Taylor, cut at Abbey Road Studios. We still have 3 of those sealed for $29.99. Sealed for $29.99. Bebop Deluxe Sunburst Finish, $29.99. Beatles 22, Beatles 25. Corey Hart's a $15 start. And we have Snail Mail Valentine. Snail Mail is sealed for $29.99. We still got 2 of those. This is a buy it now best offer. Chad loves Camilla, Mrs. Coletco. Y'all didn't forget my comments on her the previous time. I did say she was very attractive, and I was shooting my shot and saying if Camilla's single and she's out there, then I will gladly talk to you on the telephone. Deltron 3030, the instrumentals, sealed $34.99. Deltron 3030. Might even take you out to maybe even take you out to eat at the old Whataburger here in Lebanon. You think she eats Whataburger? The Jam, all mod cons. The Jam is sealed for $29.99. $29.99 for the Jam, and NOS, King's Disease 2. I'll be like, Whataburger date at 4:30 a.m. And that's probably where the conversation stops. Next record we have is Cordillio Turbo by Action Bronson. Sealed on clear vinyl, $19.99. And 2 copies here of Weather Alive, the new album from Beth Orton. Beth Orton is sealed on clear vinyl for $19.99. And the Beatles at $25 with Stephen Riley. I have not heard from Greg Bendinger until right now. First, Corey Hart was a sealed original of Hype, a $15 buy it now. And Stephen Riley has the Beatles at $25. Stephen Riley has the Beatles for $25. That's a final call. Also, we have Toxic Reasons and The House of God. That is sealed for $29.99. Toxic Reasons, 1. Also 2. Available, and Orc Screamnauseum. Orc is a prog supergroup sealed for $29.99. Hattori Hanzo on Beth Orton for $15. That is sold to Hattori Hanzo. And Olivia Rodrigo Guts, $34.99. Olivia Rodrigo, that is $34.99. And I still got 4 of those available. So the Beatles is sold then to Stephen Riley for $25. $25. $25. That is sold for $25. Trade for 45s. No, Chad don't have any time for dating. I get people all the time, Chad, you should do this, do that, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, well, I'm kind of busy. I don't think, probably some of y'all wouldn't want me in a relationship because the amount of live sales we would be doing would greatly decrease. Chad's income revenue would greatly decrease. We have the Cars Candy O on clear vinyl. The Cars is sealed for $29.99, and Love Forever Changes. Love is a 2012 reissue, $29.99. Love Forever Changes, $29.99. And Abscess. Abscess is unplayed, $14.99. Political Vomit. I still got 3 of those. The Mountain Goats, the Sunset Tree, that's sealed for $19.99. King Cruel, the Ooze, $24.99. And Porcupine Tree, the Sky Moves Sideways. Porcupine Tree is unopened for $34.99. It has been a great night for Japanese stuff prices. Yep. Well, a good night for y'all. Probably a bad night for me, but that's okay. We're clearing out. I'm sure there's going to be some new deliveries. I don't let the stuff hang around long. I remember about 3 years ago, I was always really firm on Japanese prices, and we ended up not discounting anything. We didn't discount anything at all. Like I was like 35, no more, no less. And then I end up having like 7 crates of Japanese stuff. So my new rule is I try to start auctioning them as soon as they come in. Most of them does really well. And some of the ones that do exceptionally well makes up for the ones that sell for like $15. So I end up getting kind of what I need for them, but it all averages out. So I always look at it on the big picture, the bottom line at the end of the year. I do sell some records here way too cheap. We have some that do extremely well at auction. So at the end of the day, technically at the end of the year, I'm pretty happy with the way things turn out. We got Louis Armstrong here. What a Wonderful World. It's like a 4-track EP. It looks kind of modern. 2021 Verve. I don't know anything about it, but it's Louis Armstrong Original Grooves. I'm going to put it up for a $10 start. Michael Peveler on the cars for $22. That's sold to Michael Peveler. And Dangerous Toy does want Porcupine Tree. So Louis Armstrong is available for a $10 start. I have more sealed records. Here's Olivia Newton-John. Olivia is sealed. However, she's got a lot of tears in the shrink wrap. Big tear up here, tear. It's never been open, though, but she's got a lot of tears on that. $10 start on Olivia. She is sealed original. And then Obsess is sold to JK for just $10. Does anybody else want one for $10? Okay, here we go. And let's see what's going on. I'm just going to read what's left in here. Let me just read what's left in here. And if anybody wants to make an offer, you can be my guest. I'm going to try to go at least till midnight tonight. We still got a lot of people on, and I'm trying to fill up some more crates. We're about to fill up this 6th crate, which is where I wanted to get at least by the end of the night. Let me go ahead and take this other stack of sold 45s in here. I do have quite a bit to catch up on since I was gone for a few nights, so we can have... Sorry, I was walking away. I don't know if y'all could hear me or not, but what I was saying is I need to put some time into making sure we can have great sales for the rest of the week, which is going to take some time for me to do some catch up. And I'm not talking about the stuff you put on French fries. Yeah, this one's been shown. It was up front. I think I shown it twice and then took it up front. So I'm really going to retire it now. If anybody doesn't want to make an offer, if anything, I might start putting some up for auction. So like I might go through these crates, like records like this that I'm probably not going to put on Discogs. Like I don't see myself ever putting this on Discogs. I bet there's hundreds on there for sale. But if no one makes an offer tonight, it's going to be put up for a low start tomorrow or another day. And it's either going to sell really cheap or it might even bring more than what we have it stickered for. I've seen that happen before. So up to y'all. But Miles Davis is a 2020 pressing, $39.99. I've still got Camilla. I've got the Larry Coryell record. This one was from Autumn to Ashes. Still have that. If you need a price, let me know. Snail Mail, Deltron 3030, The Jam, Nos, The Action Bronson, Beth Orton. Now, I've already sold one for $15 if anybody else wants one. Also, Chris Ridling's offered $18 for Orc. I'm just now seeing it. It's got to be coming up. Yeah. Chris gets Orc for $18. Louis Armstrong's at $20, $25. And we also have Olivia Rodrigo Guts. We have Love still available, Obsess, The Mountain Goats, and King Cruel. Those are all still available. And let's go ahead and make sure this didn't get a bid, and it didn't. So the sealed Olivia with some tears and rips is a $10 buy now if anybody wants that. It is available. I'm going to put this crate over here. Let's try to find some more to go through, okay? All righty. I've already had a few people ask, what's the prediction looking like on Metal Night tomorrow? And I'm like, I really don't know, because I know they just bought a collection, but I don't think it had a lot of metal. So we're about to find out when we get Paul and Laura here tomorrow to possibly work on a few things for the upcoming shows. All right, there's those. And let's see what else I can come up with. That looks like a great vintage crate to go through probably tomorrow. That's a great looking Paul crate, I think, from one night. A lot of it's pre-owned stuff, though. I'm trying to get through some of the sealed stuff if I can. There's a brand new sealed crate of like audiophile stuff. I can put that right here. I'm not going to show that right now. Let's see what's in this sealed crate. This one has Alt J, Ives Tumor, Mitski, Japanese Breakfast. Yeah, we've shown these several times. Those have been shown several times. I am finding some great auction materials, though. I'm always looking for great, just like low start warm-up auctions for the beginning of the shows. Here's some new stuff Paul ordered. King Gizzard, The Strokes. I'll try to get through those at some point this week. These are marked April the 2nd. Blind Willie McTell, Arctic Monkeys. I just don't know. I guess we probably took offers on those. Yeah, it's a lot of stuff over here, but most of it's stuff I've kind of been through. There's an old Hatchet Ed crate I never have condensed. That's vintage stuff. This one might be a good one here. Let's see what we got. Jamie Johnson, Surprise Touche Amore. We'll try it. I don't think I've read some of these in a while, but this might be the last time for a while, so might be an opportunity to jump in on some of these if you haven't already. And Louis Armstrong is sold to Kelly Vloddercheck for $25. All righty, so here's what's next. More to offer, buy now, best offer. Starcrawler, Devour You. This is sealed for $19.99. Starcrawler, Devour You. We have 3 copies of Colter Wall, Little Songs. Colter Wall is sealed for $29.99. Also have 3 copies of Bachelor, Doom and Son. Bachelor is sealed on yellow vinyl for $19.99. Touche Amore is survived by. Touche Amore is survived by. And that's on light blue vinyl. That's a post-hardcore album, $29.99. And we had the debut project from Juice WRLD, Goodbye and Good Riddance, sealed for $29.99. We have 2 of those. And this is At the Drive-In, Enter Aaliyah. And that's on clear and purple. With a note from Laura. Laura does love At the Drive-In, $29.99. Titus Andronicus, The Monitor. That is sealed for $29.99. Titus Andronicus. And we have 2 copies of that. And this is Bad Not Gore, Bad Not Good. And this is a super good contemporary jazz fusion album, Talk Memory. That is sealed for $29.99. The Bebop Deluxe, that was from a previous bin. At the Drive-In is sold to Tim Colino for $25. Hattori was a quick second on that one. The Bebop Deluxe was just from a previous crate that we've already been through. Buy it now, best offer, I think. Those are $29.99. Sunburst finish, they're new and sealed, $29.99. Everything in here is also buy it now, best offer, including Jamie Johnson, a triple LP black and white colored vinyl, $59.99. And this is the 2010 original. Let's see what else I can throw up that's new and sealed. Sometimes these are our first auctions of the night, and sometimes they're our last auctions of the night. Just some sealed stuff that's been brought to me. Here's some soul albums for just $15 starts. The Best Impressions, Curtis, Sam, and Fred. That looks like a sealed original on the Curtin label. That should be a great price at a $15 start. There is some tears in the shrink wrap, though. And then the Four Top Soul Spin. That's another sealed original for a $15 start. Couple sealed LPs there. Also Sparks, a Woofer and Tweeters clothing. That's a blue record store day edition from Friday Music. And I can tell you that most Friday Music stuff originally retails for for $40 or $42, most of it. This is sealed for $29.99. PJ Harvey, Stories from the City, Stories from the Sea. PJ is sealed for $34.99. And I have The Last Dinner Party, Prelude to Ecstasy. That is on Smoky Marble Vinyl. A note from Laura, great album, sealed for $29.99. And Jack Harlow, That's What They All Say. And Jack Harlow is sealed for $24.99. We've got 3 of those and 2 copies here of Casey Musgrave's Star Crossed. And Stacy is on yellow colored vinyl, $24.99 for Stacy Musgraves. Sealed $24.99. And this is Gemini Wright, self-titled, $24.99. Alan Hagen JJ30 And Hattori Last Dinner for $25. Jamie Johnson. Allen, I would have to have $55 for Jamie Johnson. We might be a little bit too far apart on that one, but I will sell Hattori Hanzo A Last Diner or Dinner for $25. Naked Ray Gun, Over the Overlords. That's sealed on red vinyl for $29.99. And we have Squid, Bright Green Field. Squid is sealed for $24.99. And we have 3 of those available. All that in there was new and sealed, and it's all buy it now or best offer. If anybody wants anything, just let me know. You can go ahead and say, you know what, Chad? I'll take everything that's in there, even the duplicates. And I'll be like, wow, that's surprising, but okay. And they're all sold to you. All righty. Hattori said he'll do 18 on a squid. Let's sell that to Hattori Hanzo. Does anybody else want a squid for just $18? New and sealed stuff there, on sale technically, by definition. I was also sorting through these 45s. I hadn't put up a 45 auction in a while. Let me see what I can come up with, or maybe a bundle or something. There's another empty sleeve. Who is this? Todd Clark Group, Secret Cinema. This is going to go up for a $5 start. Todd Clark Group, Secret Cinema. That's a $5 start on that. Everything in there for $5 each. That is a hard pass, but thank you. Hard pass, but thank you. I'll take a double Whataburger and brownie. That sounds pretty good. I actually don't have post-meal food planned out yet. I haven't been here to get groceries or anything, so I may be stopping by the old Walgreens and seeing what they got over there in their freezers. Fish sticks. Oh boy, don't get me started on food. I'm going to go ahead and move this over there with the other stuff. I'm assuming nobody else wanted anything. Final call to get bids on those for $15 and $15. Still got 174 people watching. My counter says 197, but that includes X, and I think the X viewers are the people that have got on and off tonight. So we've had 29 different people watch on X tonight. That's pretty cool, though. I mean, people still watching over there. But, yeah, I do have a lot. If we're going to have a good week, I got to order a lot, so it'll be here by Friday. And then the other distributor, it'll ship tomorrow, but they won't have it here. Yeah, they won't have it here until when? When will they have it here? It won't be Monday. It'll be Monday or Tuesday. So should have some good new vinyl tomorrow and the next day, though. All right, let me see if I can find at least 1 or 2 more good crates to go through. Tonight was one of those nights where this, because Paul had to work and John's typically off on Wednesdays, and pretty much no new vinyl came in. We've had we didn't really have any new arrivals tonight, technically. So, but we've sold a lot for that. So, Last Dinner Party. I've already sold one of those for 25. So because I've already sold one for 25 and that's 5 off, I'll take 25 for the other one. Let's see if I can find one more crate, whether it's, regardless of what it is, we can go through it. I might even go up front and get another one of those older ones like I just grabbed a second ago. Bumped into the camera again. And let's see what we have here. Yeah, let me see. Well, here's this crate. It's actually here on my table. This might be a good one. Yeah, this is probably a really good one to go through. Probably should go through it even when there's more people watching, but let's go through it right here and see what we got. Okay. And these are all going to be buy it now, best offer. There should be some good stuff. This was only shown once in the flip video in Whole Lot of Records. And you'll see by the first couple titles, it hadn't been gone through best offer, or some of these would have sold. Van Halen, Fair Warning, that is sealed, a remaster for $29.99. Also, we have one copy of Band of Horses, Everything All the Time. Band of Horses is sealed for $24.99. Also, Three Finger Betty, Unplug the Wire from Your Brain. This is on red vinyl, $14.99 for Three Finger Betty. Justin Bieber, Justice. Justin Bieber is sealed for $29.99. Justin Bieber, Justice. Susie Breelove first on Van Halen. MT Matt second, making an offer. We have Luke Bale, and Luke Bale is sealed, a 2022 pressing for $24.99. And Widespread Panic live in Austin, Texas. That's a 2 LP, also sealed for $29.99. And the Whitmore Sisters, Ghost Stories. The Whitmore Sisters is on white and purple vinyl, sealed for just $19.99. Band of Horses, Darren Johnson. I'll go ahead and sell that to you for $20, thank you. Todd Clark Group is a $5 buy it now. The Sealed Four Tops is a $15 buy it now. The Impressions is a $15 buy it now. We have Capia Erksog. That is a 2022 Prague album. Prague 2022. That is $29.99. Eddie Vedder from Pearl Jam, of course, ukulele songs. What a cool picture of him on the back. Eddie Vedder's $24.99. I've got 3 of those. A music on vinyl press of Velvet Revolver. Velvet Revolver is sealed, unopened for $39.99. That's already at a really fair price. Whitmore for $15. Hattori Hanzo gets the Whitmore Sisters for $15. I've got a Velvet Revolver. I got Wilco, Ode to Joy. Wilco is sealed for $24.99. Kurt Vile, Childish Prodigy. Kurt Vile is sealed, a blue vinyl with a purple 7-inch. A note on the back from Laura. Great album. Kurt Vile, $24.99. Shapongle, SHPONGLE, Nothing Last. That is sealed for $39.99. Moses says he'll take an Eddie Vedder. That is sold to Moses. Also, we have The Who, It's Hard. That is sealed for $29.99. And Abbey Road, Half-Speed Master on colored vinyl. Dangerous Toy does take a Velvet Revolver. That's sold. Also, The Kinks, Percy. And that's a picture disc. $19.99. ASOBO, a jazz fusion record from Japan. Those are unopened, $54.99. They actually may be Japanese imports. They are, hence the price. You know, I do have access to some new Japanese pressings, but they're just pricey. The best deal I ever got on anything was when we had all those new Star Wars Japanese pressings, if some of y'all remember those. That was pretty epic, and of course, we got a great deal. I ordered a ton, and we did all sell out. Jim B, did you say my comment? 50-45 of Jamie Johnson. I did. I was thinking more like 55 on Jamie Johnson. We have Corinne Bailey Ray, The Sea. This is sealed on blue vinyl for $19.99. 2 copies of Ty Segall Harmonizer. Those are sealed for $19.99. 2 copies of that. Derek Clark said Capia is a killer band from Sweden. Awesome prog rock. We got Jelly Roll Kings. 2 of those available, sealed for $14.99. Jelly Roll Kings. And Junior Wells, You're Tough Enough. That is sealed for $19.99. 2 copies of Arctic Monkeys. And this is sealed for $24.99. Chris Riddling says he'll take the Jamie Johnson for $55. I'm assuming Alan Hagen's passing at $55. I'm assuming Jim B's passing at $55. So let me go pull that over here. Somebody's going to get it right now for $55. And if Jim B passes, Alan Hagen offered $30. So I'm assuming he don't want it for that $55 price. What I plan on doing with that, the reason I pretty much stayed firm at $55 is that would make a great auction record. And I think because those are now out of print, and especially because it's the original, I could see it bringing more than that if we advertise and let a few people know that this is coming up for auction. Jim B says he'll take it. Didn't we look this up that night? I think Jim B's probably taking it because it was a pricey record to begin with. So that's sold to Jim B. And then who was the Swedish prog band? That was the one that Derek Clark just mentioned, Capia. Capia. That was this one right here. And it was sealed, still available for $29.99. Capia. Also, John Dodd, I'm assuming you didn't want that other copy of Last Dinner Party for $25. I never did say yes or no. Pearl Jam, this is the Record Store Day edition on black and yellow vinyl for Dark Matter. Pearl Jam, $34.99. Santana's a Friday music pressing, $24.99. And Rival Sons Dark Fighter. Rival Sons is sealed for $24.99. Also, Jimmy Buffett, Equal Strains on All Parts. Jimmy Buffett sealed on blue vinyl for $34.99. Rush, A Farewell to Kings, unopened, $34.99 on Rush. Band of Horses, Things Are Great, sealed on rust-colored vinyl, Band of Horses and The Sweet. And yes, that's the same band that does Ballroom Blitz and Fox on the Run. That's a live album on orange vinyl, $39.99. Those are all available for buy it now or best offer. All righty, there's that. Chad's putting on some chapstick because I can feel I hadn't drunk enough water the last few days, especially after the epic workout I went through walking the Augusta National. Let's see here. Rival Sons is sold for actually Chris Smith. Somebody said they'll take it as sticker. So if you want it, it will be $24.99. And then Pearl Jam, Chris Smith, same thing. Somebody's offered more. It's yours, but it's $29. You got dibs on both. It's just more cost if you want them. I'm going to do a bundle here. I'm going to show you everything, and then I'm going to price it. We have Marvin Gaye and Kim Weston, It Takes Two. That's a classic Marvin Gaye VG vinyl. I've got some sort of CD sampler here from Eeny Meeny Records. History Repeats Itself, Stay High, Brittany Howard on colored vinyl. It says it's on colored vinyl. Let me see here. Brittany Howard on white vinyl. I'm doing a bundle 45 here. Bill Withers, Lovely Day. Beautiful vinyl, Bill Withers. I don't know what this is. This one's really damaged. Chuck Carbo. R&B series. It's pretty scarred up, though. Bureaucrat Blues. Taylor Made Productions. I'm going to put that in there. Willie Clayton has some damage to it. This is Thorazine, Coffee Tea or Thorazine. That's an empty sleeve. And then from earlier, we had the Todd Clark Group, the two Paul McCartneys, and Bruce Springsteen. All of that for $12. $12 on that bundle deal. So Chris Smith does get Pearl Jam for $29, and he does get Rival Sons for the sticker price. Those are both sold to Chris Smith. That bundle there for $12. All right. What did I eat there? A lot. So if you're walking Augusta, every time you stop by a concession stand, which there's probably a total of, I guess, 5 or 6 on the property there. Now, these aren't concession stands. These are large fortifications with multiple, so if you go through a checkout at a concession stand, now you don't know who's working behind the scenes, but checkout people, each concession stand probably has 40 or 50 checkout people. And that includes people maybe even restocking. I mean, it's just insane. They probably got 500 people working the concession stands, just checking out, getting people directed in traffic. But, I ate everything. I ate everything from cookies to ice cream to muffins to popcorn, caramel popcorn, chicken salad, pimento cheese, egg salad, chicken biscuits. Oh, well, I spent hundreds of dollars on food, and it's cheap. I mean, sandwiches, like I bought my brother's breakfast, coffee, water, chicken salad, a Coke, and it was like $11. And with food even being that cheap, I still spent probably hundreds at the concession stand. I mean, it's great. It's like so cheap. It's like, how do you not just buy it every time you walk through there? I mean, a glass of sweet tea, $1.50, and this is delicious Georgia Augusta National sweet tea. How do you not buy a glass every time you walk by? So, Jelly Roll. There's no Jelly Roll. It's Jelly Roll Kings. Jelly Roll Kings, sealed for $14.99. Jelly Roll Kings, sealed for $14.99. Okay. Here's what I need to do. So I'm going to do a final call if anybody has any last requests. I'm not done just at the moment, but like I said, if I can stop here pretty soon to get ready for the rest of the week, we may be in some good luck, and I'll feel better about going much later, at least till 1 a.m. like I normally do. An hour right now will be a lot of valuable time for me to figure out tomorrow and get caught up with stuff that I didn't get done. I would love for somebody to buy this bundle for $12. Does anybody want to make an offer? Sealed Impressions for $15, sealed Four Tops for $15, sealed Olivia Newton-John for $10, sealed Corey Hart for $15, and the only tagged auction that didn't sell was a 55 US Mono Jimmy Rushing VG Plus, $15. I would love to have offers on those. I'm going to move the camera. I think the camera can be moved up. Well, maybe not that much. I like what Tanner's done here, but I think it needs to be tilted just a little. That way you can see what's back there in the corner a little bit. Maybe. Oh, I think that's where it's right there. But yeah, it'd be very helpful if I stopped right now tonight. We've still somehow made it to midnight. I was even thinking about stopping at 11 because I've just got a lot of stuff to do. And if I had a lot more kind of planned for y'all, and after I've done some sorting, it would be great, and we would keep showing records. But everything right now is a lot of vintage. We're going to have to get into doing some late-night vintage stuff. Jimmy Rushing sold to Dale Sanders for $10. Who? Jimmy Rushing. Jimmy Rushing. And if you don't want that, let me know. Brandon, because I'm going to go ahead and tag it to Dale for $10. How much is Olivia or Olivia 5? Sealed Olivia Newton-John. Wow. I'll do it for $7, Alan, if you want it. $7. I got a bundle here on. Where's our bundle? Like William Dragovich and all the New Orleans people. There's some other stuff in there too, just $12. And, I'm sunburned. I don't know if y'all noticed my arms. I got a lot of Masters merch. Some of it I've got to sort through and keep what I decide what I want to keep, and bought some stuff for family. Some of it holds great resale value. I'm going to go ahead and put, well, do I have a sleeve around here? Yeah, there we go. I'll go ahead and put this in a sleeve so the shrink doesn't tear anymore, but this is sold. The other ones, this is the Best Impressions, Curtis Sam and Fred, a sealed Kirk Tom label for $15. Next to it is an original sealed Four Tops, which is called, yeah, this shrink is very fragile. The other one's the Four Top Soul Spin. That's sealed for $15. And then you got a sealed original Corey Hart Fields of Fire for $15. Alex Kane said he would do Capilla for $25. Thank you. That's sold to you for $25. And Dale got the Jimmy Rushing for $10. The Masters merch is very desirable because they're only open 1 week out of the year, and that's the only place they sell it. And by the way, I don't know if I officially said it, Michael Ruttman got that bundle for $12. And of course, it's highly desirable clothing and anything with that logo on it everybody wants. It's in the golfing world, and it's only open that one time of the year. Of course, they're not about money there. If they were, they would charge admission. And they would charge for parking, and they would, they would charge a lot more for admission because people would pay it for sure, and they would also, they could also launch a website where you could buy master stuff around the clock, and they could make a ton of money. They sell about $100 million in merchandise in about 8 days. That golf course sells about $100 million in merchandise in 8 days. from everybody going through there. So if you get there at 4:30 a.m. on a Tuesday like we did, the gates don't open till 7, and we were pretty much first in line. And by the time I made it to the shop, I was already getting roped off to wait in line, and they'd already probably filled in about 1,000 people in front of me already in the golf shop. So if anybody out there has ever been, y'all know what I'm talking about. And then when we left at 4:30, there was still, or when we left at 5:30 Eastern time, there was still about an hour wait. So all day there was a wait at the golf shop, and the average transaction people spend, I mean, man, some people go there and they spend $10,000, on merchandise, because they may not ever get to go back. They want to give it away and, or sell it, whatever they may be doing. And it's a crazy thing, but yeah, $20 bundle, the 4 Curtis and 4 tops. All right. Sell these to Dale for $20. Did you go to watch him practice? Yeah, it's a practice round. You just don't know who's going to be out there. They tee off at different times and different groups. It's kind of, if you go for a practice round, you honestly don't know who you're going to see. But most people wouldn't care if golfers were out there at all. They would pay just to go see the course. And it's true, like when you're looking at some of those holes, it's just unbelievable they can manicure it that well. And if you watch it this week, this course starts tomorrow morning. If you watch it on TV, you'll see, I mean, it's just how immaculate it is. You got to see it in person. You can't explain it. You just got to be able to see it. It's just, it makes no sense the way they can manicure it, and getting 1 yard or maybe, a pretty good size estate to look nice, like some of these really big fine homes that have big manicured yards. But to have hundreds of acres just perfectly landscaped, and lush grass, it just don't make any sense. They have heaters and pumps and irrigations, and it's mind-blowing. Everything's just pristine. It's all near mint or mint and pristine, if I'm using record terms. Everything's mint minus. Actually, there it's all mint plus. The grass is in sealed mint condition. And if you're a golfer, that's just like amazing. It's like, wow, how did they do this? Look at all the azaleas and the plants. And so, Marilyn Manson. This is a live, unofficial, personal Jesus. Marilyn Manson is sealed, 1998. It's a live concert, $29.99. $29.99. Yeah, I know. Yeah, if you've cared for your lawn, it's tough to. But for them to have what they do there, I mean, it just don't even look real. I got a few pictures here Addison took. I mean, it just don't look real, what they're able to do. Everything's so perfectly green. That's the practice facility. Okay, that's where they go to practice. That's not even the course. Those bunkers, that's out in the drive. That's what their driving range looks like, okay? That's what their driving range looks like. Yeah, about the only thing you'll see is maybe some pine needles where it was windy and it was raining. That was on a rainy day too, when they wasn't really out there doing a lot of work, and because the wind was blowing. But those pine needles were picked up by the end of the day. So, yeah, hard to believe that's a golf course. For somebody that doesn't follow golf, they'd probably be like, what the heck? Why does this place look like this? All right. I've done my nightly chit chat before I'm signing off. So thanks everybody again. I'll be back tomorrow at 5 o'clock. It should be a great night, and we'll have all new arrivals. And like I said, if I don't stop now to prepare for tomorrow, we got to have a great rest of the week. We got Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. And I appreciate everybody for watching. We'll get back hopefully this week. We got to start doing some miscellaneous late at night, and we got to get into some half-off bins that we do late at night. And I'll be here, just like Steven said, same time, same place. So thanks, everybody. Good night. And I'll be back tomorrow at 5 o'clock to do this all over again. Thank you, and